This is the story of Elder Chu So-young, who found himself at the end of his life. Through his half-open eyelids, he saw the young men looming over him. They asked what would happen to them when he was gone. The elder thought about when he was young and had to survive on the streets. By pure luck, he ended up in the Hwasun faction. From then on, he rose to the top. He became an elder, a position that someone like him would never have achieved. He was able to become an elder because he lived in an era when everything was abnormal. This place had been torn apart by battles for decades. Countless people lost their lives in them. Soon people began to call those times the era of struggle. Many of his faction, the Hwasun organization he belonged to, were killed. In those days, it was impossible to find anyone to replace the elder. So, without much choice, the position fell to him. He was the oldest and most educated, and so the age of struggle came to an end. Finally, peace came. Within the faction, Chu So-chung spent most of his time studying marine. But he did not take any disciples because he did not rightfully occupy the position of elder. He was too busy worrying about what others would think. Chu So-chung thought it was very unfortunate. What a pity. As an elder, he gained access to all the Marima books stored in the Hwasun faction. He rose even higher, but his life didn't have much meaning. He couldn't find love, which was so easy for others. He only practiced martial arts and had never even touched a woman's hand. He wanted to succeed in the Marima, but he was not good enough. It was one of the most chaotic eras in the history of the Marima. Countless stories are still passed down to this day. There are heroes and villains who made a name for themselves during that time. But among them, there's no name of Chu So-chung. The old man believed that he had lived his life in vain. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Chu So-chung, standing on the threshold of eternity, thought about his life. All he could think about was how much he regretted wasting his life. The old man closed his eyes. Suddenly he heard someone calling his name. When he saw Master Chu So-chun standing before him, he was shocked to see him there. The master smiled and said that he had been crying for him for several days. He was talking in his sleep again. The master ruffled his hair. Chu So-chung was in shock. Seeing his hands, the boy thought that something unimaginable had happened. Suddenly, Chu So-chung realized that he was an 8-year-old 4th-generation apprentice at Marim. His master was Yu Jung-mak, middle-aged, a 3rd-generation disciple of the Hwasun faction. As he got out of bed, the boy suddenly realized that he was in the past. After spending several days in doubt, he was certain that Chu So-chung, who had become an elder during the era of battles, had died. And he returned to Hwasun as a child, before the flowers were stained with blood and before the world was filled with fighting warriors. The young man's eyes lit up with joy. He finally realized that he had returned. Now he would do it again. He would fix his life so that he would have no regrets at its end. He didn't know how he had returned to the past, or who had sent him here, but now none of that mattered. After a week of reflection, he decided that he had been given a chance to live his life again. He could use his memories from his past life to live a new one. When So-chung took the position of elder, he learned many secrets about the Murim Alliance and the Hwasun faction. He also knows everything that will happen from now on. And now, Chu So-chung is going to do it. In his past life, he was strong, but now he is not. So-kun is just a child. He is barely 8 years old, and in the Hwasun faction, there is no such thing as freedom. They all have to follow the rules set by the faction. Cursing under his breath, he thought that he would have to go through this hellish training again. The coach yelled at the barely alive boys that they could still continue and had to keep running. Whether you're a child or an adult, training to the point of exhaustion hasn't changed a bit. Every teacher knows the limits of their students. It's important to rest just before you pass out so you can recover. Then it all starts over again. Cho Suk-hoon thought that the worst thing was that he hadn't even made it to the training camp yet. The training center for the 4th generation is located in the Nakhon Temple. The road to this place is called the Underworld of Nakhon. With his last ounce of strength, the boy finally made it to the training camp. Despite his exhaustion, Chu So-chun was glad he had made it. There was more to come. Now, endless grueling training awaited him to achieve perfection. The masters watched all the students closely, assessing their abilities. The boy understood that he had a long way to go, but this time, he would not let his chance slip away. Exactly 1 year had passed since then. Chu So-hoon turned 9 years old. The master patted him on the head and said she was happy for him. He had finally done it. At first, So-chun found it strange to be treated like a child, but he got used to it over time. Smiling, Yu Jung-mak said that from now on, he would do it himself. But she knew he would definitely succeed. So-chun rejoiced at hearing this. He couldn't train while the master was with him every day. But that didn't mean he missed her. He still had to go through the hell of Nakana, just when he thought he was getting better. They raised the bar and made them suffer. Even if this was his second chance at life, he didn't want to go through the hell of Nakana again. Once was enough, and then he began to systematize his memories. Let Sokon know what will happen in Murim, but he doesn't know everything. Human memory has its limits, so he began to record all the important events that would happen in the future. Who would have thought that what he learned would come in handy? The guy thought it was just great. Finally, he would be able to do what he had been waiting for all year. 66 years before his death, there was a genius in the Hwasong faction who was famous for his hidden talent. And thanks to this genius, the secrets of Qigong Manhwa were discovered. This was the foundation of martial arts techniques known to everyone in Hwasong. Who would have thought that such a simple thing could hold secrets? Every day he meditated under a tree, and finally, he was able to feel the weak energy of Manhwa. The secret of Manhwa Qigong is that reciting poems next to the Manhwa tree allows one to absorb its energy, and a person does not simply absorb its life force. If that were the case, the Manhwa tree would have been depleted long ago. This cannot be called a technique. People do not take its life force but borrow it. What the plum tree gives, it absorbs. Chi exists not only in human, it also flows in animals and plants. All living organisms in the world exist and breathe it. If he reveals this secret, he will receive honorable titles, but that would be wrong towards the man from the future. He will keep it to himself. Although Qigong Manhwa is known for its stability, its weakness lies in its limited speed and power. This did not make him particularly popular. However, with the discovery of the secret, he was highly praised and recognized. With the discovery of the secret, the problems with speed and power disappeared. With this, he will be able to surpass the others. There are no masters nearby, so he will simply do it. He no longer has any reason to suppress the flow of Qigong Manhwa. Once, Manhwa Qigong, which was at the 5th level, instantly rose to the 10th. He has not yet been able to push it beyond its limits due to lack of training, but he will be able to do so in time. He has finally taken a step toward his future. Third-generation apprentice master Chil Un said he had heard that Sochong had reached the 5th level of Manhwa Qigong and asked if it was true. The guy replied that it was true. The master then promised to teach him the techniques of Manhwa. Fist techniques are the foundation of Hwasan. It is important to learn them before starting sword fighting. Therefore, no complaints and let them work harder. The master thought that they usually whined that they weren't allowed to use swords right away. But Sochong was different. He liked it. The guy did everything he was told without question. As usual, the boy came alone to the tree to feed on its kui. Suddenly, Sochon was startled to hear the boy call out to him, calling him a lover of Manhwa. Frowning, he saw a crowd of boys in front of him who asked sarcastically if this was his only friend. Rising from the ground, Chu Sochong said that there was no greater evil than children. Hearing these words, the boys were stunned. They asked in surprise what he had said. Smiling, Sochon replied that in a normal situation, he would have said he was busy to deal with them, so he told them to get lost. But even if he had said that, they would have continued to annoy him anyway. The world is full of hatred, therefore he would break this cycle by overcoming hatred. He shouted, "Come on, you evil kids!" He had studied the Manhwa technique to destroy hatred. The shocked boy waved his fists and shouted, "What's wrong with this bastard?" Smiling, Chu Sochong swiftly approached, dodging the guy's blows. In an instant, he reached his opponent and delivered a crushing kick. Losing his balance, the boy flew to the side and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Clenching his fist, Chu Sochong lowered his eyes and said that it was a kanho kick. The angry boys shouted that he was lying. It was just a kick. One of them shouted to take the fool, and they all rushed to attack. Clenching his fists, Cho Sao-kun shouted that it was his Manhwa technique. Let them taste it. He rushed at the boys who were shocked by this turn of events. Soon, only one boy remained in front of Chu Sochong, frowning at him. With a twinkle in his eyes, Sochon asked if he would like to be his secret friend. Clenching his fists, Sochon thought happily that he had gained 6 months of experience in just 1 month. He had managed to develop his inner energy at the age of 8. This was an achievement. He had spent a whole year accumulating Qigong Manhwa energy, and he mastered it in just a month. Even the Manhwa striking techniques, which usually take a year to master, were mastered in a month. Now all that remained was to practice. Any knowledge is useless if the body cannot keep up with it. He couldn't risk harming the body of a growing boy. There was no need to be greedy. As he left, Sochong thought that if his body allowed it, he would start training with a sword. There was no other choice. He would have to proceed toward his goal step by step. However, to others, it might seem fast. Suddenly, someone called out to him loudly, and Sochon saw the guy they had recently fought with. Frowning, the guy wondered if he had come back for more. Looking up, Chu Sochon saw that the master was standing next to the boy. Frowning, the teacher asked Sochon menacingly if he was a fan of Manhwa. Bowing, Sochon realized that this shithead had brought his master. He said his name was Chu Sochon and that he was a 4th-generation disciple. The master replied that he was an equal to his master, Yu Junmok. Sochil replied that he was pleased to meet him. The master said he had heard that not long ago there had been a quarrel between him and his disciple. Surprised, Sochon asked what he meant. The boy shouted that he was talking about the cowardly attack carried out by this coward. Stunned, Sochon shouted that it was not true. His disciple had been teasing him as usual during training. Frowning, the master asked if his apprentice had really been harassing him. Sochon replied that it was exactly as he had said. Suddenly, he was struck in the face. The master shouted, "How dare he? Did he really have the nerve to lie to his face?" He knew that his student wanted to be friends with him because he had no friends. And instead of showing gratitude, he responded with violence. He should know his place. Swinging his arm, the master shouted that he would consider forgiveness if the boy apologized. But he must be punished. Cho Seo-kun saw the master's hand approaching him. Closing his eyes, Sochun thought he couldn't dodge it. And even if he could, it would only make things worse. He would have to endure it. He couldn't let it touch his master. Not receiving the blow, Sochun opened his eyes in shock and saw that Yu Jungmok had stopped the master's hand. Frowning, he asked the master what he was doing there. Angry, he pulled his hand away and shouted at her to let him go. How dare she? Looking straight at him, Yu Jungmok repeated the question of what he was doing there. Frowning, the master replied that no explanation was necessary. Her student had shown cruelty. The boy shouted that Sochihon was wrong. The master said that he had disregarded kindness and behaved like a coward by attacking his student. Not to mention the lies. Sochong shouted that it wasn't true. He had been training in solitude. At that moment, Yu Jungmok interrupted him, saying that her student would never have done such a thing. The master said she believed the child. He wasn't that kind of person. Angered, the boy's master shouted that she wanted to say something. Then he was lying. Sighing, Yu Jung Mok replied that she had only said she believed her student. There was no need to make such a fuss. Even more enraged, the master shouted, "Enough!" and grabbed his sword. Grabbing the hilt of her sword, Yu Jung Mok asked her brother if he was sure. Looking at him sadly, she asked again if he was sure he wanted to do this. Exhaling, the master replied that he seemed to have gotten too carried away. After all, children are children. He told Seo-kun to forget about what had happened. He forgave him. The frightened boy rushed after his master, afraid to be left alone. At that moment, Yu Jung Mok coughed violently. Chu So-chang looked at her anxiously. Frightened, he rushed to her aid, shouting that something was wrong with the master. She replied that she was fine. She had just overdone it. She should have been more careful, that was all. He looked at her anxiously, knowing what it meant. How could he have forgotten? It happened 5 years later when he was 14. His master passed away due to his illness. The Obsessed Blade. Yu Jung Mok was the nickname she was given because she always smiled. The master had always been talented in martial arts, but a chronic illness weakened her body. Although her abilities had not deteriorated, she experienced severe attacks when she made sudden movements. With her skills, she could have become one of the Hwasun swords, but her condition prevented her from doing so. He still cannot forget what happened on that fateful day. Enraged, So-chang thought he couldn't lose his master a second time. The young man decided he would do anything to prevent that from happening. Now he has 2 important tasks that he must accomplish. To change the fate of his master, who will die in 5 years, and to be the first to attain the Triple Exalted Mind. 300 years ago, there lived a legendary thief who became famous throughout Miram. The Triple Exalted Mind. He was active for a century after his first appearance, but apart from his notes, nothing else was found. When he became inactive, the government announced to the public that he had been caught, but no one believed it. People said that what they had caught was not the Triple Exalted Mind at all. Neither the government nor the people of Miram found any trace of him for the last century. But in 6 years, the legendary treasure trove will be discovered, and the world will be engulfed in turmoil. After this discovery, people would flock to the location of the treasure. This was enough to sow chaos among the people. But this did not cause any battles. So-chan decided that until then, he needed to clean up the place. The treasure would bring him wealth, which in turn would help him in the future. But the bad news was that he would not be able to leave this place for the next 6 years. 15 years is almost adulthood, but even that would not give him enough freedom as an adult within the Hwasun faction. He didn't know what to do yet. 2 months passed from that moment. Winter came. The boy had undergone 2 years of development in just half a month of work. He had known this before, of course, but Qigong Meihua was simply amazing. Approaching Master So-chang's door, he knocked and heard a loud cough from behind the door. He thought he could only ask the doctor to examine Yu Jung Mok, but he had even rejected requests from the leaders and elders of Miram. It seemed that he remembered something about his obsession with medical books. Maybe he could tell him that he found something in the library. Number, he's a doctor and won't fall for that nonsense. The guy had lost count of how many times he had tried to bring a doctor. If only he could get the medicine he was using. But it's too expensive. Suddenly, So-chun had a brilliant idea. It doesn't have to be medicine, it could be a medicinal plant. These herbs can be used for both treatment and to strengthen the ki. Why hadn't he thought of that before? There must be newly discovered medicinal herbs. At that moment, he remembered the fruit that would be discovered in 20 years. He had the power to turn an ordinary peasant into the greatest martial artist. It had to work. It was discovered in a flooded cave north of here. It will be easy to find because the person who found it told the whole world about its location. He thought that all this time he had only had the treasure in mind. His mind must be more flexible. Upon entering, So-kan asked the master if everything was all right. She replied that he should not worry. He would have a chance when the master attended a meeting. It would be in a week. After gathering everyone, Yu Jung Mok told So-chan that she would return in about 4 days. He asked her to take care of herself. Discovering rat holes, So-kan decided that he could easily escape from this place using them. Once outside, he ran quickly, wondering if he could get there in a day. Stopping, the boy was breathing heavily and thought it would be difficult. He had spent too much energy, but it was worth it because he had made it in time. Looking around, So-kan looked at the water and decided he didn't want to go in. First, So-kan buried his things nearby and stretched thoroughly. Holding his breath, the guy jumped into the water, hoping he wouldn't freeze up. As he sank into the icy water, So-kan thought he should have prepared better before jumping. If it weren't for the master, he would already be swimming back. The guy tried to convince himself to pull himself together. This pain was nothing if he could save the master. He was willing to go to the underworld and return to save her. Finally, a faint light appeared before him and So-kan emerged from the water. Shivering from the cold, the boy thought he wouldn't survive. If this continued, he would freeze to death. Sitting down on the ground, So-kan decided to use his energy to generate heat. Finally, having warmed himself up somewhat, the boy decided that he needed to retrieve the fruit and return to Hwasun. Slowly making his way through the cave, So-kan shouted joyfully that he had found it. He had already spotted the fruit he needed on the tree when he noticed something else. A huge black snake was wrapped around the tree trunk. So-kan realized that it was a mythical creature. Judging by its size, it was at least 100 years old, and it seemed to be sleeping. Crouching down so as not to wake it, So-kan thought that he knew nothing about the giant snake guarding the tree. Why was it here? He tapped himself on the head and realized that he hadn't heard anything, because this place would only be found in 20 years. Of course, everything would be different here. He had only arrived here 20 years later. He could just run away, of course, but he really needed this fruit for the master. The image of the master who needed his help so badly popped into his head. He thought that even if he returned in a year, there was no guarantee that the snake would not be there. Resolutely determined, Sokon decided that he didn't want to regret anything later. As quietly as possible, the boy crept up to the tree and reached out his hand. Suddenly, Soton was stunned to notice that there were not one but two fruits on the tree. Deciding that this was a stroke of luck, he carefully picked the fruit and reached for the second one. After picking both fruits, the boy thought happily that he had finally gotten them. The snake continued to sleep, and Sokon, heading back, decided that everything was fine. Job done, time to go. At that moment, the boy felt a movement behind him. A huge snake opened its eyes. Turning around, the guy was terrified to see a huge snake hanging over him. At that moment, a huge drop of water broke away from the ceiling and fell directly on the boy. He stood frozen, afraid to move lest he attract the monster's attention. The huge snake, thinking that the noise was caused by falling drops of water, lowered its head and closed its eyes. Trying not to make a sound, Sokon very carefully made his way to the exit. Once he was back on dry land, Sokon looked at the setting sun and realized he had wet himself a little. When he got home, the boy looked at the fruit, wondering how he would give it to his master. There was no way he could slip it to her without her noticing. Would she take it if he said he picked it up somewhere on the street? At that moment, his master asked him what he was thinking about. He looked as if his mind was burdened with deep thoughts. If he couldn't solve the problem himself, it might be useful to get help from someone else. He thought that even if she began to suspect something or ask questions, there was nothing he could do about it. It was all for her well-being, but there was a chance that the fruit would lose its medicinal properties. That would be the worst-case scenario. Handing her the fruit, Sochong asked the master to try it. She asked in surprise what it was. The guy replied that it was medicine for her. He knew it was too obvious, but he had to make her eat it at all costs. Frowning, Yu Jongmok asked if he had stolen it. Sochan shouted number. Then she asked if he had traded it for something, but the guy replied no again. The master asked if he had deceived someone to get it, but Sochan again replied no. Frowning, Yu Jongmok asked where the boy had gotten it. After hesitating, Sochan frantically thought of something to say to make her believe him. But the master suddenly said that while she was away, he had escaped from Hwasun and found it by accident. Looking at the boy suspiciously, she said that she felt like he was hiding something from her. She could see it in his face. The boy tried to justify himself, but the master interrupted him, saying that everything was fine. Yu Jongmok took the fruit from his hands and said she trusted Sochon. Surprised, the boy asked if she really believed him without any proof. She replied that if the master didn't trust his student, then who could he trust? If she had any suspicions, she would have started asking questions long ago. Stunned, Sochon looked at her in surprise and wondered if she really knew. The master said she didn't know exactly what, but she had noticed that since that day, he had started behaving more like an adult. He tried his best to hide it. She asked him if he had his reasons, and that was why he brought it to her. That was why she trusted him. Sochan thanked her and asked her to protect him. When Yu Jongmok ate the fruit he brought her, she was amazed. It was beyond any medicine she had ever tried. Suddenly stunned, the master realized that her body was not obeying her. She wondered if her body was failing her, but she couldn't leave this world and abandon him. He was still so young. Leaving Master Sochong, Yu Jongmok walked thoughtfully down the corridor. He silently said, "Please." When she saw the young man, Yu Jongmok grabbed him and said that he had saved her. He had saved her life. Surprised, Chu Sochong asked what had happened. She replied that it seemed to be a matter of life force. Life force ki is a special type of ki that people are born with. It is the purest source of ki that cannot be replenished. If you lose this kui, you either die or are constantly ill. It was only her guess, but if you imagine ki as a bowl of water, her problem was like a crack in the bowl. He asked what she meant by a bowl. Sochong thought he knew what she was talking about. It was only natural that her body would be weakened from training with unstable life ki. To think that a fruit could restore her destroyed life force when no medicine could. He said it didn't matter. The guy thought that what was important was that this would change the future. Running up to Master Che, Sokon hugged her tightly and shouted that he was very happy. Hugging the boy, Yu Jongmok told him to forgive her for making him worry. She said she also had something for him. The boy was very surprised. Reaching into her inner pocket, the smiling master took out a second piece of fruit. Holding it out to Chusok-hun, she said she wanted him to eat it. He looked at her in shock. The master said that he didn't need to say what he wanted. She wanted to keep the fruit just in case. She knew her body. Everything was fine. He should eat it to prove it. He would need the fruit more than she did. The master looked intently at Chu Sochon with a gaze that brooked no argument. After thinking for a moment, Chu Sochong decided to agree and said okay. Smiling, Yu Jongmok said, "Well, he's a good boy." Biting into the fruit, Chu Sochong thought that now that her health was back to normal, he could cross that item off his list. Why not continue training after he ate this fruit and absorbed the surrounding energy? With what he had achieved in his past life, he could develop Qigong Manhwa however he wanted. But in the end, he would attract unnecessary attention, which would limit his actions. Therefore, he will practice Qigong Manhwa and hide from everyone while developing other techniques. The Art of Purple Mist. The first generation technique of the Hwasong faction, the Art of Purple Mist, is a technique that was only passed down to the supreme elders of the Hwasong faction. However, as an exception, 5 elders were also taught this technique. Many were killed during the battle if the supreme elder died at that time. His disciple would inherit his place. Due to his young age, he did not yet have a disciple. Keeping this in mind, the new Supreme Elder considered the possibility of his own death and chose 5 elders under his command to whom he passed on his knowledge. Unfortunately, the transmission of the purple mist was forbidden. Given what was happening in the world, it was the only acceptable decision. But the world was restored and all the worst predictions remained in memory. However, there are difficult aspects to the art of the purple mist. Even those who practice this art cannot fully realize it without reaching a certain limit. The technique got its name from its color. During use, it is a power that can only be achieved by reaching one's limits, until the user reaches a certain point. The full potential of the purple mist technique cannot be used or discovered by others. This makes it the ideal technique for secret study. By the time they find out about it and start asking questions, the era of battles will have already begun, and then he will be able to provide a good excuse. Smiling, Chu So-chung thought that he had finally mastered it completely. A month had passed since he ate the fruit. Thanks to it, his body was able to absorb the energy around him. If you add up all the absorbed ki, it would be 30 years. It was a pity that his body was simply unable to fully absorb the fruit and its power. For his young and untrained body, it was too much. But he focused on his blood and ki channels. It was worth it. The master said that Chu So-chun had finally managed to absorb the fruit and use it for his own good. It must have been very difficult for him, but he is proud of what he has achieved. He managed to absorb half a year's worth of ki in just a couple of days. This fruit is incredible. The guy thought she was surprised that she didn't notice he used Qigong Manhwa to speed up the process. It's like the purple mist technique. It was started correctly. Now he can move on to the next level. The master said that given his progress, it was time to intensify his training. She came up with them while trying to cope with her terrible condition. They can be considered simple physical training. At the moment, he has accumulated 30 years worth of internal ki. That's a huge amount. But that's not very good either. In the world of Murima, there is a saying about the body and ki. Balance is critical. The human body is much more fragile than people think. If there is a slight imbalance, the body will be damaged. So-chung said that even he knows this. He thought he couldn't tell her everything. It could backfire on him. Bowing, he said he would do everything she taught him. He thought about how he had no memories of this from the past. The master said that he would first use up all his ki. Running another lap, Chu So-chun replied that it was no problem. The master's second task for the young man was to climb a high wall. She said it was an excellent way to train. The human body is like steel. With each blow, it becomes stronger. The guy said that if he made just one mistake, he would die. It hurts like hell. He would die like that. It hurts too much. She replied that it might be painful, but it's just pain. The pain will soon pass. When she was young, she asked that question many times too. But somehow she made it to the top. And he'll climb to the top too. She feels very sorry for him. She doesn't want to put him through this pain. But if she doesn't do it, he'll become lazy. He replied that everything was fine. A little laziness wouldn't hurt him. Hadn't he come this far already? She replied that she couldn't let him become lazy when his future was at stake. He must forgive his master. She wants him to hate her for this. Cho Suk-hoon said it was okay. He wouldn't get lazy, so she should find another way to help him. Smiling, Yoo Jung-mok said it was okay if he hated her, so they would definitely continue in the same spirit. She believed in Chu So-chung. A few months later, the master finally said, "Excellent." It must have been difficult, but he managed. The rock climbing was over. The guy kept saying that he now simply hated those rocks. Enough. He asked her to stop encouraging him. He was sick of the rocks. After all the training, he grew up, and he reached a high level of Qigong Manhwa. The master called Chu to come out and asked what they would be doing today. After a while, Chu So-chung and the master went to the training ground. She said that starting today, she would teach him the art of sword fighting. The delighted boy thought that the time had finally come. The master said that she would now demonstrate the sword art that he would be using. This was sword Qigong Manhwa. Looking at the master, Chu So-chun thought that he had come very close to his limit. As far as he could remember, the master had died just before that moment. Watching the master closely, Chu thought that he lacked insight. What if he helped him? After all, the master deserved to reach the highest point. He decided to do it. If the master couldn't go beyond his limits because he lacked insight, then he would simply help him. A week later, the stunned master watched as Chu So-chung wielded his sword. He couldn't understand how it was even possible. All the while, Chu So-chung was thinking about how he could help him. Yoo Jung-mok thought that it had become clear a year ago that this boy was unusual. But who could have imagined that he would become like this? His student was a true genius. Of course, Chu So-chung wasn't a genius. He was just using what he already knew. From Yoo Jung-mok's point of view, his student was a genius. The master thought that with his skills, he could join the Lotus Squad. At that moment, the boy asked him to show him a technique other than the sword technique, Qigong Manhwa. The master was surprised. Chu said that he did not question his teachings in the slightest, but as a disciple of the faction, he wanted to see a demonstration of the true art of Hwasan swordplay. He promised to show him the 14th art of swordplay, Qigong Manhwa. But first, he asked if he knew anything about this technique. The young man replied that the 14th art of sword mastery, Qigong Manhwa, was a technique of the Hwasan faction that originated from the 24th art. It begins with a Qigong movement at the curb and ends with the 14th step, the Withering Manhwa. Looking at the master, Chu thought that he was holding himself perfectly for the first 9 seconds. But from the 10th second, difficulties began. He lacked insight. The master said that this was the 14th art of Qigong Manhwa sword mastery. His foolish master was not skilled enough to perform it perfectly. But Chu shouted that this was not true. His sword art was on par with the greatest masters and would not leave anyone indifferent. But his unworthy disciple did not see his technique properly. Could he show it again? Just slower. Smiling, Chu thought that if his plan worked. Performing this sword technique in slow motion was much more difficult. Although the 14th technique of Qigong Manhwa was powerful, it required great concentration. Looking at Master Chu, he thought that, as expected, there was an imbalance of the 5 elements. Because the master had eaten the fruit, his water ki was much stronger than the others. The fruit saved the master but hindered his transition to the next level. The imbalance of the 5 elements was only the beginning of the next step. Yu Zhangmak was diligent and hardworking. However, it was said that his excessive stubbornness was the reason for his limited potential. Some people are annoyed by his serious approach to his work. What was the secret of Yu Zhangmak? It was rest. Sometimes you just need to step back and relax. Smiling, the master said, "You've made it." Now Chu Sochong is teaching him. He thanked the young man, and Chu Sochong congratulated his master. At that time, in the emperor's palace, they were discussing Master Yu Zhangmak. The elder said that he knew he could do it, from what he had heard. Not only had he healed his weak body, but he had also become much stronger. Then one of the elders suggested testing him. The idea was accepted. The future changed again. With a laugh, Yu Zhangmak told Chu So-chong that he hadn't been given any tasks for a long time. The surprised young man asked what kind of task it was. The master told him not to worry too much. He had not been given a great mission. He also enrolled Chu in the Lotus Association exam, so he should be ready for it. He was absolutely certain that Chu would easily pass the Lotus test, but he shouldn't feel a heavy burden. Even if he didn't pass, everything would be fine. The master said he had to go. Chuck Sochan felt a huge responsibility. He said he would pray for the master's safe return. The Lotus Pavilion is one of the few buildings in the Hwasong faction that can only be visited by 4th-generation disciples. It is a mini version of the Plum Blossom Martial Arts Masters. It is a place where disciples are selected for training before becoming adults. Cho Suk-kun was racking his brains, not knowing what to do. In his past life, this was really the place he wanted to be. But now he doesn't know if he should do it. He also has to forget about the Triple Exalted Mind. The union of the Lotus and the Triple Exalted Mind. 5 years later, the note of the Triple Exalted Mind will be discovered. Nevertheless, he needs it. He needs to quickly get into the power competition. In a year or two. He needs at least a year to accomplish all this. He may need someone's help. But it will take 2 years to find someone trustworthy. In other words, he must enter the competition by the age of 13. It will be very tedious to wait for the opportunity to enter the competition at the age of 13. He will have to keep his strength at a low level because he is still young. There is no need to be more cautious than usual. He will only show the skills necessary to pass the Lotus Association competition. All that remains is to wait 3 years. This year, he will join the Lotus Association and demonstrate his abilities. He hates showing off his efforts, but there is no other way. After some time, the day of the Lotus Union selection arrived. Some of the boys were so nervous that their stomachs were in knots. Others, on the contrary, said that no one here was even worthy of participating in the competition. At that moment, Chu So-chong approached them. The boys were curious about who he was and whether he was too old to be participating. One of the boys said he had seen that face before. He was a student of Yu Zhangmak. His fame had spread far and wide, but he had not heard anything special about his disciple. Chu thought that this time he would get away with it. He was someone who intended to destroy anyone who disparaged his master. He thought it was clear that they would fail. He wouldn't even have to use his strength to get through. One of the boys, getting excited, shouted that he was finished. The boys shouted that they didn't know a genius would appear until now. Who would have thought that this would happen today? They were not happy about Chu's appearance. At that moment, a girl named Nak So-wol appeared. Chu was amazed that she was the Plum Blossom Martial Arts Phoenix. Nak So-wol, the Plum Blossom Martial Arts Phoenix, was the only woman among the 5 great masters of Hwasun. She is the descendant of an excellent master who wields a bloody and iron sword. Her skill had reached such a level that she became the first person to be given the title of Phoenix. But there is a saying that beautiful flowers fade first. During the battle, Nak So-wol was very active and was awarded the title of hero. But she died before reaching the age of 20. The boy thought about how much of a failure he could become. The judge shouted the next name. The boy who entered the arena was knocked flying by Nak. The boys whispered that it was the end. But there is still next year. She is so young. Why this year? At that moment, one of the boys raised his hand and shouted that he wanted to fight. The guy said that this stupid bastard wanted to disgrace himself. Or maybe he was just reckless. He probably didn't know much about Nak So-wol because he was a barbarian. Stepping into the arena, Chu So-chong asked if he could start immediately. The teacher frowned and looked at his student who had entered the arena. Bowing, Nak So-wol wished his new opponent good luck. Grasping the hilt of his sword, Chu So-chong looked intently at his opponent. The girl said she would give her opponent the right to attack first. Chu So-chong smiled and thanked the girl for the opportunity. Watching this, the judge said it would be over in 3 seconds. Pulling out his sword, Chu So-chong warned his opponent that he would begin. Bearing his sword, the young man rushed forward to attack Nak So-wol. The girl was stunned. She barely managed to raise her sword to parry his attack. Looking at her opponent in surprise, she thought that he had amazing inner strength. Calming herself, she decided she needed to think about what his next attack would be. At that moment, Chu So-chong swiftly flew up and attacked her from above. The shocked girl was stunned. She hadn't expected such an attack from him. The two strongest disciples clashed in a confrontation, neither giving an inch. Swinging their swords, they fought fiercely, unwilling to surrender to their opponent. The girl swung her sword fiercely, attacking Chu Sok-hoon with the intention of crushing him. Suddenly, Nak So-wol realized that something had gone wrong. The hand gripping the sword trembled violently, barely holding the weapon. A few moments later, Nak So-wol's sword fell to the ground with a loud clang. The surprised girl realized she had lost. The judge declared Chu So-chon the winner. The students watching were in shock. They shouted, "What the hell was that? Did they really want them to admit it? It was just an advantage in strength, not in sword skills." Chu thought that he had expected this to happen, but all he cared about was that it would not damage his master's honor. At that time, the elders were discussing what to do next. The owner of the blood sword and iron sword, Shim Oren, said he did not approve. The wisest elder, Haxon, told Elder Shim that they should first listen to his story. Shim replied that it was not up for discussion. How could they accept someone who had insulted Hwasun, the sword master, into the Lotus clan? The great Sumu Yan said he agreed with Elder Shim. The elder told the two not to argue too much with Elder Hak. He also wanted to hear the other two out. He had heard the news that So-yu's sword disciple had drunk the elixir. They couldn't extract the elixir from his stomach, but he wanted to see what effect it would have. At that moment, the master of the Plum Blossom sword, Yuijikol, said that they should let him join them. He was only 10 years old. He had only received half of his education. It doesn't matter how talented someone is if they are taught even through beatings. They will become strong enough. Despite the talk about it, their method would not reach the point where they could not handle it. Soon the meeting was declared over. The only ones who would join the Lotus clan were Chi K-sochon and Naek So-wol. Only those two. A year had passed since then. Chu So-chong was meditating under a tree as usual. A girl crept up quietly and peeked out from behind the tree and shouted "Sunbae" right into his ear. Smiling, he said that if she continued to sneak up on him like that, he might fall into a state of key deviation. She replied that she was very sorry if she had frightened him. Chu replied that there was no need to apologize. She was still a big kid. Maybe it was because she was the student of that old woman student. The girl asked him to forgive her. He thought that honestly admitting his mistake was the right thing to do. Turning to Chu as an older brother, Nak asked if he could be honest. She asked if the abilities he demonstrated were really his own. The guy replied yes and added that she knows that Elder Shim Oke-ren hates him. That's why Nak So-wol should not even go near him. Chu So-chong left, leaving her alone. It was hard for him to say that. What a loss. He remembered Nak So-wol's Plum Blossom sword phoenix. The memory of the moment he first saw her was still vivid in his mind. As the first of the outstanding young generation of the Muram faction, and as the Plum Blossom Sword Phoenix, she was bound to be praised. Countless men would try to win her heart. Since her abilities and reputation were far superior to his, he could only follow her, lacking the courage to speak to her. Several years later, Nak So-lov became so beautiful that people said she was the most beautiful warrior in Muram, and a hero at the same time. He, being nothing, followed people for several years until he died. Nak So-wol was definitely one of them. He tried to convince himself to be patient when his thoughts were interrupted by a boy, shouting that he was a weakling. Grabbing him by the collar, the boy shouted, "How dare you take my warning as empty words?" He clearly told him not to mess with Princess Nak. He knows about it and still dares to talk to her. Chu replied that it was a misunderstanding. How could he ignore his order? All his subordinate had done was deliver his teacher's message. Throwing Chu So-chong aside, the guy left, shouting that he was an insolent bastard. Watching him leave, Chu said that his voice was still as loud as ever. Clenching his fists, he thought he should just endure it. Not much was left before it happened. Looking at Chu So-chong, Elder Haxon said that it didn't matter when he looked at him. His inner strength was always terrifying. He was only 12 years old, but when you thought about it, he had already reached the Gab stage. No wonder he was perceived as a miracle. Smiling, Chu thought that it wasn't the effect of the fruit. It was the training of Plum Blossom. The elder said that they had eaten such a good thing with that weakling. Selfish scoundrels. Don't they need to take care of their elders first? The boy replied that the master was not weak. Haxon noticed that his eyes sparkled when he spoke of his master. He told the elder to stop teasing him. Was it really so amusing to make fun of a 12-year-old child? Haxon replied that it was funny. The boy was about to leave, but Huisin said he had news about his master. Chu immediately sat back down, saying that he was the best elder in Hwasun. The elder looked at the boy. He said that was wonderful, and he was very grateful. Opening the papers and stamping them, Hwasun announced that Chu So-chong should get ready to come out. The boy's eyes lit up. He thought that he had finally waited for this moment. The elder said that he knew very well that the members of the Lotus clan were much better and more magnificent than the other disciple. The 14th escort swordsman, Gupung, introduced himself and said that from today he would be watching over them. Before they went down, they had to roll call. The boys shouted their names: Zhang Hong, Zhang So-yoon, and Chu So-chong. Gupung smiled and replied that they were not going to their deaths, so they should relax. All that awaited them was the descent from Hwasun Mountain. Soon, the four of them set off on their journey. Together with their escort and two other boys, Chu So-chong walked along forest paths, descending the mountain. He asked the elder if he could ask him something. Gupung replied that he could ask anything. The young man asked where they were going. Where were they headed? He replied that they would reach the south, cross Chongqing, and then arrive in Gaichu. The girl asked if he really said Guizhou. Gupeng confirmed that it was a provincial area on the border between the light and dark factions. However, it was just as dangerous as Guizhou, as there were many masters from the Justice faction in the area. Therefore, they would not be harmed or destroyed. At that moment, Chu Sochong thought of the treasure trove of the Triple Exalted Mind. In all directions, Chongqing was the center of influence of the Justice faction. The treasure trove of the Triple Exalted Mind was located here. Their group headed south from Shanxi. They arrived in Chongqing and continued south toward Guizhou, but he had no way of getting into the treasure house. The treasure house was not for display. Organizations and military ships were lurking around. For the time being, they could not act. They turned to a fisherman who had a boat and asked him to take them across. After loading the boat, Gupeng's group set off on the fisherman's boat. They sailed calmly across the endless expanse of water when they noticed a ship. Sitting in the boat, the young boy asked the wise Gupunga what kind of ship it was. He pointed to the ship approaching the boat they were sailing in. Frowning, Jiang Soyan told Sanbei to look at the sail. Gupeng's companion said that it was called a Hasyong, a type of border patrol ship. Now, he said, the children should abandon their intention to destroy and calm down. The man apologized for interrupting their journey on such a clear day. He said that they were members of 18 pirate groups that protected the waters of the river. Usually they receive compensation. No, they protect the waters of this river for free. And that is why they are in a difficult financial situation, if it is not too much trouble. Could they compensate for the losses by donating a little money? Gupeng replied that they were protecting the river, so it was the least they could do. However, they don't have much money, so please accept what they have. He tossed a coin which the pirate caught. The pirate said it was an honor to meet them. Let them sail on. The pirate ship cast off and soon disappeared into the distance. Jiang Soyun was furious. She shouted at the sage, asking why he had done such a thing. Why did they give in to these pirates? Not only are they members of 18 pirate groups. Supporting her, Zhang Hong shouted in agreement. They had made it clear, as members of the faction, they couldn't let them get away with it. Even if they had no experience fighting on water, pirates were no match for Huasan's swords. At that moment, Gupeng shouted fiercely to be quiet. Everyone, even the boatman, shuddered. He apologized to the boatman. It was just that these two were too eager. He asked him to ignore them and continue rowing. He asked if they really thought he was afraid of pirates. Give them some money without causing a conflict. If they had acted differently in this situation, it could have caused problems. For starters, the entire country cannot restrain every pirate. Do they know why? Chu Sochong replied that pirates are experienced sailors and have an advantage on the water with their attacks. Gupeng replied correctly. If someone decided to escape, the news would immediately reach the 18 groups. Now let the guys ask a question. Who would be the victim in this situation? They wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the Huasan faction, it would be this honorable citizen. He pointed to the boatman. Even if they destroyed several pirates, they wouldn't lay a finger on the Great Huasan, but their target for venting their aggression. The boatman who gave them a ride. Jiang So-yun shouted no. But what is their fault? Gupeng explained that it's not about who is to blame. It's revenge. It's no secret that the 18th group is on the wrong path. It's natural for them. If they were going to take responsibility for the boatman's life, it would be better to leave everything as it was, especially since rumors about this will spread, and no one will offer them their boat anymore. To stop this, the 18th group must disappear. However, their size and power are not so small. Not only the Huasan faction, but also the Murima alliance must take action. Therefore, this is also inappropriate. Do they know why? Chu said that it would upset the balance, because the power of the most powerful organizations creates a perfect balance. The four most powerful organizations, the Murima Alliance, the Justice Faction, the River of Evil Faction, the Injustice Faction, and the two demonic forces, the Demon Temple and the Blood Temple. They were equal in strength, so none of them could take action. If Murim declares war on his enemies, the 18 factions and start a battle with them, he would lose his military strength. The other houses could join forces and drive out the weakened Murim Alliance. Do they understand this well? And he was willing to bet that the guys knew it too. They just didn't want to admit it. It's not that he didn't understand their hopes, but great power comes with harsh reality. Let them think about it. After some time, they reached the shore, and Gupeng replied that it was Guizhou. The escort told them that they had business in Guizhou. They needed to find someone. It was the merchant king, Li Yike. His name was not well known at the moment, but in the future, he would become the foremost merchant in the central regions. Chu thought that the king of merchants was not someone to be enemies with. He had to have this money-making machine on his side. There was no need to hesitate in his skills. If he left the treasure in his care, he would dispose of it himself. If he could be bribed, Li Yuche would become the most reliable person. But it was worth noting that he was the kind of man who could be trusted with the treasure. When they came ashore, they were met by a man who said they looked like nobles. Most likely, they were swordsmen from a faction. He was a merchant from the countryside who, seeing their dignified gait, could not contain his admiration. Chu Sochong asked what was going on. Gupeng replied that there was no need to unpack their things at the inn, so he would simply take them to the Kayan branch of the Murim Alliance. and if he decides to do something strange, it won't escape his gaze. The merchant bowed and replied, "Of course." The master said that if their destination was the Murim organization, they would not have to stay at an inn. If there was nothing else in mind, they would be given shelter there. The merchant was stunned that Murim provided accommodation. The merchant asked if he could know the name of the great master. Smiling, he replied that he was Gupung from Hwasan. The merchant was very enterprising. The merchant thought that he was the 14th honorable swordsman. He had an unusual feeling that these were disciples of the great Hwasan. At that moment, Jang-hoon asked them to be quiet. The merchant lost all sense of shame. The master rebuked Jang-hoon for his manners. He said that as a member of the faction, he should be careful. He understood him, but he should speak more kindly. The merchant, embarrassed, said that he had caused some awkwardness. He should correct this in the future. Now let them follow him. Soon they reached the Kayan branch. The merchant said that they had arrived. After bowing, he said that he now asked him to forgive him as it was time for him to leave. The master and his disciples reported their arrival at the branch office. The man who met them was the manager of the Kayang branch, Shin Dogan. He said that it was an honor to meet the 14th honorable swordsman. Gupung bowed and replied that it was also an honor for him to meet the manager of the Kayang branch, who commanded the front lines in Guizhou. The manager replied that he had ordered blood and food to be prepared. They would be shown where to go when they left the room. Seeing the boys with the swordsman, he assumed that they were members of the Lotus Union. He asked if he was right. He said that it was an honor to meet the master who would be responsible for the future of Hwasan this year. The manager wasn't so bad. The swordsman replied that in the name of the Hwasan faction, he assured them that whatever mission they were assigned, they would accomplish it. The manager said that the 14th honorary swordsman was noble like no other. He would soon inform them of their assignment. He warned that the royal family of Yuga was currently in Kayana. They would probably work together on the mission, so it would be a good idea to get to know them in advance. Chu So-chung wondered if this was the right time. Soon the 14th honorary swordsman met with the great minister Zhuge. He greeted the minister and asked how many years had passed. The minister replied that 3 years had passed. He asked the young men standing behind him if they were from the Lotus Union, and if the 14th honorary swordsman was their guardian. Gupung answered correctly. The minister said that he had just brought the royal family of Zhuge to become a magnificent young generation in the faction. Also worth mentioning is the following. If all goes well, he would like to create a place where negotiations can be conducted in harmony. These are his nephews. The young man bowed and said that it was an honor to meet the honorable swordsman, whom he had only heard about. He is Zhuge Sung. In Kangho, he was given the embarrassing title of Beautiful Jade Sage. The swordsman replied that he knew they looked familiar. She was a young lady from the Zhuge family. The girl smiled and replied that she was Zhuge Sulan. Sang was her older brother. Impressed, Zhang Hong exclaimed that it was indeed Zhuge Sulan herself. Everyone stared at the young man in surprise, and he replied, embarrassed, that they should forgive him. The minister replied that there was no need to apologize. On the contrary, he was glad that a member of the Lotus Union knew their Sulan. He pointed to the embarrassed boy standing next to him and said this. Without raising his head, the boy said his name was Zhuge Senkei. The swordsman said that because his knowledge was not very extensive, he was unaware of his achievements. The minister said that Senkei usually doesn't show himself, so it's not surprising. He's shy, so please understand. Smiling, Zhang Hong said that he didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he would become friends with the younger brother. Looking at the royal family, Chu So-chung thought that he never imagined he would be here. He had only wondered what it would be like. The outstanding generation of Zhuge. This era witnessed the birth of an incredible number of heroes who went down in history, generation after generation. Joji Sung, who would later be called the Heavenly Warrior, would become one of these heroes. He would demonstrate amazing skills and become famous. The scheming Zhuge Suran. Zhuge Sung was great at military techniques and tactics, while Zhuge Suran became an expert in politics. During battles, most of Morima's tactics were devised by these two. People even decided that Zhuge Liang had been reborn as a boy and a girl. And there was one more person. Zhuge Senke, who was later recognized. Together, these three were on the most wanted list. He wondered how this could have happened in the Hubei region. The minister told Senke that it didn't matter how unskilled he was. Just looking at him would disappoint and enrage you. He should stand up straight immediately. This guy is such a talentless hack. The minister shouted that it was all his fault. He was the one who created this mess. That's why he's called a frivolous eccentric. Chu was stunned by how this guy was being treated. The minister shouted that he wasn't asking for much. Let him just do regular meditation like everyone else, and stop studying useless things, like the construction of mechanisms, but better yet, let him concentrate on normal use. The construction of mechanisms is an art that has been abandoned and deemed useless. The art of using and constructing mechanisms had been a source of pride for the royal family, but now it was forgotten. If the enemy's power was a precious gem, its destruction would have attracted some attention, but it was forgotten because of the two demonic forces. Therefore, studying something like the construction of mechanisms was enough to earn contempt. The girl asked her young disciple in the Hua mountain sect if he was considered strange. At that moment, Senka said that if he would deign to forgive him, he would go. Suddenly, Chu So-chung asked if he could go with him. Watching the boys leave, the girl said that he had been given a nickname, a frivolous eccentric. She thinks that strange people are attracted to each other. At that moment, Chu called out to Seong-kei and asked if he wanted to be friends with his uncle. The boy replied that he was only 2 years older. What did he mean by uncle? He should stop talking nonsense and disappear. Chu So-chung said he knew he wasn't a gift, a pathetic sight, whining about everything. But he was crazy about the structure of mechanisms, and that wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it was amazing to be interested in something that others didn't dare to. Let him try. And if he sticks to his beliefs and continues to work hard, there will be nothing in the world he cannot achieve. So he shouldn't stop, no matter what others say. Let him follow the path that suits him. And just like before, he shouldn't give up. Everything he has achieved and learned, he must not renounce it. If the world does not accept it, he will. And those who disregard his genius will know his wrath. Stunned, Sankei told Chu to tell him the truth. It was his uncle who asked him to flatter him in order to influence him somehow. Slamming the door in front of Chuseok's face, he shouted at the boy to get lost. At that time, Gun was in a meeting. The manager told him that moving from Guizhou, they would reach the east in 2 days and arrive in Wengun. In 2 or 3 months of walking, they would reach the village where Murim and the River of Evil Flags were located. From today's report, they learned that they had been pushed back. He hoped that the warriors of Murim's Guizhou branch would support them. The minister said that it might be a little dangerous, but it would be good experience for Song and Saran. That's great. After thinking about it, the swordsman replied that this was true. The Hua Mountain sect would support this idea. The administrator said that was excellent. Then they should depart today at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Dissatisfied, Sanka said that between the true faction and the false faction, there was no battle at all. So why was Guizhou the only place where there was unrest? After thinking about it, Chu replied that Guizhou was a place that divided the two factions. Even if peace and harmony were established, if they were not capable. If they destroy each other on the front lines and act like mindless soldiers, it will lead to obvious results. He thought that the guy knew nothing. He needed to drill it into his head about what was happening in Murim, even if he had to do it by force. If this guy didn't even know the basics, then they would have problems. He said that it didn't matter how you tried to maintain control. The soldiers of Murim have patronage and resentment. This monster of emotions will be suppressed to change a person? Guizhou is just the place for that. The chains of patronage and anger lead to that. He can't change anything. It doesn't matter who tries. He won't be able to break them. Brilliant. The guy asked what he meant by genius. His intentions are obvious, but they're not that bad. Suddenly, the guy thought about it. What if he meant something else by genius? If his uncle sent him, then it might be true. It's just a cheap trick. So he should just give up. Smiling, Chu So-chung told the kid to just accept it. He has ears, so he knows that people think he's strange too. His older brother, whom he loved to talk to, should have told him that, shouldn't he? He replied that the only people who talked to him were his uncle and him. Looking at the boy, Chu So-chung thought that he knew his nature was unstable, but he didn't think he was so fragile. Was he really that strange? Shaking his head, he decided to forget about it and just believe. If he didn't believe in this oddball, who else would? No one even talked to him. The bewildered boy looked at Chu So-chung and asked what was wrong. Maybe he had gone mad. Imagining how much fun it would be to knock the boy on the head, he thought he had a lot of work ahead of him. He said that if Uncle Seonki saw this, he would be scared. He was a small but strong boy. The boy shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Chu replied that he just wanted to play with him. He decided that he should flatter him first. Even one wrong move with him could be dangerous. Sighing, Senka told him it was strange to say such things, but Chu would be better off not associating with him. He was a pathetic fool who hadn't even reached 20% of his skill. He was obsessed with the structure of mechanisms like a minor star in the sky. So he was completely useless in this era. Cho So-chung looked thoughtfully at the dejected young man who didn't believe in himself. How strange. As his nickname suggests, it will take some time for his talents to be appreciated. Yu Xioniki was discovered during an investigation of the treasure trove of the Triple Sublime Mind. This was because there were some mechanisms in the treasure trove. The faction, especially the Yuga family, had the opportunity to take possession of a huge amount of treasure, thanks to Zhuge's knowledge of the mechanisms. At that moment, Senka decided that the neglect towards him would end. He couldn't have been more wrong. Of course, there were people who changed their opinion of him, but most believed that he was at least good for something. And when Zhuge was almost completely forgotten, his existence became widely known again. This was due to the structure of the mechanisms. Mechanical engineering, which had been considered useless, was revived in the era of battles. Mechanical skills had been forgotten. The only one who could take the necessary action was Zhuge Shinkei. Later, the influence of the royal family grew rapidly and skyrocketed. Zhuge Shinkei was an expert in the construction of mechanisms. However, all the work was very destructive for Senka. He was the only one who understood the mechanisms and was responsible for everything. He worked on everything himself, and his room was under guard. Under such pressure, it was impossible to keep his mind stable. He eventually overworked himself and burned out. About 10 years later, at the age of 50, he took his own life. Soon they moved on. The minister arrived and was greeted by the soldiers. He said that he had barely learned of what had happened and had come here, so they should explain in more detail. They reported that the River of Evil had 600 Murima allies. They had 3 supreme masters, but not a single high-ranking one. The minister replied that first they would find out the course of the battle and then decide. He was interrupted by a warrior who said there was an urgent message. Frowning, the minister turned around and asked angrily what the matter was. The excited warrior reported that news had arrived from the battle. 3 raging mad dogs had been spotted near the River of Evil. Sighing, the swordsman said that no matter how you looked at it, they couldn't relax. He told the soldiers that he was leaving Jong-hoon and Jang So-yeon to them. They replied that he should leave it to them. Surprised, Chu So-chung asked how they would handle the two. Gupeng replied that he was sorry he hadn't told him earlier. He really wanted to take him with him, but he thought it would be too difficult. Bring 3 warriors from Kayang. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave his youngest son here. Chu thought regretfully that he had hoped for something else. The young man wished them a safe journey and promised to pray for their well-being. Gupeng fought fiercely against the attackers. The warriors supported him, shouting that he was the 14th escort swordsman. The satisfied minister laughed and said that they were nothing against him. Suddenly, Zhuge Suran noticed that something was wrong. She called her older brother. The girl said that there were too few of them. Of course, it was hard to say exactly, but the River of Evil squad numbered 150 warriors. She shouted to her uncle that they had fallen into a trap. There were between 100 and 150 men in the enemy squad. He replied that she had little experience in military matters, so she was probably mistaken. The stunned girl said that he should look ahead. These were the last seconds of the evil river's life. The frightened warriors cried out, asking what they should do. What would happen to the women and children? They clutched their heads, trying to decide what to do to save them. As he approached the warriors, Chu Sochong thought that he had never imagined that this would be a trap. By rough estimate, there were about 100 of them, although there should have been a master among them. And if he was there, then they had nothing to worry about. Chu Sohon smiled. The delighted warrior shouted that he was a member of the Lotus Squad. They were saved. The second said he was an idiot. He was only 12 years old. Thinking, Chu calculated that, not counting the wounded, they had 1 first-class warrior of the 23rd rank. That was too few. He decided that those geniuses must have realized it was a trap. Reinforcements would undoubtedly be sent, so they just had to hold out until then. He assumed that Singh had hidden himself after learning of the trouble. It would probably be better that way. Bearing his sword, the young man took a deep breath and decided it was time to begin. At that moment, the gate was shattered into splinters by powerful blows. The frightened women screamed in terror when they saw the bandits burst in. Clenching his huge fists, the grinning bandit shouted furiously for them to come out. He said his name was Park Wongup. Even children stop crying when they hear his name. Seeing Chu Park, he asked who the boy was. Looking at him, Chu Sochong replied that he didn't need to know. He would soon be dead. Hearing this, the gangster laughed. He asked if the boy really intended to fight all of them. He replied no, he wasn't alone. At that moment, armed warriors came out to meet Park Wongup. Frowning, Pak cursed silently. He said he was a little nervous because of how confident the boy was. That's why he would punish him with his sword for underestimating them. At that moment, the warriors saw the others beginning to squeeze through the hole in the gate. The warriors and bandits crossed swords, engaging in a fierce battle. Looking at Chu Sochong, Park Wongup asked what made him so confident. Wielding his huge sword and shouting for him to go to hell, he rushed into the attack. Frowning, Chu Sochong looked closely at his opponent, assessing his abilities. He thought about how he had always been behind, but now it was time to change everything. Smirking, Park Wongup shouted, "Did the kid wet his pants out of fear?" Furiously swinging his sword, Chu Sochun decided that now it was his turn to go forward. Shocked, Park Wongup stared in disbelief as his sword shattered into pieces. Seeing this, the warriors were stunned. They did not expect such strength from a 12-year-old boy. For his attack, Chu Sochong used the Qigong technique Manhwa, or butterfly dance. He moved swiftly between his attackers, delivering crushing blows. Using the downfall of sensual beauty, the boy fiercely attacked his enemies. With their eyes wide with horror, the bandits stared in amazement as the boy attacked. He shouted, "Plum Blossom!" In a couple of moments, the stunned gangsters scattered in different directions. Enraged, Park Wongup shouted in fury, "Who the hell are you?" Looking at the gangster, Chu Sochong smiled, saying he was just passing by. The swordsman Hosanna. With a fierce swing, Chu Sochong delivered a powerful, crushing blow. 30 minutes before the battle, Chu had discussed defense tactics with his warriors. He told them to wait at the gates, blocking them so that they would not all rush in at once. Second-class warriors were to stay nearby and provide backup where needed. Finally, he would fight alone in the center, taking on one enemy at a time. That way, they would win. The soldiers had doubts about the feasibility of this strategy. Looking at the fighting guy, the warrior thought that at first he didn't believe in him. The guy ordered him to stay on the left. They were pressing too hard. He had to be on his guard. He shouted that there were too few of them, so they should calm down and fight. Smiling as he watched the guy, the warrior realized that they had Hosanna's cover. At that moment, one of the bandits shouted furiously for him to go to hell and swung a huge sword. Nimbly dodging the attack, Chu Sochong delivered a crushing blow. The attacker on the other side swung to strike and shouted that he was about to get it. Smiling, Chu Sochong easily parried the attack and shouted, "No, thank you." Attacking fiercely, he delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's leg, sending him flying to the side. The bandit shouted that the Hosang faction fighting for honor was kicking. Chu replied that he had once been a skilled swordsman, but after experiencing battle, he changed his mind. Life is more important. The bandit shouted for help. Chu said that he was a warrior of the River of Evil, so why was he listening to him? Frowning, Wongup watched the battle. Frightened comrades shouted that 30 warriors had already fallen. He told them to think positively. If they were fighting 30 men with all their strength, they must be exhausted. Pak thought that there was no turning back now. Perhaps ordinary people could, but since he was responsible for everything, he would surely be pursued. He announced that whoever killed the boy would be rewarded with gold and reported to a senior officer. Hearing about the gold reward, the warriors of the River of Evil frowned and thought about it. Frowning, the warriors of the River of Evil let out a fierce cry and rushed into the attack. Seeing the faces contorted with rage, the warriors cried out in horror to the young Master Chu. At that moment, he was fiercely attacked by the enemy who wanted to destroy him. The boy cursed fiercely. Gritting their teeth, the warriors fought fiercely, trying to repel the enemy's attack. At that moment, Zhuge Senka entered the battlefield, dragging a mechanism behind him. He shouted loudly to them, and at that moment, a powerful explosion rang out. Chu Sochong and all the warriors turned around in surprise upon hearing the explosion. A moment later, a huge stream of devastating arrows flew over the heads of the warriors. The shocked warriors of the River of Evil stared in horror at the approaching arrows. The deadly arrows rapidly approached and rained down on the enemy. Dodging the blows, the warriors looked around in terror, trying to understand where they were coming from. At that moment, Zhu Sonke laughed joyfully and shouted that it was a success. Turning around, Chu Sochong saw a bamboo crossbow in Sinki's hands. He thought that this was definitely what the Tang clan from Sichuan had used during the battle. Being men of honor, they were ashamed to use Sung's invention because it was a weapon of destruction, so they sold it to the Tang clan. Looking at the young man, Chu Sochong thought that he would undoubtedly be an outstanding person in the future. He shouted to Sung that it was excellent work. That settled it. He was undoubtedly a genius. Therefore, he should help his older brother, and they would do it together. The young man replied that he was talking nonsense again. At that moment, the enraged Park Won-gup shouted furiously for them to attack. Swinging his huge sword, the warrior of the River of Evil rushed at Chu Sochong. He shouted furiously for the boy to go to hell and tried to strike him. But the boy dodged the attack and delivered a crushing counterattack. The enraged warrior, his eyes flashing fiercely, shouted that he was a worthless brat. Crossing their deadly swords, they clashed in a devastating confrontation. Moving swiftly, Chu Sochong delivered fierce blows. The stunned warriors of the River of Evil watched the battle in amazement. At that moment, Chu Sochong flew high into the air, swinging his sword. He swung his sword furiously in all directions, not allowing his opponent to get close. Smiling, the young man shouted for them to attack. He was Chu Sochihon from the Hosanna faction. At that moment, the warriors shouted that they should follow the young Master Chu. They fiercely rushed to attack the warriors of the River of Evil, crushing them. At that moment, Sing released another volley of deadly arrows. Seeing the flying arrows, the warriors of the River of Evil recoiled. Enraged, Park Won-gun shouted furiously, "What the hell are you doing?" At that moment, Chu Sochong approached and shouted that no, that wasn't what he was doing. He was sure it was a bluff. The guy had been fighting non-stop and must be exhausted. Chu said that under normal circumstances, that would be the case. But not in his case. He asked him to forgive him for taking away his hope, but that wouldn't even make him sweat. Shocked, Park Won-gup shouted for him not to come closer. Turning around, he yelled at his soldiers to run. Cursing furiously, Park Won-gup pushed the soldiers aside and shouted for them to get out of the way. He would go first, but suddenly he felt someone grab him by the collar and tell him he wasn't going anywhere. Cho So-chong said that they could learn the details of the operation from him, therefore he would remain. He tried to justify himself by saying that he knew very little. Let the swordsman release him. Smiling, Chu said that he would destroy him then. Park Won-gup promised to tell them everything they wanted to know. After a while, the 14th swordsman returned, accompanied by soldiers. He looked around excitedly at the broken gate and blood-stained swords. The bodies of crushed warriors lay everywhere and deadly weapons were scattered about. Frightened, Gupung rushed away, hoping that there was still someone to help. He looked around distractedly when Chu So-chong came out of the tent. Seeing his ward alive, Gupung rejoiced and breathed a sigh of relief. The surprised minister said that even though the River of Evil's troops were made up of third-class warriors, how could he have defeated 100 warriors all by himself? Smiling, the warrior replied that it was all thanks to the young Master Chu. Angered, the minister shouted for him to tell the truth. Everyone knew he was only 12. Who was he trying to fool? The second warrior confirmed that it was true. He had seen it with his own eyes. Frowning, the minister said that if he said that all the warriors of the River of Evil were third class, and half of them had fled, then perhaps there was some truth in his words. Cho Seok-hoon said that he knew he had much more inner strength than his peers. That played a big role. Gupung smiled and replied that it was still an amazing job. The master thought that he had been watching him before. Although his combat skills were average, his insight and internal energy were impressive. Usually, if a person participates in a real battle at such a young age, his body freezes up. But he fought calmly and led the warriors. The manager thanked everyone for their hard work. When the news reached him, he was so happy that he started dancing. Now they had plenty of food and alcohol. Celebrate. Zhang Hong approached Chu Seong-chon and said that he saw him in a completely different light. This was nothing compared to what the elders had done. Zhang So-yeon confirmed that they all see him in a different light now. It seems she underestimated him. Lowering her eyes, Jujeo Suran congratulated Master Chu. Jujeo Sang said that it was amazing. They all decided that they shouldn't speak so formally and assumed that they would get along now. Everyone sat at the tables, chatting amiably and celebrating their victory over the River of Evil. Only Sang-ae sat alone. Suddenly, the boy heard a noise behind him and turned around in surprise. Chu So-chong was standing in the doorway, smiling. Sangha asked him what he wanted. After thinking for a moment, he told Chu that he wanted him to keep it a secret that he had used it. because using a hidden weapon in such a prestigious faction was humiliating. Chu smiled and replied that it was because of his genius little brother that they had won. Sighing, he added that if it weren't for Sing, he would already be dead. Although unfortunately they had to keep it a secret, at least he recognized him. So he should cheer up. The guy thanked him for the compliment, but replied that Chu was the amazing one, not him. Laughing, Chu said that he had finally recognized his brother's greatness. But there was no need to be jealous. He was lucky to have used the miracle medicine. If he takes it, he's sure that Sing is also going to be just like him. Surprised, the guy asked again what kind of miracle medicine it was. Chu replied that martial artists have strange destinies, but no matter how difficult it is, the miracle medicine simplifies everything and solves the problem. If he had the miracle cure, he could become a master in the blink of an eye. Shinge doubted that such a thing was possible. Frowning, Chu asked if Shinge considered himself a better expert than him, or perhaps the young man had already taken the miracle cure. He replied no, but Chu interrupted him, saying that if that was the case, he should just sit there and keep quiet. Lowering his head, Sing asked if Chu really thought it was that easy to accept such a fate. If everything were that simple, the world would be full of martial arts masters. Smiling, Chu asked what he would say if his older brother could get him the miracle cure. He had recently learned something interesting. Excited, Shinge replied that if it were true, he would not only be his brother, but also his subordinate. Looking at Shinge, Chu So-chang said that he hoped he would remember this promise well. 2 days later, soldiers appeared in Guizhou and were met by the governor, Sin Dog-yun. He asked them the reason for their visit to the Kaiyan brand. The warrior replied that he had come to congratulate them on their victory and wanted to present a gift to the 14th escort swordsman. Chu So-chang and Zhang Hong watched the whole procession from the balcony. The swordsman told the children that today he would teach them how to deal with people. When receiving a gift, if they are asked for a favor, it is better to refuse. For a Taoist, it was taboo to be greedy. They should always accept gifts in moderation. If the gifts were expensive, people's attitudes toward them might change. Also, if someone's tone promises something, they should avoid that person. A promise to a faction like theirs is a heavy burden. They went out to meet the people who had come to congratulate them. One of them was from Sichuan. The swordsman and his children bowed to the newcomers who brought gifts. One man said that they were members of the Lotus Squad from the Hosanna faction. Not long ago, he had heard about their active participation in Kayana. Smiling, the man said that people loved to praise the Dragon Eyes of the Wudun faction, but no one could compare to the Lotus Brigade. Many people came and complimented them. Some said they were fascinated by them. Standing next to the master, the children continued to bow to everyone who congratulated them. People came in a large stream and brought gifts for the Hosanna faction. They were already tired. Chu So-chang looked at the guests and wondered where he was. He was absolutely certain that he must be somewhere here. The guy was waiting for the king of merchants, Li Yi-jae, to arrive with all the other travelers. The guy cursed under his breath. He thought he had done a lot to help him. He had to show up. At that moment, a man approached them and greeted them with a laugh. He said that they had met again. Chu thought that this petty merchant was definitely not him. He could have changed his name, but his passion for money was matched only by the amount of fat on his body. He was also extremely proud that even if he had to face Murma's alliance, he would not back down. At least he would not behave like an ordinary merchant and did not have an average build. When it was all over, they would have to check the visitor's book. The merchant said that they were indeed Hoshin novices. Not long ago, he heard the news and was delighted. Usually when people talk about swordmasters, the Hosanna faction rises above all others. Gupeng told the merchant to forgive him, but he had already spoken to too many people, so he took his leave. The merchant shouted for them not to behave like that and to give him a little time. Gupeng replied that he had to go, but the merchant shouted for him not to leave. The merchant tried to stop him, but the guards grabbed him by the arms. The enraged merchant shouted for them to come back. He shouted furiously that the bastard should know his place. They should let him go. Did they know who he was? He shouted that he was a warrior of the Murima Kansa branch of the Golden Merchant Organization. He was the head of a small merchant association called the Golden Merchant Organization, and his name was Li Yi-jae. Hearing these words, Chu So-chang was stunned. He did not expect Li Yi-jae to be this merchant. The warriors pushed the merchant out of the gate and closed the door in his face. Unhappy with this encounter, the merchant wandered through the night streets far away from there. Suddenly, he heard someone greet him loudly. Surprised, he turned around and saw Master Chu So-chang standing before him. Embarrassed, the merchant asked Master Chu to forgive him for the trouble he had caused. He asked what had brought him there. Was it an order from the 14th escort swordsman? The young man replied that it was not. However, he had business with him. The merchant was stunned. The young man said they needed to go somewhere else and talk in private. The merchant agreed. He thought there was something to it. He smelled money. They reached a quiet place. Chu said that they should skip the meaningless small talk and get straight to the point. So the merchant didn't need to talk about his obvious intentions. The merchant replied that he could speak freely. Chu smiled and said that, of course, deals are usually based on trust and manners. He thought he would need his help in the future. It would be better to establish an equal relationship. The merchant asked what he meant by business. The young man replied that he was interested in the business the merchant had proposed. The merchant was surprised and thought for a moment. He said that, to be honest, he didn't even think there was anything special about a small merchant. He didn't understand why he trusted him and wanted to hear him out. Moreover, it seemed that he had come here without informing the 14th escort swordsman and the other members of the Lotus. Chu So-chang replied that he also had a proposal. The merchant asked what it was. The guy replied that he would first like to learn about his business. The merchant agreed. He said that, to be honest, he called it a business to make it sound more respectable, but in reality there was nothing special about it. They traded rice. But he wanted to sell the most popular product as military provisions. Chu guessed that he wanted a chance to become a military merchant. The merchant confirmed this. He asked if he was sure he needed financial support. The merchant replied that everything was fine in that regard. They needed help of a different kind. The matter was rather delicate, so the master had to listen to him carefully. To put it bluntly, they needed connections. It didn't matter how, but he needed permission to trade with the military. He couldn't get it all, but he could arrange for some of it. The merchant fell silent. The guy promised not to get angry during the conversation, so let him speak. He promised to judge only after listening. The merchant said that as a member of the Lotus, he had probably visited the meeting place of the head of the Kion branch, together with the swordsman. The guy confirmed this. The merchant said that he therefore believed he knew about the conflict in Guizhou. Could he tell him about the areas that were cut off or were having problems replenishing supplies? Chu thought that, as he had heard, his greed was no joke. The one who had originally helped the king of merchants was also abnormal. Judging by the situation, he was asking for information that should be secret. No, the merchant king is not a man who can distinguish between good and evil. The word golden in the name of the organization is not there for nothing. He is only interested in money. He could help, but if he brought him to the king, it would only be limited to the Vanan district. The merchant replied that that was fine. After thinking about it, Chu So-chung said that in a normal situation he would have refused, but he thinks the merchant knows the reason. Thanking him for listening, the merchant said he was surprised that his head was still on his shoulders. The young man replied that it was now his turn to make an offer. The merchant said he would like to hear it. Smiling, Chu asked if he knew about the three-eyed ghost warrior. The merchant thought, oh no, the tomb with the treasures of the three-eyed ghost thief. Chu told him that the spiritual fruit he had eaten several years ago had originally been found in the tomb, not in an underground cave. He asked what he should do. The merchant thought that, judging by his eyes, he was not lying. The merchant said that even if the treasure really existed, how would he plan to transport all of it without anyone noticing? It was impossible. He was a member of the Lotus Squad from the Hosanna faction and did not need to worry about his safety. But as an ordinary merchant, he would surely be killed by robbers. The guy replied that there was no need to take everything. Even the smallest part would suffice. So let him gather people he trusts. Then he would go with them to the treasure chamber and take only the most valuable items. That would be enough. He must keep this proposal a secret. And if Lee accepted, he would try to persuade Vanon's military units to place the replenishment of supplies under the control of the Gold Merchants Association. The merchant replied that he understood and asked why the master trusted him with the treasure. He replied that the merchant was counting on his support. He had his doubts, even though he had promised to help. Who else would believe his story? He thought he simply knew the future. He didn't have much time. He would leave tomorrow or the day after. The merchant agreed. The merchant replied that he would do it. He thought that if it was real, then it was serious business, even if it wasn't the treasure of the three-eyed ghost thief. Gaining control of the military trade in Vanan was worth it. Chu said that they should discuss the details. After finishing the negotiations, Chu So-chung set off on his return journey. The merchant bowed. Suddenly, Gupung announced that they had to return to Hosang tomorrow, so everyone should get ready. At that moment, Zhang So-yeon asked if they weren't going to see the Shaolin Temple, the Mutan faction, or the Murim branch in Anho. Hearing her words, Chu So-chung mentally encouraged her, telling her she was doing well and to keep it up. The master replied that he also wanted to show them as much as possible, but that it would be difficult. His heart was bleeding. Disappointed, Zhang Hong said that the Lotus Squad's first outing into the world was meant to be a sightseeing trip and a chance to gain experience. It shouldn't be so dangerous. The master replied that fortunately the children were unharmed. The central government was also concerned about them and unanimously decided to bring them home. There was no choice. Puzzled, Chu thought that fortunately, Zhuge's family had also been ordered to return, so he could go with Xingye to Chongqing. But he couldn't ask the merchant king to go with them. Even if they went to Chongqing and plundered the tomb, he would have to return. But how? After a while, the squad of 14 swordsmen set off on their return journey. The Zhuge family, led by Minister Zhuge Saka, also set off with them. Both detachments were accompanied by soldiers to ensure their safety. At that time, an informant arrived at the headquarters of the River of Evil boss, Cheon-chu, with news. He informed his master that news had arrived that the 14th swordsman would soon arrive at the Yangtze River. The enraged boss replied that even the execution of those who attacked Wengan and fled would not appease his anger. Did they really think they would get away unharmed? Teach those Hosan bastards a lesson. Soon the travelers reached the Yangtze River. The port was suspiciously quiet. The accompanying swordsman looked around suspiciously. The minister asked him what was wrong. He replied that it was nothing serious. He just thought there weren't enough ships. It was usually busy at this time of year. Many people gather here to enjoy the beauty of the Yangtze. The minister replied that he was wary because of what had happened. He should rest. Gupeng replied that he was not alarmed, but thanked him for his concern. They sailed down the river in a boat. The accompanying swordsman looked around. He lowered his head and looked at the water at a school of fish swimming by. Suddenly, he was overcome with unease. He realized that something was happening. At that moment, he noticed suspicious shadows on the water and shouted for Marima's warriors to listen to him. Drawing his sword, Gupung shouted for them to protect the Lotus Squad and the Zhu family. The bewildered minister asked the 14th swordsman what was happening. The warriors drew their swords and surrounded the minister and the children to protect them. The warrior of the evil river smiled. The 14th escort swordsman was quick on his feet. He really had a keen sense of smell. A group of armed men stood on the cliff. They were warriors of the evil river. A loud order to board was given, and the warriors rushed toward the boat. Murima's warriors cursed. The boat rocked from the powerful jumps. The stunned minister shouted that these were pirates of the 9 seas. He looked fearfully at the bandits surrounding them, who were grinning. The swordsman said that if they had mistaken their ship for another, he would forgive them, so they should leave immediately. Laughing, the pirate stepped forward. He said that they had already met, so how could he have been mistaken? Last time he hadn't introduced himself, so they didn't know him. His name was Yuk Duran. He thanked them for the payment he had received earlier. At that moment, Zhang Hong realized that this was the same pirate who had asked for money. Frowning, the minister said that Yuk Duran was one of the 100 greatest masters. Could it really be the pirate known as the water-splitting spearman? The minister was shocked. At that moment, the pirate took out his deadly spear and began to swing it over his head. A moment later, Yuk Duran struck the ship's deck with all his might with the hilt of his spear. The blow caused the boat to sway. The swordsman realized that it was indeed him. He asked what the water-jumping spearman was doing on this ship. The pirate laughed and told them to listen carefully. They were pirates of the 9 seas, guardians of the Yangtze River. For a long time, if they wanted to cross the Yangtze River, they had to pay a price. But he had slandered them by calling them thieves and had not paid the toll. Zhang Hong shouted that they had started it all. The pirate said that they had not opposed the Lotus Squad and Zhuge's stubborn children. It was those children who suddenly said they would not cooperate with the pirates and turned their swords on them. Zhuge Sok said it seemed something was happening. It didn't look like those people would let them go just like that. Gupung said that there were few ships in the port. Could it be because of that? The pirate said that Murim's young blood was hot, and it was only natural that he made mistakes, not knowing the balance of power. He repeated himself. The Yangtze River is the territory of the pirates of the 9 seas. They cause trouble here. And therefore, as guardians, they protect the peace and law of the river. The pirate shouted to spare no one. Bearing their weapons, the pirates of the 9 seas shouted furiously and rushed into battle. Seeing this, Chu Sochung was stunned. He did not understand what was happening. Drawing his sword, Zhang Hong shouted for his younger brother to stand behind him. Joge-sung covered his younger brothers, Surak and Sing, with his body. He stood up to protect them. Frowning, Chu Sochung wondered what was going on. If they had fought with those spears, it would have been impossible to forget. That was what was happening. The young man suddenly realized that this had not been part of his past life. Gritting his teeth, he decided that now was not the time to think about it. At that moment, the pirate spearman attacked the 14th escort swordsman. The swordsman swung his sword furiously, desperately fighting the enraged pirate. Smirking, the vicious pirate delivered powerful, crushing blows. At one point, a powerful blow knocked Gupung off balance and he almost fell. He barely managed to fend off the deadly attack of the enraged pirate. Cho So-chung realized that this was a battle in which his teacher was in a very bad position. He decided that he must help him. He couldn't let him die here. Jo Jeo-suran and Sung-ge were standing near the mast. Seeing them, the pirate burst out laughing. He shouted at the pirates not to harm the girls. They laughed in response. Frowning, Ju Jeo-suran looked at the pirates approaching her. The vicious hands of the evil pirates reached out toward the defenseless girl. Seeing this, her brother shouted furiously for them not to touch her. Chu So-chung rushed forward and delivered a crushing blow. He fiercely attacked the pirate, not letting him get close to the girl. Stunned, Ju Ge-suran looked in surprise at the young man trying to protect her. Frightened, Jang So-yeon screamed for her younger brother to be careful. From the powerful blow, the pirate flew to the side and crashed onto the deck with a loud thud. Frowning, Chu So-chung shouted that he would go help the teacher right away. Don't distract him with useless concern. This is a warning. Zhang Hong asked if his younger brother had lost his mind. Trying to stop him, Hong shouted, "No, don't go! They can go alone!" He was still shouting younger brother when what he saw shocked him. Furiously swinging his sword, Chu So-chung delivered fierce blows, crushing the pirates. Seeing this, the pirates were shocked. They did not expect the boy to be able to fight like that. Enraged, Chu So-chung shouted that he didn't have time. Let them all attack at once. The enraged pirate shouted furiously that they must hurry to destroy him. Shouting at Chu, the pirate rushed forward to deliver a powerful blow. Swinging his arm, the guy delivered a crushing counterattack to the pirate. The defeated pirate flew far to the side and fell overboard. The guy told Murima's warriors that from now on he wouldn't be able to take care of everyone. Therefore, they should keep in mind that they must focus on defense. Furiously swinging his sword, Chu So-chung said that it was a light sword of the blossoming plum tree. A moment later, he attacked the pirate and delivered a powerful, crushing blow. Frowning, the guy realized that he needed a little time to get used to it. The same applied to the teacher, but he couldn't use it for long. Watching the battle, the stunned pirate asked who this guy was. They were told that he was a weakling with a little talent, but that was not true at all. The pirate said they should warn the captain, with his temper, if he gets injured. The second one asked if he really thought he would lose. After all, he was a spearman of the jumping water. He would never lose. At that moment, the 14th swordsman and the spearman continued to fight fiercely. The pirate saw one of the defeated men crash onto the deck. Frowning, he wondered in bewilderment what was going on there. Enraged, Gupung sneered and shouted at him to look where he was looking. He tried to deliver a crushing blow, but the pirate parried it, saying it was useless. Looking questioningly at the swordsman, the spearman asked if his sword was shaking. In comparison, his martial art of the spear, like unshakable water, leveled out the shaking, becoming undoubtedly terrifying. Yuk-Daran burst out laughing. He had learned enough about how amazing Hosong's sword skills were. It was time to determine the winner. The swordsman was holding his own. The swordsman thought that was bad. He knew that until now the spearman had been assessing him. If the pirate fought at full strength, he wouldn't last long. At that moment, the body of the defeated pirate suddenly flew over their heads. Flying over the spearman's head, the pirate crashed onto the deck with a loud thud. Yuk-Daran was shocked. He couldn't understand what was happening. At that moment, Chu So-chong appeared before him and said he was greeting Yuk-Daran. The shocked 14th swordsman asked what Chu was doing there. He replied that he understood the sage's feelings, but now was not the time because they did not know. What would those people do? He pointed to the mountain where a crowd of armed men stood. The master shouted furiously, asking why the warriors had let Chu So-chong pass. Surak, stunned, said that it was unbelievable. But the young Master Chu had destroyed most of the pirates. His brother shouted that it was dangerous. Hearing her words, the 14th swordsman was stunned. He couldn't believe it. The surprised pirate spearman asked if the swordsman didn't know either. The master told Chu that if they got out of there alive, they would talk about it later. The boy said he would help the teacher, but Gupung replied that Chu would get in the way. He knew that he was hiding his true strength, but the enemy was too strong. If he interfered, he would only get in the way instead of helping. Therefore, he should leave the pirate to him. The enraged spearman shouted that the swordsman was a big fool and rushed to attack. He delivered a powerful crushing blow, intending to destroy the 14th swordsman. Gritting his teeth in rage, Gupung dodged the pirate's powerful blow. Yuk-Daran's attacks became faster and faster, but the swordsman managed to dodge them. Shouting furiously, Gupung attacked the pirate spearman to deliver a crushing blow. Enraged, Yuk-Daran clenched his teeth in anger. He parried the swordsman's attack. He shouted furiously that it was useless. A moment later, the pirate kicked the ship's deck with all his might. The powerful blow left a hole in the deck, and the ship began to list to one side. The swordsman struggled to maintain his balance on the swaying ship. At that moment, the pirate, accustomed to the rocking motion, attacked the disoriented swordsman. Gupung closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, waiting for the crushing blow. At that moment, Chu So-chong shouted furiously, asking who he was attacking. Jumping up, the young man swung his sword to deflect the deadly spear. The enraged pirate shouted that this child was too cocky. Swinging his sword fiercely, Chu shouted with a sneer for the bastard to stop. The guy used the falling lunge technique of Manhwa to attack. He used a flurry of Manhwa attacks, increasing the speed of his strikes. To repel the devastating attack, the pirate spun his spear. The enraged pirate was stunned to see that the guy had managed to hook him. Cursing furiously, he began to spin his deadly spear even faster. From the powerful spins of the spearman, the ship spun around on the water at great speed. Grinning maliciously, the pirate continued to spin the ship with all his might. He knew that the swordsman would not be able to fight properly on the rocking ship. The 14th swordsman, his eyes wide with horror, cried out, "No!" The deadly spear was rapidly approaching Chu So-chong, who was standing on the deck. Frowning, Chu raised his sword, deciding that this was his chance. Attacking the enraged pirate spearman shouted that he was a stupid bastard. Slicing through the air, Yuk-Daran swiftly approached the man to destroy him. The tip of the deadly spear was almost upon Chu So-chong. A powerful blow rang out. Sparks flew in all directions. The pirate's crushing spear was stopped by Chu's sword. The stunned pirate couldn't believe his eyes. He shouted in disbelief, barely holding back the pirate's onslaught. The stunned Chu saw blood splattering on the deck. The pirate who had attacked Gupung shouted to Chu So-chong that it was good work. He dealt Yuk-Daran a fatal blow and said that the spearman of the jumping water was careless. The pirate's eyes rolled wildly as he shouted, "It can't be, so the swordsman says he's careless." Laughing, he gripped his crushing spear tightly and told him not to make him laugh. Spinning his spear with all his might, the water-jumping spearman shouted that he would not go down alone. Using all his strength, he struck the bottom of the ship with his spear. The frightened 14th swordsman shouted but was too late to stop him. From the powerful blow to the hull of the ship, cracks spread and it broke in two. In an instant, the spearman leaped into the water. The children standing on the deck of Zhuge's ship began to fall rapidly from the tilting boat. The 14th swordsman lost his balance and rolled across the deck with a cry. Murima's warriors tried to hold on, but soon they were all in the water. Clutching his sword tightly, Chu So-chong shouted furiously, trying not to fall into the water. Soon the ship sank completely, leaving only air bubbles on the surface. Soon Jugi-sak's head appeared from under the water. He surfaced and looked around. Seeing him, a Murim warrior shouted for the minister to row toward him. The swordsman shouted that fortunately the current was not fast. He told everyone to grab hold of the rock. Everyone nearby began to swim toward the rock and hold on to it. Looking around, the swordsman asked if everyone was okay. No one was hurt. At that moment, Zhang So-yeon shouted to her teacher that she couldn't see her brother anywhere. The 14th swordsman, worried, started looking around for Chu. Frightened, Jang Hong and Zhang So-yeon widened their eyes in horror, trying to see their brother. At the same time, Yuga Sung and Yuga Suran tried to find their younger brother. The frightened girls excitedly shouted Sung's name, hoping to reach him. They shouted that if Sung was nearby, he should respond. 3 weeks later, in Guizhou in Wengan, a merchant was counting his money. He shouted joyfully that it was very good. It was money in his hands. His treasure, he loved it to death. After thinking about it, the merchant decided that he owed Mr. Chu a great debt. If it weren't for Chu, he would still be kissing someone's ass. He wants to repay his debt, but he is no longer in this world, so he cannot. What should he do? If Mr. Chu were reborn, he would give him silver coins. After thinking about it, he decided not to. Silver coins were a bit too much. Besides, he was no longer in this world. Then 3 pennies or 2. Sighing, the merchant came to the conclusion that even 1 was too much. Besides, how could a dead man use money? He would just pray for him, but he couldn't even remember his full name. At that moment, there was a knock at the merchant's door, and a servant said that a martial arts master wanted to see him. The merchant asked if he looked rich. The servant replied that he looked like a beggar. The merchant asked if he was from the order of the 9 great factions of the 5 great families, or the Marima Union. The servant replied that he was a vagrant. The merchant said to send him out. After a while, there was another knock at the merchant's door. He asked who it was. The man asked if he could come in, and the merchant replied that he could. The merchant's eyes widened in shock when he saw who had entered. Clinging fearfully to the wall, the merchant asked in amazement if it was really him. Chu smiled and replied that the chief merchant had an unhealthy complexion. Was he ready to plunder the tomb with its treasures? The frightened merchant cried out that it was definitely a ghost. Chu replied that the chief merchant should not bury people before their time. Throwing open the doors, Chu said to come in and asked about the unconscious warrior. Shocked, Lee EJ cried out, "Is that Zhuge Singh?" He knew him. Shaking with fear, the merchant shouted, "2 ghosts! Let them leave, I can't give them a penny." To calm him down, Chu Sochong hit the wall next to him. He told the merchant to calm down. He wasn't dead and was standing right in front of him. He was alive, so the merchant should shut up. He had something to say. The merchant replied that in Murim they said he was dead, but he believed that Chu was still alive and never doubted his master. Finally calming down, the chief merchant asked what had happened there after all. The young man replied that they had been swept away by the current and separated from the rest of the group. They ended up not far from Hubei. From there, they went to Hunan and returned to Guizhou. This took some time. The merchant interrupted their story and asked why they had returned. Hunan is the territory of the Bright faction, and moreover, isn't the Zhuge family there? Chu replied that this was precisely the reason. If Xing or his son were found, there would be an uproar and they would return to the Hassan faction and the Zhuge family. After that, they would not be able to leave for several years. That meant they wouldn't be able to do anything with the treasures of the 3-eyed ghost thief. Kurtz asked if that meant he had brought a member of the Zhuge family to keep it secret. How thoughtful. He had made preparations for the plan. The guy replied that Xing was their partner. Without him, it would be impossible to rob the tomb. Xing asked Chu if he was sure the treasures existed. Chu replied that even if there wasn't, his brother should follow him, or he would betray the one who saved his life. He asked the merchant if he was ready. Smiling, the chief merchant replied that he would follow his master. At that time in Shenxi, the 14th escort swordsman returned to the Hosong faction. Bowing to Yu Jungmok, he said that there was no forgiveness for him now. He was very sorry. Yu Jungmok, agitated, asked his brother what had happened. Tears streamed down Gupeng's face. He replied that he had failed to fulfill his duties as the leader of the Lotus Squad. Because of him, his disciple had died. It was all his fault. If he had believed in his disciple more, it would not have come to this. Trying to calm him down, the master replied that his brother shouldn't be too hard on himself. He had only recently returned and was slightly exhausted. Therefore, Gupeng should allow him some time alone. The 14th swordsman replied that he understood and apologized for his carelessness. The master told Gupeng to go rest. He sighed and remembered Sochon. He thought that Chu was a more amazing child than his master had thought. Taking the letter from his bosom, Yu Jungmok read the note from Sochon, who reported that he was fine. The boy said that he was with Sungge. He asked the master to keep their survival a secret. He would reveal the reason later. He apologized for causing his teacher worry. He promised that he and Sungge would return safe and sound. Sighing, Yu Jungmok said into the void that he was worried, so don't take too long. At that time in Wengan, the Golden Merchant Organization began to implement its plan. The chief merchant gathered the trusted warriors needed for the expedition. Looking at the men who had come, Chu Sochong assessed their abilities. Among the warriors summoned by the merchant were 9 second-class warriors, and 1 more first-class warrior who was close to becoming a supreme warrior. The merchant said that he had already warned the warriors that they were going to plunder the tomb. The young man asked if they could trust them. The merchant replied that there was no need to worry about that. They cherished their families. Each of them had members who needed help. Frowning, Singh asked if he had taken their family members hostage. The merchant replied that he was not that despicable. He had made a deal with them. If they swore allegiance to him, their medical history and treatment would be free. He had also investigated their identities. Chu asked how the merchant had introduced him to them. He replied that he had said very little, only that he was the one whose orders they must follow. They did not know what Chu Sochong and Senga Yuga looked like. Therefore, there was no need to worry about their identities being revealed. The guy said that the treasures are in Chungjin. The exact location is indicated here. He handed him a piece of paper. The merchant should send someone there. From a nearby village, upon their return, they must contact them quickly. The merchant must memorize this decryption and then burn it. The merchant replied admiringly that with this knowledge, even Zhuge Liang could be put to shame. He was moved to tears. Chu said let him cry then. The merchant replied that a man should not show his tears. He would support his master on his journey from behind, in the shadows. Let them plunder her and gather all the bones of the three-eyed ghost thief. Of course they know that treasures are much more important than bones. As they parted, the chief merchant said they would meet again. They must return unharmed, no matter what. The warriors set off with Chu Sokon. One of them asked suspiciously, Are we really supposed to trust this greenhorn? The second soldier shushed him. They should have noticed the length of Commander Chu's stride and his walking technique. They did not take their eyes off him out of pride. And although he was not a master, they had to follow his orders. Hadn't he heard the merchant? The warrior apologized to Wang, but he replied that there was no need to apologize to him. He would apologize to Commander Chu later. The slightest mistake would reflect badly on them in front of the chief merchant. When they reached the stone arch, the warriors asked suspiciously what was there. With a smile, Chu Sochong looked at the mountain of stones and replied, "Treasures." Surprised, Sungay looked at the mountain of stones. Chu asked if his brother knew what it was. Feeling the stones, Sungay replied something. He couldn't explain it. One side was slightly strange. The warriors looked at each other in confusion. Chu replied that he should do as he wished. He thought that it was no wonder that Sungay was #1 in mechanical engineering. Without him, he wouldn't even have found the entrance. The enthusiastic boy continued to study the pile of stones. Finally, Sing shouted, "There it is!" In an instant, the stones shook and began to fall. The warriors cursed and ran away from the stones, falling in all directions. Soon, an entrance opened before them. Chu said that Sungay was truly amazing. The warriors exclaimed in surprise. Chu Sochong announced that they had arrived at their destination. He wondered about the tomb with such a mechanism. Who on earth was buried here? They lit torches and began to slowly descend the long staircase. Soon, they were surprised to see a symbol and exclaimed, "Could this be the symbol of the three-eyed ghost thief?" Suddenly, one of the warriors, Cho Ryong, told the commander to listen to him. He asked him to tell the truth about the burial place. Chu replied that it was a tomb. He asked whose it was. Smiling, Chu Sochon replied that it belonged to the three-eyed ghost thief. Stunned, Jujeo Seonggae asked if it was really the tomb of the legendary thief. Chu smiled and replied that it was just a rumor. They would find out if they went inside. With a smirk, the young man looked at his companions and asked if anyone wanted to go inside. The warrior replied that although he might die, he must not die. Let the commander simply give orders. Chu replied that they would try to ensure that no one died. But if someone did die, he promised that his family would be taken care of. He would go first. Sing would be in the middle. They had to protect him on all sides. But they must not block his view. It may not seem like it, but he is the most important one. There are so many devices in this tomb that it can be considered one large mechanism. And it is Shinga who can study and disable all the mechanisms. Cho Ryong asked incredulously if it was really this child. Chu replied that he would lead them, but listening to Shinge was the top priority. In case of differing opinions, priority should be given to Sing's orders. He can be considered more of an expert than any of them. Frowning, the warrior said he couldn't believe that everyone's lives were in the hands of ordinary teenagers. They saw several entrances in front of them. Chu asked where they should go. Sing replied that all paths were the same. After thinking for a moment, Chu chose one of the entrances and said they would go there. Sing stopped him. Surprised, Chu stopped. Shinge picked up a stone from the floor and threw it at the door. A moment later, there was a terrible crash, and huge swords split the space. Stunned, Chu said that Sing had said they were all the same. He replied yes. They all had devices installed. The surprised warrior asked how the boy knew this. Could he teach him too? Smiling, Chu Sochong said that it was useless to ask him. Thinking for a moment, Sing replied that it was quite difficult to express in words. Couldn't he just see it? The passage looked as if a trap had been set there. The stunned warrior said that this child was very strange. Chu Sochong smiled and agreed with him. But this guy was reliable. Together, they began to move forward cautiously. Chu Sochong led the way. At every step, various deadly traps awaited them. A barrage of devastating arrows or huge stones falling from the ceiling. Walking next to Sochun, Shinge tried to anticipate all the traps. He barely managed to warn his partner when a deadly blade came crashing down on them. Having escaped death from the dangerous traps, they continued along the long corridor. Suddenly, they saw a large number of wooden figures ahead of them. Surprised, Chu Sokon asked Sing what these figures were doing there. The boy replied that it was also a mechanism, but he had never seen it before, so he didn't know what it was. Chu smiled and replied that his brother was right. He had relied on him too much. He would find out for himself. Sungay replied that he didn't think there were any other devices in this area besides wooden figures, but Cho Chong should still be careful. The stunned warrior asked if it was okay for Commander Chu to do this himself. He replied that it would be fine. In an emergency, they should protect Shinge. Bearing his sword, Chu Sochon began to slowly advance toward the wooden figures. At one point, he crossed the line and the wooden soldier rushed to attack. The stunned young man barely managed to jump aside in surprise. As soon as he stepped back, the wooden warriors remained standing, motionless. But as soon as he took a step forward, the wooden warrior began to attack. After doing this several times, Chu So-chung realized that he had figured out the mechanism. He shouted to Sung-gae if he could neutralize them, but the guy replied that he didn't know how. After thinking for a moment, So-chun decided that he would simply destroy them all. Moving swiftly, the guy fought the wooden warriors, delivering crushing blows. Wielding his deadly sword, he destroyed the figures one after another. The stunned warriors watched the confrontation. One said that, as Wang Chu had said, he was a true master. Wang replied that he had not said that. The second warrior asked if he knew how they felt. Continuing to destroy the figures, Chu shouted that of course he knew. At that moment, Sing shouted that if So-chong was done with them, he would study them. Looking at the figures, he decided that they were made of wood. But he was surprised that they had not rotted. The boy was engrossed in examining the wooden soldiers when So-khan shouted that it was time to go. They continued down the corridor and finally reached a huge room. The astonished warriors, their eyes wide with surprise, asked what it was. Before the stunned travelers stood huge mountains of silver coins. Looking at them, Chu said thoughtfully that there were only silver coins here. At that moment, he saw one of the warriors reach out his hand toward the coins and shouted for him not to touch them. The warrior said to forgive him for his foolish actions. All of this belonged to the chief merchant, so could they please turn a blind eye? He replied that he didn't care, but let them think about who had stopped him. At that moment, Singh said that, as he had suspected, there was a device installed here and asked where it was. Chu replied that they had other priorities. Even the slightest mistake could activate the trap. So if he wanted to, he could collect coins on his way back. Wong asked for one like that and pointed to a box lying on top of the coins. Glancing at Singh, Sotkun carefully pulled the box toward the pile of coins. Opening it, the guy saw huge pearls on red velvet. The warrior said, "Good work," but his hands reached for the silver coins. Chu said not to be greedy. If they returned them intact, they would be rewarded appropriately. In the future, let them not think that they can escape his watchful eye. Frowning, Chisochong thought to himself that now it was beginning. At that moment, Nak So-wol was training hard but was too lost in thought. Frowning, Sim Okiren watched her training. She called out to the girl. Stopping, Nak looked at the master and asked what was wrong. The master asked Nak if she knew what she was going to say. Her skills had not deteriorated, but they had not improved either. Lowering her eyes, the girl apologized. The master asked if it was because of that fool. The girl flushed and replied that he was not a fool. Seeing the master's stern gaze, Nak apologized. Sighing, Sim Oki-ryan told her to forget about it. She was right. To think that he had been hiding his powers. What an amazing child. But that was all. He was already dead. She wasn't cruel enough to prevent Nak from mourning him. But she couldn't let her cry forever. Let her try to forget him. Chu Sochon was dead. Unwilling to listen, the girl defiantly shouted that he was alive. At that moment, Chu Sochon rubbed his ears, thinking that someone must have said something behind him. Suddenly, he heard a warrior shout in fear that there was someone in front of Captain Chu. The guy barely dodged the crushing attack of the metal warrior. He delivered a powerful blow to the attacking warrior and destroyed him, splitting him in half. At that moment, Singh screamed in fear. Turning around, Cho Ryong asked what was wrong with the child. Covering his head with his hands, the boy screamed that these were not mechanical devices. It's witchcraft. An armed squad of metal warriors stood before them. An hour ago, while making their way to the treasure, they all heard footsteps and turned around. Chu was stunned when he saw them. He said he had heard that the three-eyed ghost thief had stolen from other places besides Zhongyuan. But who would have thought that he had stolen the southern barbarian's magic? Parrying the attack, Cho Ryong shouted that Chu was not afraid of wooden figures. They move thanks to a mechanism, but now he is afraid of these things moving because of witchcraft. From their point of view, they are the same. The warrior continued to attack his enemy and cursed fiercely. He couldn't understand why they were rebelling. Chu shouted for them to cut off all their limbs. A few moments later, pieces of a broken metal warrior fell to the ground. One of the warriors tried to strike the metal legs. Suddenly, the stunned warrior saw drops of blood and realized he had been wounded. The warrior shouted to Commander Chu that it was easier said than done. He replied that then they should just protect Shinge. The enchanted warriors attacked Chu So-chong from all sides. He fought fiercely, destroying them. With crushing blows, he severed the metal warrior's arms and legs. Seeing this, the female warrior said that she had tried to help but couldn't. Was Master Chu really that strong? Who is Commander Chu really? He must be a disciple of the master who left the department. She asked if it was possible to learn a few techniques from Master Chu after all this. Finally, Chu So-chong dealt with all the enchanted warriors and said he was done. The surprised companions asked how much Chi Commander Chu had. He replied that he had a lot and suggested they move on. Suddenly, he noticed something glinting near the arm of one of the enchanted warriors. The young man bent down to get a better look at the unexpected find. Picking up the precious item, he saw that it was an unusual bracelet and put it in his pocket. He thought he wasn't sure what it was, but it was better to take it with him than leave it there. Seeing this, Singh said that if he took things like that, he would be cursed. He replied that they were already cursed for plundering this tomb. The warrior said that it was a somewhat unexpected thought, but how on earth had this place been built? Creating all those mechanical devices and traps would certainly have required money, but the hardest part would have been keeping it all a secret. There is a saying that if you have enough money, you can even bring the dead back to life. With the luck of the three-eyed ghost thief, it was no surprise that he succeeded, keeping everything a secret. Xing said he understood that he was powerful. Patting him on the head, the girl said it would be enough to buy the whole of Zhongyuan. Shaking off her hand, Xinge asked what had happened to the lady and the other masters. That they had agreed to go to such a dangerous place. The warriors exchanged glances. Frowning, Chu So-chong said it was rude to ask such a thing. Wang smiled and said everything was fine. Xing was just a child. He told them that when he was young and immature, he did not want to inherit his father's farmland, so he ran away from home. Later, he became a wanderer and roamed the world. Eventually, he became a first-class hero. By the time he returned to his village, an epidemic had ravaged it, and it was in ruins. Singay apologized. The warrior replied that everything was fine. Fortunately, his mother had survived, and he was not an orphan. However, she was too old and sick. The female warrior replied that this was a common story. She had a son and a daughter, and they had a rare disease. Her late husband was also weak, so she assumes it is because of his blood. That is why she needs a lot of money to treat her sick children. Another warrior said that everyone had similar stories. He had a sister. Her leg was injured. It was his duty to take care of her. The next one said that his beloved had been sold to a man with terrible sexual tendencies. He had been looking for her because he was afraid she had been killed. So he cut off I know what. He took his beloved and disappeared into the night. That's when the chief merchant picked him up. All the warrior men supported him, telling him to keep it up. Good work, and that he had done the right thing. Standing up, Wang said that enough was enough with the sad stories. They needed to move on. Soon they reached the next room, which was filled to the brim with gold coins. Singe immediately warned them not to touch that pile of coins. He pointed to the ones that were okay. At that moment, one of the warriors called out to Chu So-chong. He asked if they had found anything. The female warrior showed him a box and said that it looked like there was a lot inside, but she hadn't opened it herself. Saying that it was worth checking what was inside, Chu opened the box and exclaimed joyfully, "Jackpot!" The first thing that caught So-chong's attention was a miraculous medicine. It was a Shaolin amplifier. He thought it was a miraculous medicine from Shaolin that, when used, released 20 years worth of ki. Stealing a Shaolin enhancer was tantamount to declaring war on Shaolin. Just think, this thief dared to steal 10 of them. How fearless he was. Laughing joyfully, Chu shouted, "Yes! Here it is. Thank you, three-eyed ghost thief." The master wondered if Chu had gone mad. Wang replied that he didn't know what was inside, but who wouldn't go mad looking at what surrounded them? Deciding to check what else was there, Chu So-chong took the manuscripts out of the bag. Inside were techniques for fast swordplay, the unity of 1,000 martial arts, piercing footwork, and the divine art of archery. Grabbing the manuscripts, the young man shouted joyfully, "Finally!" The divine art of archery of the sun and moon is the art of the god of archers. Throughout history, only a few have been awarded the title of god. The god of the bow was one of them. There were many types of martial arts in Moraine, but archery was ignored. If an archer noticed a Moorman warrior, it was easy for him to dodge the shot, and so archery was considered harmless. But the god of the bow changed that. His skill with the bow was on a completely different level. Legend has it that his shot split the Yangtze River. His arrows shattered other arrows, and if he missed, the arrow would turn around and strike the enemy. Some believe that he will be resurrected in the future and strike fear into the hearts of countless martial artists. Looking at the next technique, Chu So-chong read that it was the unity of 10,000 martial arts. Although the divine art of archery is a noble thing, if he had to choose between the two, he would choose this one. Putting aside the manuscripts with the techniques, So-chun decided to check what else was in the box. With his eyes wide with surprise, he took out the famous crushing sword, Yohan. Seeing it, Wang asked in astonishment if it was really the Ehan. Smiling, So-kan replied that if he was referring to the famous sword Ehan, then yes, it was. The warrior exclaimed admiringly, "Could it be that the three-eyed ghost thief robbed the whole world?" Moving on, the travelers saw that there were more rooms filled with treasures. They constantly encountered various mechanical traps along the way. About 2 days had passed since they had descended. The warrior said that they were going down, then up, and then down again. He didn't even know what floor they were on. Soon, one of the warriors called Commander Chu. They reached a huge door with the symbol of the three-eyed ghost thief. Looking at it, So-chong said thoughtfully that he had never seen such a door before. Grabbing the handle, Sing asked what he was going to do. He thought there were no traps here. That's what he wanted to say, but to be honest, he didn't know. There was a thick wall, and since there was only a handle, he couldn't tell. Taking hold of the door handle, So-kan replied that they couldn't turn back. He carefully turned the handle, and the mechanism that opened the door worked. At that moment, everything shook, and the warriors noticed that it seemed like another earthquake. Debris was falling. They really hoped it wasn't stalactites or blades. This time, everything was peaceful. The warrior promised that if he got out alive, he would tell everyone that the three-eyed thief was a bastard. When the door swung open completely, they saw a huge throne room in front of them. They entered cautiously, examining the weapons standing along the walls of the throne room. Suddenly, they noticed a body rising from the side of the throne. With eyes wide with surprise, the travelers watched what was happening. Frowning, the female warrior looked at the body and asked if it was a zombie. The lifeless body rose, staring at the intruders with empty eye sockets. Seeing this, the frightened Sing screamed in terror and hid behind the warrior. Frowning, Van said that if it was really a zombie, they were doomed. At that moment, the lifeless body began to slowly descend the steps. Chu So-chong said that it would be better if they were really just zombies. If it was an invulnerable creature, they would all die here. Turning to his team, So-chun shouted for them not to be afraid and to retreat. At that moment, the creature clenched its bare sword and rushed to attack the people. The warriors cried out in fear to Commander Chu, who tried to repel the attack. While repelling the attack of the undead creature, So-chan clenched his teeth and thought that it was very fast. Furiously swinging its crushing sword, the creature attacked Chu So-chong. Fighting off the zombie's furious attacks, So-chan shouted that he had not been such a great warrior in life. Commander Chu and the undead creature clashed in a devastating confrontation. The zombie swiftly attacked the young man, switching between deadly weapons. Swinging a double-sided axe, the zombie hurled it at So-chun. Enraged, the guy shouted, "How dare you!" He deflected the deadly weapon. Grabbing the deadly dagger, the creature rushed forward. Swinging his sword, So-kan deflected the zombie's attacks with 2 daggers at once. Striking the zombie, So-kan shouted furiously that no matter what, they had found him. Smirking, the guy added that they had met much earlier than he had thought. The surprised accompanying warriors looked on in shock at what was happening. Looking at the zombie, Chu So-kan said that it was a three-eyed ghost thief. Wang shouted, "Chu, stop! Is that really the three-eyed ghost thief? He's just a supreme master, but no matter how hard he concentrates, he can't sense his presence." No matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't sense his presence. Smiling, So-kun replied that only one person was capable of such a thing. There must be a great treasure hidden in this room since the master of the tomb himself is guarding it. Clenching her fists, the female warrior asked Commander Su to let her take on the zombies. But Sochon said no. He himself had a grudge against the three-eyed ghost thief. Clutching daggers in both hands, the zombie lunged at Cho Seok-hoon. The two enemies fought fiercely, neither willing to give in. Suddenly, the shocked zombie noticed that his dagger was broken in half. Screaming furiously that this was the end, Chu Sokon delivered a powerful blow. But the zombie managed to dodge it. Confused, Sochun shouted, "How can a thief be so strong?" The zombie rushed forward, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. At that moment, Chu Sochong held his sword in front of him to stop it. Dodging the deadly blow, the zombie reached out his hand toward Chu Sochun. The guy barely managed to stay on his feet, flying to the side from the crushing blow. Frowning, Sochun thought angrily that he could take his flesh, but he would crush his bones. Gritting his teeth in rage, the guy swung his sword to deliver a deadly blow. He shouted the divine art of the purple mist, first form. At that moment, the vicious zombie struck Chu Sochun's body again. Parrying the attack, Chu Sochon delivered a crushing blow, sending the zombie flying. Flying to the side, the zombie deftly flipped in the air, avoiding the blow. Watching this, Chu Sochong clenched his teeth in anger and gripped his sword tighter. A moment later, the zombie got back on its feet and prepared for another attack. He flew into the air and clenched his fist to attack Cho Seok-hoon. The guy barely dodged the attack. Stunned, Seok-hoon couldn't believe his eyes. He thought the zombie was too fast. The zombie continued to attack. Chu Sochon swung his sword to defend himself. A moment later, the zombie armed himself with a huge, deadly club with spikes. Furiously swinging it in all directions, the zombie destroyed everything in its path. Watching the battle, the warriors didn't know whether they should intervene to help or if they would only get in the way. The zombie continued to attack the young man tirelessly, using various weapons. The guy was already exhausted from fending off his opponent's crushing attacks. They fought fiercely, neither giving an inch. The enemy proved too strong. The guy had to continuously fend off the attacks of the enraged zombie. He shouted that it was dirty. Let him at least catch his breath. Excited, Sokon thought that if this continued, he would lose. He had to stop the zombie's onslaught. If he wanted to win, he had to finish it with one blow. Clutching his fists tightly, Chu Sochon made up his mind. He would use it for the first time. Excited, Wang watched in fear as Captain Chu fought fiercely with the zombie. Seeing the guy just standing there clutching his sword while the zombie rapidly approached, he screamed in fear. The guy stood there, looking at the approaching zombie with clenched fists and said, "Let it attack." Looking at the attacking zombie, Chu Sochong used the technique Lilac Mist Genesis. At that moment, a huge, crushing stream of energy was released and flew toward the enemy. The stunned warriors watched the confrontation, not understanding what Commander Chu was doing. At that moment, a zombie approached him. The released energy caused an explosion. The zombie was knocked away by Chu Sokon's blow and fell to the floor. Struggling to stay on his feet, Chu Sokon coughed, losing his last strength. Wan looked fearfully at the wounded Captain Chu. At that moment, Chu Sochun, completely exhausted, collapsed to the floor with a crash. At that moment, Wang rushed to him, shouting that they should get all the medicine. Lying on the ground, Chu Sochong smiled. He was in great pain, but he was comforted by the thought that he had defeated the three-eyed ghost thief. Could this thief have robbed the entire world? Then he was the one who stole from the guy who robbed the entire world. Wang, who had arrived, took out the Shaolin elixir and gave it to Chu Sochong to drink. Soon the medicine began to take effect, and the young man's body began to fill with energy. Seeing that the guy was sitting up, Wang asked if he had finally woken up. He asked how long he had been asleep. Wang replied that it had been 2 or 3 days. Looking at Wang and Sung, he thought that, judging by all appearances, nothing special had happened. Chu Sochon smiled and thanked the accompanying warriors for their help. Cho Ryong asked what he was thanking them for. Even if they hadn't been there, he could have taken the miracle medicine anyway. The guy replied that he had just woken up and didn't know what was going on. Could they explain what had happened? The warrior said that after the zombie fell, the altar disappeared and a monument appeared. Sinj said they didn't know what would happen, so they didn't check. Smiling, Sokon replied that then they should go and retrieve what they had been suffering for all this time. They found the ghostly martial art. The monument was inscribed with the words, "Heaven is knowledge, earth is power." Man people, if you possess heaven and earth, you have attained 2 eyes. Therefore find the 3rd eye and steal the whole world. Coming closer, the boy saw a small box at the foot of the monument. Opening it, he found a book that contained the sacred art of prana. The divine martial art of the Shaolin monks disappeared centuries ago. Legends tell of its greatness. Now it is considered an unmatched martial art. Putting the techniques into a bag, Sohon thought about what this meant to the three-eyed ghost thief, and he understood. Approaching the young man, Wang asked if they were really leaving. Turning around, Chu Sochong replied that they were. They had finished and were leaving. The delighted warriors looked at each other and smiled happily. A moment later, joyful shouts rang out. The warriors shouted hurrah! Soon they headed back and reached the exit of the tomb. After a while, the entire team returned to Guizhou, where the merchant was waiting for them. Seeing them, he shouted joyfully that Mr. Chu had finally returned. Smiling, Chu Sochong replied to the chief merchant that they had not seen each other for a long time. The merchant asked if it had been difficult for them. He could only think of how difficult it must have been for Mr. Chu, and tears welled up in his eyes. The team of warriors, led by Chu Sochong, watched as Li Ajie wiped away his tears. The merchant told them to sit down. He had prepared a carriage for the master. Soon they arrived at the merchant's house and unloaded the prepared treasures. Looking at the bags of loot, the chief merchant asked if Singe was injured. Sunge, dissatisfied, replied that the merchant should look him in the eye when he spoke to him. Interrupting them, Sokon told them to pull themselves together and discuss what to do next. He asked how much time had passed since they left the tomb. The merchant replied that it had been a little over a month. The young man asked if anything significant had happened during that time. He replied that a master had fought with someone and died. That was all. He also built residential quarters in Guian. He plans to settle there for now. After thinking for a moment, the merchant said that something interested him and he would like to ask about it. The guy guessed that the chief merchant was interested in the distribution of treasures. Looking at the excited Lee EJ, Cho Seok-hoon replied that he would tell him straight. The merchant was very concerned about how much the young man would give him, 30% or 20%. Suddenly, the shocked merchant heard Sochun say that he would leave him everything. He wouldn't be able to do much with it anyway. Although the Hosang faction was down to earth, it was strict about property ownership. He didn't know if the merchant was aware of this, but he was an ascetic. Lee, IJ, and Singe were stunned. He also found out that the merchant was a skilled and trustworthy man. Therefore, he decided to invest in him. With eyes wide with surprise, the merchant asked what he meant by investment. The young man replied that he could make even more money. Let him use this money to increase his capital. In exchange, his requests should be prioritized and the merchant should help him. The same applied to Singe. Initially, the merchant was supposed to receive 2 shares, Shinge 3 and he 5. Smiling, Singh said that if he helped with his studies, or if his family were to face difficult circumstances, he would not object. Reaching out his hand to the chief merchant, Chu So-chong asked what he would say. Stunned, Lee EJ widened his eyes and looked at the men, unable to believe his ears. A moment later, the chief merchant fell to his knees and cried out to the young gentleman. So-chun and Sung-gae looked at the merchant lying on the ground. Soon, the cart was fully loaded and ready to leave for the merchant. At that moment, Chu So-chon suddenly stopped the merchant and said, "By the way." The frightened chief merchant looked at the young man with disbelief. Had he changed his mind? Holding out the map, So-chon said that this was the burial place of the three-eyed ghost thief. He had to spread rumors that there was treasure there. He thought that it wasn't that he didn't trust Won and the others, but before they told the wrong person, it would be better to tell everyone about it. A few days later, everyone was discussing the rumors about the tomb of the three-eyed ghost thief. Someone decided that the mountain wasn't far away. He had nothing else to do, so he would go and check it out. Another person didn't believe it. He said that nonsense about the treasure of the three-eyed ghost thief was back in fashion. After a while, the rumors about the treasure reached Kaiyan. Discussing these rumors, the warriors were not sure if it was all true, but they were told that the three-eyed ghost thief's comb had been found inside. Soon, these rumors reached the Marima Union. There, too, they discussed whether it was true. Upon hearing this, the head of the Marima Alliance ordered all the elders to be gathered. When the rumors spread to the River of Evil, the leader asked if it was true. Was this three-eyed ghost thief the same thief from 300 years ago? He asked what about the Marima Union and the 2 demonic forces. The warrior replied that it seemed they did not know either. Murim had recently sent out a large search party. The demonic forces were currently just observing. The leader ordered a letter to be sent to the Marima Alliance. They are probably waiting for him to propose a truce. Some very painful events may occur, but if the tomb is real, he cannot give it to the dogs of the Light faction. Soon, the warriors of Murim's alliance and the warriors of the River of Evil were glaring fiercely at each other. One of the warriors said that Murim had made a truce with the bastards from the River of Evil. If a battle ensues, the search will be over, and they will be punished. It was unpleasant, but it was necessary to be patient and not provoke conflict. The warriors dispersed in different directions so as not to provoke conflict. They finally found the entrance to the tomb and prepared to descend. At that moment, Singh, sitting next to Sokon, asked why he couldn't return to his family. He replied that the search had only just begun. If he showed up, the Juk family would immediately take him away. So he should just continue to absorb the Shaolin power he had eaten. Due to the complexity of the labyrinth and the endless traps, it would take time to loot it. But they won't return right away, so Sung-gae doesn't need to worry. Sung-gae looked thoughtfully at Sochon. Closing the book, Sochon said that he had told the chief merchant everything he needed to know, so they should move forward quietly. Approaching the merchant, Soihun said he would give him something to keep. Lia Aije asked what it was. He replied that it was the techniques of the swift sword and piercing footsteps that he had found in the tomb, considering that only 10 people were trustworthy, including Won, and if he planned to keep them close to him, he should pass them on to them. The merchant replied that it would be better not to copy them. After all, they were first-class martial arts techniques. He would keep them in mind. Smiling, Sochon said that they would meet again. Soon, taking Sing-chu with him, Sochun set off on his journey. After some time, the travelers stopped as they climbed the mountain. Before them was a cave. Chu So-chong wondered what to do next. Looking around, he decided that this place was suitable for them and dropped his things. He told Sing that they would settle there for the time being, and that he would help him with his martial arts training. Looking at Sung, Chu So-chong asked him if he thought he could handle it. The boy replied yes. Soon they began training. Chu So-chong helped Sung-gae learn the techniques. A month later, Chu So-chong said that he didn't want to say this, but in martial arts, Sing-gae was a complete zero. Angered, the boy shouted that Chu had promised he would become a master if his chi grew. He was a liar. Sighing, Cho Seok-hoon replied that usually if you eat Shaolin Enhancer, you should become a master. But because he wasn't trying his best, it was Sung-gae's fault. The boy said that Sochon had previously said that if he took a miracle drug, he would become a master. Chu replied that only the most pathetic and weak-minded people blame others for their mistakes. Sung-gae was not like that. He shouted that he wasn't that kind of person. So-chong then asked whose fault it was that he hadn't become a master. Angered, the boy shouted that it was his fault. He had been lazy in his training. He said he felt as if he had been deceived. So-chong replied that it was just his imagination. He just had to keep going and keep training. Continuing his training, Chu So-chong thought that he had mastered 40% of the divine art of the Purple Mist. He had only just begun practicing the Purple Mist sword. He was slow as usual. No, on the contrary, he was progressing very quickly. He needed to be more patient. He didn't need to be afraid of being caught like before. The young man trained tirelessly to master the technique of the purple sword. He thought he had mastered the art of wielding the 14-petaled plum sword. It was time to move on to 24 petals. He held out for 15 seconds. The time came for the 16th second, and the falling petals were like rain. Despite his fatigue, Chu So-chong continued his training and was forced to admit that it was incredibly difficult. Because his ki volume exceeded 60 years, the effectiveness of ki absorption in Qigong Manhwa decreased. Good job absorbing ki, Qigong Manhwa. They would see each other again. Taking the book out of his bosom with a sigh, So-chun decided that he was lucky. It was the technique of 10,000 martial arts that he had found in the tomb. Usually martial arts are too complex to master many at once. The teachings are so difficult that it is hard to achieve greatness even in one, and it is impossible to develop others at the same time. It is well known that if you have mastered the techniques of one martial art, there is a risk of deviation of QI when attempting to learn another martial art, with a completely different nature. But transitional art allows you to go against social norms. When it came to the transition of art, no matter how different the nature or methods of learning martial arts were, you could master them all. So-chong decided that although he could only demonstrate half of the original technique, he would develop what was missing himself. How he would use it was another matter. Smiling, the guy thought that he had now clipped the wings of the Lord of the Dark Heavens, a force that had not yet appeared in this world, the Dark Sky faction. No one knew when or where it had appeared, but he knew they were preparing to conquer Murim. In addition to the tomb of the three-eyed ghost thief, the Lord of the Dark Heavens, he had been putting obstacles in Murim's way everywhere and controlling Zhongyuan. And in the future, when Murim weakened, they revealed themselves in this world and began the battle. And the central figure in all of this was the greatest man in the world, the Lord of the Dark Skies. Lost in thought, Chu So-chong thought that he had only seen the Lord once. But he was not a man. With strength that defied common sense and incredible intelligence, he hid in the shadows and held Murim in his hands. An extraordinary genius who could easily master any martial art. He could be called the greatest man in the world and a monster like no other. As he trampled on the remains of the book, Chu So-chong thought that now the unity of the 10,000 martial arts was lost. All he needed now was a way to weaken the Lord of the Dark Skies. Taking the bow in his hands, Chu So-chong decided to master the art of archery. He decided that archery itself was not difficult, but using ki was unexpectedly difficult. Therefore, training and more training were necessary to achieve perfection. At that moment, Singe shouted that his brother had told him to train hard. But why was he himself idling? A month later, in Anhui, at the headquarters of the Marima Union, Commander Chigal Shunho learned shocking news. He couldn't believe that Sing and So-chan from Hosan were alive. A subordinate said that the head of the Huan branch had suspected something and double-checked. The head grabbed his head and sighed, wondering why it had to be now. The treasure trove. He could have done it. He asked if everything was okay with Singe. He couldn't take him with him. The guy replied that the boat had broken and he had barely managed to escape from the Yangtze River. The powerful disciple of the Hosang faction and a blood relative of the Chigal family were both alive. Upon hearing this, people were amazed at how they had managed to survive. It was unbelievable. They discussed that people were saying they had fallen off a cliff and survived. Forgetting about them, they began discussing the treasure. Sighing, Singi said that people are like that. So-chong replied that even if he was upset, he should forget about it. They had no more merits. Thanks to the 9 great factions and 5 great families, they were at least mentioned. Besides, there was no need to attract attention all the time. If rumors spread that he was getting rich in machine building, he could be kidnapped. Sing said that he was a genius. So-chan asked what he always said. The boy replied that he would hide until it was safe. Looking at him, So-chan thought that he was sure that the Lord of the Dark Skies was focused on the treasure chamber. He and Sing were not attracting his attention. They needed to start preparing for what was to come. A devastating battle of 7 swords awaited them. 2 years after the treasure trove of the three-eyed phantom thief was discovered, the burial place of the cursed demon guardian of the underworld and master of the 6 primordial demonic arts was found. When the burial site was excavated, several forces were gathered. 3 of the 9 great factions, 2 of the 5 royal families, the Church of Demons, and the River of Evil. Unlike the time when the treasure trove of the three-eyed ghost thief was discovered, various clashes occurred during the excavation of the burial site. Gradually, they escalated and eventually erupted into open hostility. The tomb of the three-eyed ghost thief differed from the cursed burial site in that this time, everything had been orchestrated by the dark heavens. Cho So-chung wanted to stop them at all costs, but he wasn't watching them. It would be practically impossible. Besides, many changes had taken place. But it wasn't as if he hadn't expected it. Therefore, he must find talented people. He was not satisfied with his current situation. There were still people he needed to get on his side. Having lost track of time, Chu So-chong pondered his next move. Suddenly, he was asked what he was thinking about. Unable to believe his ears, Chu So-chong said it must be a hallucination. At that moment, the master said that no matter how much time passed, isn't it a bit rude to treat the master's voice like hallucinations? The stunned young man couldn't believe his eyes. Standing before him was Yu Jong-mok. Overjoyed, the young man ran to embrace his master. He asked why the master. Yu Jong-mok replied that he was his disciple. Who else could have come to meet him? Patting the boy on the head, the master said that he had been very worried about Chu So-chong. He asked for forgiveness. The master replied that if he understood that himself, then everything was fine. Smiling, So-hoon thought that he could tell by his expression that he had been worried. Suddenly, they heard loud crying and sniffling. The master looked in the direction of the sounds in surprise. Wiping tears from his cheeks, Sung-ho came out. So-chul asked him why he was crying. The boy replied that he didn't have a master, so he wasn't sure, but he thought he knew what it was like to be a younger brother. Shinge continued to sob. Surprised, Yu Jong-mok asked who the child was. Wiping away his tears, Singh said he had forgotten to introduce himself. He said he was So-chon's adopted brother, Chegul Singh, from the royal family. The master said he was pleased to meet him. He was the smiling sword Yu Jong-mok of the Hosang faction. He was still at an age when children played within their families. Singh, however, had been through a lot. Wiping away his tears, Singh replied that he was the child of a warrior family. Everything was fine. Patting the boy on the head, the master said that he was still so young but already so amazing. His disciple had traveled the country and made such valuable connections. Shinge sniffed again. Chu thought that the 5 royal families took blood ties very seriously, but to think that they didn't understand that he was a child. What an unhappy life. He didn't remember his parents. He had been bullied and oppressed by families, but despite all this, he hadn't given up what he loved. He was a much more remarkable person than he thought. A person who would prove himself later. Chagall sings. Sitting next to Singh, So-chong asked if it was difficult. He replied that it was difficult. So-chong then asked why he was doing it. He replied that it was fun. Chu asked if that was all. Sung-ho replied yes. After saying goodbye, Chu Seok-hoon told Sung-ho that they would definitely see each other again. With a smile, he waved his hand and replied that he and his brother would see each other later. Soon, Yu Jong-mok and Chu So-chon set off on their return journey to the Hosang faction. Looking thoughtfully at the young man, the master asked what he had been doing. Excited, So-chong glanced at the master and realized that this was it. He said it was the same thing the master already knew. Yu Jong-mok said he was saying he already knew. There was definitely something big going on. Surprised, So-chon asked if the master knew. He replied that judging by his letter, it was clear that something big was hidden there. The master asked again what had happened. Chu So-chon told him. Yu Jong-mok couldn't believe that Chu was the first person to discover the treasure trove. So So-chon had managed to survive in Yangtze and then somehow found his way into the treasure trove. The guy replied that everything was correct. Yu Jong-mok thought for a moment. So-chon asked the master if something was wrong. The master replied that he was slightly concerned that greed might cloud his mind. The guy replied that he was well aware of the teachings of the Hosang faction, that excessive greed leads to destruction. Except for a few things. He gave everything to the merchant with a request to help the poor and hungry. The master replied that this was wonderful. But what did he mean by a few things? The guy replied that if that was the case, he would show the master everything. Taking out the box, Chu So-chong said that these were Shaolin amplifiers. Holding out a capsule to the stunned Yu Jong-mok, he offered him one. Before they returned to Hosang, he himself could easily swallow 2. He thought he would like to give everything to the master, but too much was also bad, and they didn't know what the side effects would be if they overdid it. He promised the master that he would take the blame. The master looked sternly at the young man. He said that it was neither his nor mine. They must be given to the Hushin faction. If he took them from the treasure trove of the three-eyed thief, then these amplifiers were stolen from the Shaolin temple. They won't be able to identify the owners of the other items, so there's nothing they can do about them. But they need to return these amplifiers to their owner. The master asked if that was all. So-chong replied that the merchant who had helped him had 4 more pills. The master said he wanted to return to Guizhou to retrieve the rest and go to the Shaolin temple, but he had no right to do so. They were 2 days away from the village where their older and younger comrades were waiting for them. They needed to meet as soon as possible. So-chon realized that he had messed up. The master added that he was grateful to So-chong for his concern, but in their country there was a law of duty. This was especially true for things like the Shaolin amplifier. It cannot be used. So-chon must understand this. The young man replied that he understood. Soon they reached the village where the disciples of the Hosang faction were waiting for them. His comrades from the faction were happy to see So-chon and shook his hand. They all sat down at the table together. Soon, Yu Jong-mok said he was going to rest. The master left to rest and Cho Seok-hoon was left alone with the warriors from the faction. The young man saw them surrounding him on all sides and thought they wanted something. They said that now they could talk without worrying about anything. It was time to tell them the truth. What had happened to the pirates of the 9 seas? He exhaled and replied that it was just as he had thought. The men asked the host to bring them something to drink and eat. Cho-chong began his story. He said that by that time, the spearman of the jumping water was exhausted. He had gotten into the thick of it. The guy said that hearing this from a participant was completely different. This meant that Chu's abilities surpassed those of Chang-hoon and Chang-su. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to him before and thought Chu was just lucky, but now he apologized for that. The second said that because of his teacher, he couldn't pour him more than 1 cup. So-chong replied that he would gladly accept it. Suddenly, a woman ran into the tavern and screamed for someone to help her. The tavern owner met her and asked what had happened. She replied that she was washing clothes by the stream. Unexpectedly, martial artists appeared and began to rampage. The guy from Hosang was stunned. Had they lost their minds? At that moment, Yu Jong-mok came down and asked everyone to calm down. He asked what had happened. As a follower of Hoshin, he could not ignore injustice. The master promised that they would check it out themselves and asked if she could show them the way. Frowning, Hoshan's warrior told Yu Jung-mok that it looked like a trap. She wasn't looking him in the eye. Besides, if it were true that they were martial arts masters, even third-class ones, she would not have been able to escape from them. They asked if the master would go after her. He replied that, as he had said earlier, they could not ignore injustice. Perhaps she had been threatened. Master Yu Jung-mok and the other warriors went after the woman. She kept looking back suspiciously to see if the warriors were following her. Her path lay through the forest. The woman led them to a clearing in the middle of the thicket. The warriors gripped their swords and looked around warily. A crowd of armed men came toward them with a small boy tied up. The man said he was tired of waiting. Large tears rolled down the boy's cheeks. His mouth was tied shut. Seeing the boy with eyes wide with terror, the woman screamed that he was her child. Seeing this, Yu Jung-mok said that this was what it was all about. They had kidnapped her child. Master of the Evil River said that he had come to Hubei personally to meet him. Frowning, Chu So-chang wondered how they had gotten here so quickly after learning that he was here. At that moment, Master of the Evil River uttered the smiling blade of Yu Jung-mok. Stunned, So-chun realized that they were interested in his master, not him. The guy standing behind So-chang asked why the Supreme Master of the River of Evil was here. Chu wondered who the Supreme Master was. The guy asked the master who this man was. Jung-mok replied that his name was Oh-yup, also known as the Long-Armed Monkey. He had fought him when he was on a mission for the Murim Alliance. But that time, he was foolish and didn't finish the job. So-chun thought that this was another unexpected event. The angry Oh-yup shouted that it was a lie that he hadn't finished the job. Then Jung-mok fooled him with his stupid smile, and he was distracted for a moment. He would smash his annoying face. A moment later, he rushed at Yu Jung-mok to deliver a crushing blow. The rest of the Evil River warriors rushed to attack the Hoshan faction warriors. A fierce battle began between the Hoshin warriors and the Evil River warriors. A Hoshin warrior shouted that the River of Evil were cowardly bastards. He asked where So-kon was. The guy shouted that he was there. He told them not to worry about him. He told them to hold on a little longer. He would be there soon. They replied that everything was fine. He shouldn't rush. A River of Evil warrior said that he was a crazy bastard. He stuck his nose up in the air after running away from some pirates. The second one said with a smirk that he should join the Lotus Squad. But he was just a child. Laughing, he promised to cut Chu's nose off. Gripping his crushing sword, So-kon said that he had done well to lure them here. Their tactics were good, but he had simply been unlucky with his opponent. The bandit replied that he was tired of listening to him. Frowning, the guy said that the master was worried about him, so he wouldn't play with them for long. A moment later, wielding his sword, Chu So-chon rushed into the attack. He moved swiftly, attacking the warrior of the River of Evil. The bandit was shocked. With eyes flashing furiously, the bandit couldn't believe that this child was so fast. He tried to deliver a deadly blow, but Chu So-chon easily dodged it. The enraged bandit shouted for Chu to go to the other world. So-chun replied that he had already been there once and did not want to repeat the experience. Furious, the gangster shouted that it made no sense. Delivering a deadly blow, So-chun shouted back that it very much did. Throwing his attacker aside, the young man shouted to the master that he would be there soon. At that moment, Yu Jung-mok was fiercely fighting with the master of the River of Evil. From the powerful blow, the warriors flew in different directions. Oh-yup shouted that Jung-mok was a stubborn bastard. This was to be expected. After all, he could have wounded him in the stomach. Master Yu replied that the long-armed monkey was a master of beautiful techniques. Why was he using them for his selfish needs? Oh-yup replied again, great, again that nobility. He didn't care about him. He had come here only to avenge his defeat. Oh-yup shouted at Jung-mok to go to hell. Attacking fiercely, he promised the master that he would rip open his belly with his sword. Looking at his enraged opponent, Yu Jung-mok thought that he had completely lost his mind. Until then, he had not had so many weak spots. Waving his sword, he parried Oh-yup's attacks. With his eyes flashing furiously, Oh-yup attacked Jung-mok fiercely, hoping to destroy him. But Master Hosanna managed to parry his attacks, which only made Oh-yup angrier. The two strongest opponents clashed in a devastating confrontation. Enraged, Oh-yup shouted that Yu Jung-mok was a slippery bastard. Frowning, the master replied that they say the most dangerous enemy is oneself. He promised to put an end to his hatred. The masters continued their battle. Smirking, Oh-yup shouted that that was exactly why they were called the Light Ones. Looking at him, Jung-mok thought that there was definitely something wrong with Oh-yup. The masters crossed swords. No one was ready to give up. Sparks flew in all directions from their blows. At one point, they stopped and Oh-yup spat out a black liquid. At that moment, Yu Jung-mok began to cough. Suddenly, he noticed that his hands were shaking. Stunned, Master Yu realized that Oh-yup had used some kind of poison. Showing his bandaged hand, Oh-yup said that he had used an extract from the white spirit herb. According to rumors, it was one of the most poisonous plants. He had used up too much Kissy fighting him, and now detoxification was impossible. Master Yu replied that Oh-yup would have to endure such terrible pain that he would beg him to take his life. Seeing this, Chu So-chang shouted furiously and rushed to his master's aid. The master shouted, "So-chang, stop!" Smirking, Oh-yup asked if this was really his disciple. Humiliating him in front of his disciple was a good idea, but destroying his disciple in front of him was not. Approaching rapidly, So-chun shouted furiously that he had no idea who he had angered. Flying into the air, the young man furiously attacked his opponent. Seeing the young man approaching, Master Reki's-la smiled and said that he had character. He put his hand out to stop So-chun's kick. Suddenly stunned, Oh-yup was shocked to see that his arm had been twisted unnaturally by the powerful blow. Enraged, he shouted furiously, "How can this be? He's just a child." Gritting his teeth in anger, he grabbed the hilt of his sword, but Seochon said it was too late. With a single blow, Seochon knocked his opponent aside and rushed toward his master. Yu Jongmok lay with his eyes closed, moaning. Seochon realized that things were bad. However, that didn't mean there was no way out. Apologizing to his master, he climbed into his pocket. Soon he found what he was looking for. It was a box containing a Shaolin enhancer. He didn't know what kind of poison the white spirit herb was, but if it was a Shaolin amplifier, it would neutralize it. In exchange, the miraculous properties would disappear, but that was a small price to pay for the master's life. The guy said that if the master could hear him, he should make his ki circulate. He would help. At that moment, Seochon realized that the master was completely unconscious and that he had to do everything himself. He must not lose his concentration, he must focus. He released his inner energy to help the master disperse his ki. At that moment, Choseo-kun cursed fiercely. He felt the poison spreading rapidly. About 70% of his body was already affected. The infection was too strong. He couldn't remove it all at once, so he decided to absorb it. Concentrating, Chuso-chung began to draw all the poison out of the master's body. Soon everything was ready, and Yu Jongmok, breathing heavily, began to come to his senses. Seeing that the master was getting better, the exhausted Seochun stepped aside. Now he had to deal with this. At that moment, he was surprised. He was amazed that his control over his internal energy had increased so much. He had managed to reach the unbridled limit in his past life, but this was too fast. What had happened? Was it because of the spirit water fruit, the divine art of purple mist, or perhaps the Shaolin amplifier? The spirit water fruit and Shaolin amplifier only increases chi, but the divine art of purple mist, it does not increase the mastery of ki control, so it must be the unity of 10,000 martial arts. The divine art of purple mist and the divine art of archery are difficult to master. Usually they cannot be trained at the same time. But thanks to the unity of the 10,000 martial arts, he was able to master both. Without a doubt, his mastery of ki control has rapidly increased because of this. This martial art is much more amazing than he thought. But if it weren't for his rebirth, he wouldn't have been able to achieve all of this. Clenching his fists, he decided to stop thinking about it. Now was not the time for that. Feeling pain, he thought that his organs were being squeezed in a vice. Fortunately, his knowledge of poisonous arts proved to be very useful. Drops of poison dripped slowly from Chu So-chung's body onto the ground. Finally, breathing a sigh of relief, the young man realized that his body was free of poison. He thought it was a pity. Under different circumstances, he would have been able to increase his resistance to poisons. But it was time to go. Clenching his fists, Chu So-chung headed back to where he had left the master. Yu Jongmok had fully regained consciousness and was sitting on the ground surrounded by his comrades. The master smiled when he saw Chu So-chung walking toward him, looking fine. Seeing that his master was all right, the happy boy rushed toward him. The master told his younger brother to send a carrier pigeon to the main temple and Murim to report what had happened. The rest were to find a health resort and receive treatment. Chu So-chon thanked the master. The master asked why So-chon was thanking him for taking credit for his student's achievements. The boy asked what he meant. When he arrived, Oyup was already exhausted. He had only come to find everything ready. Smiling, Yu Jongmok said that his disciple was unstoppable. Thinking, the master asked what he should do now. After all, he had used the Shaolin amplifier. Frowning, So-chong asked if his unworthy student could say what was on his mind. He thought that the master had already used him. There was nothing to be done. Even if they explained the whole situation to the Shaolin temple, it would not work. He hadn't used it on purpose, so there was no need to worry. He was sure that even Buddha would tell a saint like him not to blame himself. If he told the truth, it could damage the relationship between the Hosan faction and the Shaolin temple. This must not be allowed to happen at any cost, so it would be better to leave everything as it is. There was nothing that could be done now. Sighing, Yu Jongmok replied that he understood. The boy had thought it through perfectly. Now the teacher could become one of the 100 greatest masters. The master said that they would then be indebted to the Shaolin temple. He would take this secret with him to the next world, but someday he would repay them. The guy thought that he too must repay tenfold for the favors he couldn't repay in his past life. The master said that not long ago they had decided to return, but he had already brought a lot of trouble upon him. He apologized for that. The guy replied that everything was fine. The master didn't need to apologize. It was his fault that he had come here. The master said that he looked at him with admiration. Now they must prepare for departure. They had little time left and had to get there as soon as possible. After some time, the whole group reached the Hosang faction. Standing at the top of Chu So-chung, he gazed at the beautiful mountains and thought about everything that had happened. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and turned to see his comrades from the Lotus Squad. They ran up from both sides and warmly embraced their brother, who was still alive. They asked him how he had managed to survive. They wanted to hear everything in detail. The young man was embarrassed. At that moment, he heard his older brother's loud cry. Nak-Sowol was rushing toward him with tears in her eyes. The girl rushed with all her might toward the stunned Chu So-chun, who was standing with Hong and So-young. With her older brother's cry, she rushed to hug him. Tears streamed from Nak's eyes. The girl cried and shouted that she was very happy that So-chon was alive. He replied that he was also happy to see her. At that moment, the boy thought that he never imagined that something like this could happen to him. He stood surrounded by his comrades and smiled. They were all happy that So-chun was alive. Meanwhile, the warriors continued to explore the treasure trove of the three-eyed ghost thief. One of them saw something interesting in a huge pile of gold and pulled it out. He was very pleased to have found such an interesting item. At that moment, the shocked warrior saw a huge ball approaching him and screamed in terror. Soon, people nearby heard the scream of terror and a loud crash. Frowning, they said again, "How many traps did he set?" No wonder all the treasures he had collected during his lifetime were kept here. But Sokhon did not think that the reconnaissance would take so long. He knew that without Sungay it would take a long time, but he didn't think it would take a whole year. How unexpected. Only half has been scouted so far. A warrior named Wang came to Sochon. He said that Chu was his savior. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. Seeing him, Chu Sochon said he was glad to see the piercing swordsman. Wang was embarrassed. Smiling, the young man said that Wang had become a supreme master. There was no need to be embarrassed. Let him say whatever he wanted. Smiling, the swordsman Wang replied that it was all thanks to his savior. The young man said that the chief merchant was not there. There were some problems. Wang replied that he had only brought good news. There was no need to worry. Here, people start swarming around you like flies if they find out you're rich. Some low-class scoundrels attacked without knowing all the details. In addition, Sochong asked about the rivalry between the merchants. Startled, Wang asked how he knew. Chu replied that it was obvious. Because of the master's treasure, they are restricted in their movements. At this time, there will be no threatening situations. Therefore, let them develop their organization, hire troops, and prepare for the end of the reconnaissance. Wang replied that he understood. He thought that Chu was just a boy, but his strength and intelligence were extraordinary. What an amazing person. 2 years have passed since those events. The warriors of the River of Evil have completed their reconnaissance of the treasure house. The warriors of Marima also announced that their reconnaissance of the treasure trove had been completed. Cho So-chung learned of the announcement that the treasure hunt had been completed. Both seniors had left. This meant he had 2 years to train. He devoted himself entirely to training. He had mastered 60% of the divine art of the purple mist. The young man decided to use the technique he had learned and use the second form, a fan of rain petals. Chu So-kun released a powerful stream of crushing energy. Powerful streams of deadly energy rushed toward the standing trees. In an instant, they reached their target and a powerful crushing explosion rang out. Coughing from the strain, So-chun said that the direction was not accurate. The flower petals did not even fall from the impact of the purple mist. It was a failure. It was all because the divine art of the purple mist and the secret art of the sword were too complex. If he continued, he might vomit. He thought, not without reason, that these martial arts were only accessible to the greatest geniuses of Hoshin. What kind of monster was Lord Darksky if he fought against them? Damn those geniuses. He lived 77 years and barely reached the limit of suffering. And they learned while having fun. Life is unfair. An ordinary man like him had to train his whole life. There was no other choice. He decided to take up the divine art of archery. Pulling back the string of his powerful bow, Chu So-chung chose his target. The distance was 400 meters. The young man released the arrow. The deadly arrowhead rapidly approached the tree. After covering the distance, the arrow hit the target painted on the leaf. The stunned young man was surprised that he had even managed to hit the sheet. He decided that it was worth continuing his training to master the technique he had acquired. At that moment, Chechu So-chung heard someone shout, "Big brother!" Nak So-wol approached him and asked what he was doing there. Chu So-chung smiled and replied that he had just come out to get some fresh air. The stunned girl looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to say. The guy laughed. She said, "Oh my god, and you call that a joke?" Coughing, Cho-chung asked her why she was looking for him. Nak replied that she had actually come to tell him about the lotus competition. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, So-chon asked what kind of competition it was. He was surprised that it was happening now. It hadn't been held in a long time. She replied that she thought her brother knew about it. He thought it was all because of the pirates of the 9 seas and the treasure of the 3-eyed ghost thief. Surprised, Nak asked why So-chon looked so unhappy. He replied that he would be leaving the world next year, so he wanted to spend this time relaxing. He thought he would train and then leave. The Lotus competition is an annual tradition. It is not intended for martial arts masters to become world famous. But that doesn't mean the participants take it lightly. Quite the opposite. Hun said that such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. The Lotus competition is more of an assessment than a competition. If a participant shows outstanding results, they will be rewarded with a miracle cure or a sword. And of course, this is only the beginning. The participants are striving for something completely different. This competition selects potential candidates, the next generation of Hoshin swords. So-chung also once dreamed of becoming a Hoshin sword, but if he becomes one of them, his freedom will be limited. He would be forced to stay in Hoshan to carry out missions. This would affect his plans. There was nothing he could do about it. He would do the bare minimum. The gathered masters discussed that 3 years had passed since the last competition. The elder thought that this time there would be many outstanding candidates. At that moment, Sim Ok Ryan said that the winner of the competition had already been decided. The elder asked if she really thought so. She replied yes. Frowning, Sim Ok Ryan said that it would definitely be Chu So-chong. That's what the elder said. Cho Muyan said who knows. His grandson, who doesn't even want to join the Hosong swordsmen, might have a chance, so he apologizes in advance. She replied that there was no need to apologize. As she said, the winner had already been decided. Cho Muyan said he would stick to his opinion. The elder laughed and said how exciting today's competition was. At that moment, Chu So-chung thought that it was a familiar feeling. He knew it. He was instinctively drawn to the divine art of the purple mist. It was a good thing he knew how to hide it. At that moment, Nak asked if her brother was listening to the explanation. The explanation of the Lotus competition. Since there are only 10 members in the Lotus squad, there will be 5 matches in the first round. And in the second round, It will be decided by drawing lots. Sochong thanked Nak. She replied that it was nothing and that she had to go because it was about to start. In the first round, Changhun and Nak Sowol entered the arena. They frowned at each other. The other members of Lotus watched the upcoming battle intently. The opponents bowed to each other. Sochon said that Nak Sowol would start. The referee shouted for both participants to get ready and begin. Wielding his sword, Chang Hong rushed forward to attack the girl. Holding her sword in front of her, Nak blocked Hong's devastating attack. They fought fiercely, hoping to win. Sparks flew in all directions from their swords. At one point, Nak launched a swift attack and Hong lost his balance. The boy couldn't stay on his feet and dropped his weapon as he fell. Flying to the side, Han's sword crashed to the floor and rolled away with a loud clang. Gritting his teeth in anger, the boy looked at Nak and headed for his sword. But the girl was faster, stepping between him and his weapon. She held her sword to him. He had no choice but to admit defeat. The elder said that she was incredibly accurate and frighteningly strong. The owner of the bloody iron sword had defeated him. Sim Okron thanked her. The judge announced that the next opponents should enter the arena. Next to enter the arena was Chu Sochon. Someone shouted that it was Chu's brother. His opponent was Pan Chul-san. He looked at Sochon with a smirk as he rose. Looking at his smug face, Chu Sochon wondered what to do. Smirking, Cho Muyan shouted that Chu was frozen at the sight of his grandson. This was quite reasonable. The young man thought that he didn't want to stand out. But if he lost without thinking, his departure would be postponed, because he would be considered the weakest. Therefore, on the first day, he needed to hold back his strength but still win. How could he do that? Smiling, Pan asked if his older brother wanted him to let him strike first. Looking at Panchul-san, Chu So-chul thought he couldn't lose to this trash. He was the grandson of Cho Mu-yan. Like Nak So-wol, his talent was recognized at a young age, and he was immediately accepted. However, unlike Nak, he had a nasty temper. He fought his opponents and often won competitions. As a young genius, Park Chul-san was showered with praise. Even Cho Mu-yan, known for his strictness, was never harsh with him. And so he grew up to be an arrogant fighter of the light faction. Park said he had heard about what happened to Chu 2 years ago, but he thinks it's all a bit exaggerated. He could easily take down a couple of pirates himself. To be honest, any martial arts master should be able to demonstrate their skills in any circumstances, on land or on a boat. Only weaklings can't do that. Sochong asked Park if he wanted him to pass on his words to Master Kufun right away. He replied that this only proves that Chu is too inexperienced. Chu is really ignorant. If he hadn't given it his all, he wouldn't have been able to win. That's why Nak So-wol pitied Sochon. Stop burdening Nak's sister. Let him leave her alone. The guy smiled and said that Chu was his brother and promised to be merciful to him. How would Sochon feel if he couldn't strike his younger brother? The elder told them to be quiet. Sim Ok Ryan asked Cho if he didn't think Pan's manners were a little inappropriate. He replied that he was still young and might not understand. Besides, wasn't he worried about his older brother's honor? He is still so young, that's why he behaves like that. But he has a kind heart. Just look at how caring he is. It's very touching. Pan said that despite his respect, Chu didn't even pretend to listen to him. He was leaving him no choice. To himself, he thought that he would destroy Sochun in front of his sister Nak. Laughing loudly, the guy rushed to attack Sokun. He shouted menacingly for Chu to get ready. He would squeeze every tear, snot, and other fluids out of him. To repel the attack, Pan Sochon held his sword in front of him. He had no intention of losing. Moving swiftly, the guy circled around Sochun and ended up behind him. He looked at Chu with a smirk, completely confident that he would easily defeat him. Stunned, Chu Sochon watched as the guy spun around him. The warrior was stunned. How could someone master 80% of the 5 steps of Qigong at the age of 12? No wonder Elder Cho Moon-young values him so highly. He looks very arrogant, but he is obviously very good at martial arts. Incredible movements. Frowning, Cho Seok-hoon thought that Pan liked to show off. If people found out that he had mastered the 5 steps of Qigong Manhwa long ago, they would be shocked. Smiling, Pan thought that Chu was completely overwhelmed by his movements. Sochan decided that he had gone too far and that it would not look good if he simply knocked him out. Therefore, he needed to make it look like he was having difficulty. Smiling, Pan decided that everything was fine. He would finish with the flower technique of scattered spirit. Gritting his teeth fiercely, the guy approached Sakhon to strike. Watching the battle, Cho Mu-yan shouted joyfully to his grandson to keep it up. Looking at the streams of energy approaching him, Chu decided that it was all over. Frowning as he looked at the guy, Sochun said that Pan had scared him. Shocked, the young man realized with dismay that the sword was no longer in his hand. At that moment, Chu Sochung delivered a powerful, crushing blow. Losing his balance, the guy crashed to the ground at Sochun's feet with a loud thud. The elders and warriors of Hushin who had been watching the battle stood in stunned silence. Sighing with emotion, Chu Sochun realized that he had gone too far. Shocked, Cho Mu-yan cried out to Chol-san in alarm. He was afraid for his grandson. Elder Hack told Cho to lower his voice. His eardrums were about to burst. Disappointed, Cho Mu-yan said that Pan hadn't been hurt badly, just knocked unconscious. He would be fine after resting. Elder Hack thought with a smile that this Chu Sochong had grown incredibly strong. Cho Mu-yan shouted that this bastard must have used some kind of witchcraft. Otherwise, Chol-san wouldn't have lost so easily. Hawk-sun replied that Cho should not be a laughingstock. He said that the brat had managed to deceive the 10 thrones of the high heavens and the 5 elders of Hosong. He understood that Cho adored his grandson, but he had to remember that love could ruin his student. He must teach him that he is his own worst enemy. But Cho Mu-yan couldn't accept that Chul-san was knocked out with a single blow. Elder Hak's son thought about how they should keep an eye on Cho So-chong. Hak-sun's thoughts were interrupted by Chu So-chul's words that he was giving up. At that moment, the boy was standing in the arena and his opponent was Nak So-wol. With her eyes wide with surprise, the girl smiled at So-chul and asked what he had said. Looking straight at her, Chu So-chul replied that he had said he was giving up. She looked at him in surprise. The referee shouted for him to explain himself. The guy replied that yesterday, in order to repel Pan Chul-san's attack, he had used his chi on most of his body, and that was why. Unexpectedly, he had suffered some internal injuries. They had not yet healed, so it was difficult for him to fight Nak's sister. Frowning, the warrior said regretfully that it must be so. The second warrior said that it would indeed be impossible to block Pan Chul-san's attack with average abilities. Besides, his opponent was Nak So-wol. In his current state, he would not be able to fight her, but he was too pleased with this. It was not a bad choice, but it was not suitable for the Lotus competition. He saw him in a different light after the incident with the Pirates of the Nine Seas. But although his skills were good, he lacked courage. Hak-sun was furious. He shouted that the stupid boy was bragging about his kui, but let him just look at what happened. As he left the arena, Chu So-chong heard his master say, "Good job." Bowing, So-chun asked his teacher for forgiveness. Yu Jong-mok replied that he had done nothing wrong. Why was he apologizing? He replied that it was because he was the master's disciple and had participated in the Lotus competition. Interrupting him, Yu Jong-mok said, "Enough. He knows how So-chong feels. Yesterday he was amazing, but he is sure that it was not enough. To cause internal damage, he thinks his body is fine. Knowing him, So-chan must be equal to that girl, Nak So-wol. In the end, no matter who won, the consumption of ki would be enormous. And the subsequent duel would be difficult. He knew that So-chong wasn't interested in becoming Ho-sang's sword, so there was no need to worry about the master anymore. He didn't need to try his hardest in the Lotus competition, so he gave So-wol a chance. The guy tried to say that the master was wrong. The master replied that there was no need to deny it. Caring for juniors without regard for glory deserves respect. So-chong tried to say that it wasn't like that, but the master hugged him. He said that Chu So-chong shouldn't be embarrassed. The master was proud of him. When he returned home, Chu So-chong thought deeply. He felt foolish. Suddenly, he saw someone approaching the door. A moment later, the door swung open. The startled boy saw Sim Ukryong enter with a frown. He bowed and said that he humbly greeted Elder Sim. The elder looked at Chu So-chong with a frown and said nothing. The guy glanced at Sim OK Ryan from under his eyebrows, not understanding what was going on. Suddenly, the woman said that she was indebted to Chu So-hoon and left. Staring after her in bewilderment, So-hoon said thank you. He was shocked. She thanked him for taking care of her granddaughter. What a strange misunderstanding. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided it didn't sound so bad. At that moment, he heard his older brother scream. Nak So-wol came to him and asked why he had done that. The boy shouted again. Several years passed. Chu So-chun turned 18. Sitting at sunset, the boy meditated. He had mastered 80% of the divine art of Purple Mist. He thought that he had 20% left to go before he could fully master it and use the divine art of Purple Mist. He had mastered the second form of this technique. He had only 10 left to go before he could fully master the divine art of archery. Fortunately, there had been no changes in history over the past 4 years, so he could prepare without rushing. He was particularly concerned about the Tomb of the Cursed Demon. It was supposed to happen next summer. There were only 6 months left. He thought about the Battle of the Seven Swords spawned by the Tomb of the Cursed Demon. Nothing would go as they wanted. Suddenly, So-chon heard someone calling him. Turning around, the boy saw Nak So-wol rushing toward him. He was captivated by her beauty. The girl asked what was wrong. He replied that nothing was wrong. He saw her and was lost in admiration of her beauty. Don't worry about it. Embarrassed, Nak asked him if he was embarrassed to say such things. He replied that she was so cute when she was embarrassed. She was trying to destroy him with her cuteness. The girl became angry. So-chon asked her why she had come here anyway. The girl replied that his master was looking for him. So-chon was surprised that his master was looking for him. Returning, the guy went to the master and asked why Yu Jong-mok had called him. He replied that Chu So-chong was already 18 years old. He had something to tell him. Yesterday at the elders' meeting, they had talked about him. It concerned his journey to become a saint. To be honest, he was having a hard time deciding whether to send him alone or not. The young man mentally screamed no. He begged to be sent alone without an escort. At that moment, Yu Jong-mok said that the elders were worrying needlessly. Sighing, Yu Jong-mok said that he would finally be able to see his disciple leave Hosan. He asked for forgiveness for not being there last time. The young man shouted that his master had no reason to blame himself. Last time, he had been on a mission. Someone skilled in martial arts was needed, so there was no choice. Laughing, the master said that he had a way with words. He thanked him for always making excuses for his foolish teacher. He wished him a safe journey. Bowing, Chu So-chong promised the master that he would definitely return. In his previous life, when the time came to depart, he went into battle. Therefore, this was his first journey to become a saint. The Battle of the Seven Swords would begin the following year. Seeing him off, Nak So-wol told her brother that they would see each other in a year. As he left, he thought that he was not sure he could keep the promise he had made to his sister Nak. Well, time will tell. He has many tasks ahead of him that must be accomplished. Seeing him off, the warrior Hosanna told the young man to take care of himself. The merchant promised to prepare money for his journey to become a saint. The young man thought that this was very timely. He took the money for the journey and now. He had 6 months left before the Tomb of the Cursed Demon would be discovered. If he had to face the Lord of the Dark Skies without any special skills, it would be difficult to survive. He needed even more power for that, the Sichuan carp of divine flame, the Yunnan seven-horned snake, and the Tibetan thousand-year-old snow ginseng. He absolutely needs these three things, and the first will be the carp of eternal fire. Soon after arriving in Sichuan, Chu So-chung set out to find a place to spend the night. When the girls saw the traveler, they exchanged glances and giggled at him. The guy went to the reception desk, behind which was the manager. Seeing So-hun, he said that there were no rooms available. He said that his name was Chu So-hun and that he was from the Golden Merchant Organization. The manager replied that they had been expecting him. He was the manager of the Sakchung branch in this place. Chu said he was pleased to meet the manager. The Golden Merchant Organization now does business not only in Guizhou, but also frequently visits all branches of the light and dark factions. The young man thought that the chief merchant made life easier for many people. He said he didn't need food or alcohol. He asked them to prepare some water for a bath. Seeing that the manager was looking at him thoughtfully, he asked him to tell him what was going on. He said that Shenmi was founded on the trade of various minerals, but iron was the most actively sold. Their branch preferred trading in iron and salt, but over the past few months, bandits from the 9 mountains of Chongqing had been expanding their territory. Now they had set their sights on the southern villages of Shenxi. Their organization, the Golden Merchants, had been robbed under the pretext of transit duties. The chief merchant said to ask him for a favor, but in such a way that he would not put him in an awkward position. After thinking for a moment, Chu So-chung asked where the bandits of the 9 mountains had appeared. The manager replied that they were on the border with Sichuan. The young man replied that if that was the case, he could escort him. Crossing the border with Sichuan, they would be able to avoid the threat from the bandits of the 9 mountains. They would be able to avoid the threat from the 9 mountain bandits. The manager thanked him. Soon, people were waiting for Chu So-chung to come down to escort them. As he descended, he smiled at the soldiers waiting for him below. Seeing Mr. Chu, they jumped up from their seats and greeted him. After a while, they set off on their journey, accompanied by Chu So-chung. While he was resting, the warriors discussed what they had been told about him being a master, and it seemed to be true. How else could he have lain on top of a shaking cart? No matter how he looked, he was still a member of the Hosang faction. The members of the 9 great factions were amazing, but he didn't understand. Why did the chief merchant say to treat him with the utmost respect? Wasn't Hoshan where Li Yijie traded at the beginning of his career? Perhaps he was protecting the disciple of someone close to the chief merchant. He usually flattered people he wanted something from. They were already preparing to cross the border with Sichuan when they heard a shout to stop. Hearing the shout, Chu So-chung crouched down on the roof of the cart to see what was going on. The warrior said he would go and check. The other warriors were to watch the wagon and stay where they were. Suddenly, the surprised warrior saw that Chu's escort had jumped to the ground. After landing, the man began to look around carefully. At that moment, bandits emerged from the forest and said something surprising. He had noticed them before they were ambushed. He must have good instincts. The warrior screamed in horror. Seeing the mark on their clothes, the warrior realized that they were bandits from the 9 mountains. Seeing Seok-hoon standing nearby, the bandit demanded that he introduce himself. The guy replied that he was Chu Seok-hoon. The bandit said that he was young and arrogant, apparently from one of the 9 major factions or 5 great royal families. Seok-hoon replied that he was from Hoshan. The bandit sneered that a swordsman from Hoshan was a worthy opponent. Did anyone else want to introduce themselves? The guy replied that he alone was enough to crush them all. The bandits laughed. They said that if he was a follower of Hoshan, he was at least a first-class warrior. But what did he hope to do against all of them? The warrior standing behind Sokon asked why there were so many. Chu told them not to panic. He told the gangster that he was talking too much. From his experience, he could tell that they were needed for the story to move forward. But they certainly looked like strong bandits. The leader asked what nonsense the guy was talking about. Smiling, Chu So-chung grabbed the hilt of his sword and said that he would begin. In an instant, Chu So-chung drew his sword, pushed off the ground, and rushed into attack. The stunned bandit saw the guy appear next to him in an instant. Stunned, the bandit asked in surprise how he had done it. Smiling, the young man asked why he was so surprised. He was a master after all. Gritting their teeth in anger, the stunned bandits saw the young man rapidly approaching. Chu thought that at first glance most of the bandits were third-class warriors, with the rest passing for second-class. There were about 30 third-class warriors and 5 or 6 second-class warriors. The shocked gangster asked if he was really a master. Chu So-hun replied that it would be quick. The stunned gangster's eyes widened in horror as they saw the guy delivering powerful blows. Cursing furiously, the gangster shouted that even if he was a master, he was only one man. With a cry, the gangsters rushed at Cho Seok-hoon, promising to send him to the other world. A variety of deadly weapons flew toward the young man. Moving swiftly, Chu So-chan delivered crushing blows. The excited warrior shouted for Mr. Chu to be careful. At that moment, a bandit who had thrown a deadly axe at the young man shouted that it was too late. Nimbly dodging, Chu So-chan grabbed the axe flying toward him. In an instant, he flipped in the air and delivered a crushing blow to the bandit. Moving swiftly, the young man crushed the shocked bandits one after another. Deftly dodging deadly attacks, he crushed the enraged bandits. Using Qigong techniques, he swung his sword, scattering the attackers in all directions. Soon, Chu So-chang stood in the middle of the road littered with the bodies of defeated bandits. Smiling, he said that it was easier than he had thought. The surviving bandits looked at him in horror. They threw down their weapons and ran as far away as they could. The warriors who had been watching the battle were impressed by the young man's abilities. Thinking for a moment, the young man looked around the battlefield and said, "Let's see." Lifting a leather case, he told them to go ahead and follow the road towards Sichuan. He would make sure that the bandits of the 9 mountains would not pursue them. The surprised warrior asked the gentleman what it all meant. He replied that it would take too long to explain. Therefore, he asked the warriors to obey without unnecessary questions. He rushed into the forest, moving carefully between the trees. Hiding behind a tree, he saw the bandits and thought there were more people than he had expected. His concentration of solar ki was at 30%. He would use this to burn the mountain and deal with them once and for all. Suddenly, the guy froze when he saw one of the bandits in the crowd. Looking at him, he thought thoughtfully, could it be? Then everything became clear to him. Taking out an arrow, Chu Sochong aimed it at the bandit standing on the tower. The deadly arrow flew swiftly toward the unsuspecting man. In an instant, the bandit was struck down and, losing his balance, fell from the tower. Pulling back the bowstring, Chu Sochong prepared to destroy the remaining guards. A couple of moments later, 2 more bandits were eliminated from the watchtowers. Checking his quiver, Chu Sochong counted 9 arrows remaining. He decided he had to hurry before the other bandits found him. First, he decided to kill the man who looked like the leader. He was absolutely certain that there were people locked up there who needed to be rescued. Changing his position, Chu Sochong took aim and drew the bowstring of his powerful bow. In an instant, the deadly arrow flew toward the bandit leader. The shocked bandits stared in horror as their fallen leader fell to the ground. They screamed furiously that they were being attacked and tried to figure out where the attack was coming from. At that moment, Chu Sochong quickly ran away, changing his position. Suddenly, another deadly arrow struck down another bandit. At that moment, they noticed that the archer was on one of the watchtowers. Cho Seok-hoon stood atop the tower, readying his deadly bow for attack. Seeing the guy, the enraged bandit shouted that this was the bastard who had been with the merchants. He shouted furiously for the bandits to get rid of the archer immediately. But he didn't have time to finish his sentence before he was struck down by another deadly arrow. Taking out his last arrows, Chu Seok-hoon prepared to descend from the watchtower. As he jumped, he fired 2 deadly arrows, destroying the bandits. One after another, the defeated bandits fell to the ground with cries of pain. The enraged bandits shouted furiously to stop this bastard. Using his last arrows, Chu Seok-hoon stood on the ground, ready to fight. Drawing his sword, he fearlessly charged at the armed bandits. A crowd of bandits armed with various weapons rushed to attack Cho Seok-hoon. Swinging his devastating sword in all directions, the young man destroyed the bandits one by one. The surviving bandits laid down their weapons and begged the master to spare them. Chu asked if they were begging for mercy. Kneeling on the ground, the bandits promised to do anything. They looked at him pleadingly and promised that if he spared them, they would reform. Chu Sochong smiled and said okay. He would check it out in the next life. Not wanting to kill the bandits, Chu Sochong tied them up and decided to let them live for now. Taking one of the bandits, he sent him ahead to show him where the hostages were hidden. Soon, Chu Seok-hoon, accompanied by the bandit, reached the cave and the bandit went inside. Inside the cave was a wooden grate behind which people were held. The frightened hostages trembled with fear when they saw someone enter the cave. Chu Sochong smiled and said that everything was fine. He told them to come out. He was a follower of Hosanna and had come to rescue them. The surprised people looked at the young man in fear, unable to believe in such a miraculous rescue. When they came out of the cave, an old man thanked Seok-hoon for saving them. The young man replied that it was nothing. He had seen a storage room next to the prison. There must be money there. They should use it for the village's needs. The old man replied that they couldn't treat their savior so shamelessly. They owed him for the rest of their lives. Smiling, Seok-hoon replied that everything was fine. As an ascetic, he would be punished for greed. The people asked the gentleman to at least tell them his name. The young man replied that he was Chu Seok-hoon, a disciple of Hosanna. Returning to the carts, Chu Seok-hoon heard the enthusiastic warriors shouting to him. Laughing, the young man replied that he already knew how wonderful he was. He thought it was good to be free. Having reached the limit, he would no longer have to hide. Soon, in Sichuan, the Tang clan discussed the recent events that had happened to Chu. The lady asked Chu Sochong about their Hosanna. They confirmed that it was true. After seeing off the merchant's caravan, Chu Sochong said that he had business to attend to and was leaving. The divine flame contains a huge amount of fiery ki. If he absorbs it, he will not be able to assimilate it properly, and the slightest mistake would lead to internal damage. If he could get the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng from the great snow-capped mountain, it would be his first choice, but he would freeze to death before he could find it. Therefore, he needed a remedy that could be taken together with the carp, and the Tan clan would provide it. To carry out his plan, Chu Sochong went to meet the poisonous phoenix Tan He. 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. In the world of martial arts, the prefixes dragon and phoenix to a title are of great significance. This select group of 7 represents the elite among young talents. In their 20s and 30s, they have outstanding achievements. He decided that if he were not a disciple of the outstanding swordsman Hosang, it would be difficult to meet her. In his previous life, he had no opportunity to see her. This is their first meeting. Looking at him, the phoenix Tan. He asked why the young ascetic looked so pensive. She had heard that Hoshan's ascetics were only aroused by swords, but looking at him, she thought that was not the case. Stunned, Chu Sochong opened his mouth and stared at the beautiful girl, not knowing what to say. Crossing her legs, Tan, he asked him to forgive her. She had a sharp tongue. It was too harsh a joke. She hoped he would forgive her when the boy saw her for the first time. They say she has a beautiful name and stare at her with eyes full of desire. At least he's not like that. She's glad. Don't worry, if he's a man of few words and says his name at least 3 times, maybe she'll remember it. Stunned, Chu Sochong looked at her and thought that the poisonous phoenix was so spoiled. Standing up, Tan, he said that he was free to stay as long as he wished. He should rest and continue his journey when he was ready, and he should not look for her. At that moment, Chu So-chung said that Lady Tan was very impulsive. He had met her to have a duel. She asked him in astonishment, "A duel?" Chu So-chung smiled and replied yes. It would be a competition with stakes. The surprised girl replied that he had intrigued her. Let him lay his cards on the table. And let him remember that he'd better not compare her to other ordinary girls. Smiling, So-kun replied that he hadn't even thought of that. She asked what his bet was. Placing his sword in front of him, Chu So-chung replied that his bet was this excellent sword. She replied that it was certainly not bad, but if he asked for her hand in return, it would be nothing short of robbery. Smiling, the guy replied that not all men wanted only that. He said that in return, he needed frost poison. The girl was surprised why a follower of Hosong would need poison. So-chon replied that if she was interested in his motives, why didn't she defeat him and ask him about it? Jumping up, Tanny replied that this was very bold. However, it was not worth angering him any further. Swinging her arm, she struck the table with all her might, causing the boards to crack. She said that she could throw him into the river and hold him underwater until he literally turned into a river ghost. Looking at her with a smirk, he thought she was terrifying. Tan. He said she accepted his challenge. Chu So-chung smiled and replied that she could choose the time and place. Flashing her eyes, the girl waved her hand and released a stream of inner energy. In an instant, a stream of golden butterflies flew toward the stunned Chu So-chung. The guy dodged the stream of golden butterflies, and they flew past him. At that moment, Tan-hee released another stream of golden butterflies toward the guy. Dodging, Chu So-chung wondered if these were poisonous butterflies. The golden butterflies with sharp wings flew past Chu So-chung without touching him. Cursing fiercely, the guy grabbed his sword and dodged the attack. Smiling, Tan-hee said she praised him. He dodged the butterfly that was chasing him. The guy replied that her attack had failed and asked what would happen next. Looking down on him arrogantly, Tan-hee asked if he really thought so. If he survived the next attack, she would admit defeat. Swinging her sword, she struck the table with all her might, shattering it into small pieces. At that moment, she waved her hand and sharp wooden splinters flew rapidly towards So-chon. The guy furiously swung his sword in different directions, deflecting the flying splinters. He knocked them out of the air, turning them into small splinters that could not cause any harm. With a smirk, Tan-hee looked at Chu So-kun and said that now he was definitely finished. At that moment, a golden butterfly flew toward the guy from above. Suddenly, the girl saw that So-chun had swung his sword and the butterfly was on the tip. In an instant, the butterfly was destroyed and the deadly shards were neutralized. Stunned, Tanny frowned and looked at the guy. She didn't expect him to manage it. Angry, So-kun asked what the hell was going on. She had tried to destroy him. At that moment, warriors rushed in and shouted, "What's going on? It's that guest!" They rushed toward Tan-hee, shouting, "Lady? What does this bastard think he's doing?" But at that moment, she stopped them. She asked with interest what his name was, as he had said. Frowning at the girl, he replied that his name was Chu So-kun from Hoshan. Turning around, Tan-hee told the soldiers not to touch him until she returned. So-chun thought that she wasn't planning a surprise attack to try to destroy him again. When Tan-hee returned, she handed him the box and said that it was as they had agreed. Taking the box, So-chun replied, "Fine." He was not happy to have met her. He hoped they would never meet again. As he passed by, he asked if he knew what the most terrifying trait of the Tan clan was. Glancing at her, So-kun replied that he didn't want to know. The girl said that they were the most sinister clan in the world of martial arts. If you offend an old woman, you'll never be forgiven. She always pays her debts, so she promises that it would not be a sin but poison that would spread through his body and consume him. Smiling, So-kun replied that he had heard that the Tan clan was the most generous in the world. He had finished his business here, so now he would go his own way. Let's not hold grudges. Next time, they'll start all over again. Leaving the Tan clan, Chu So-chung soon set off for Mount Zhongliang in Sichuan. Smiling, the young man looked at the sprawling lake and thought that he had finally arrived. Closing his eyes, he tried to concentrate to find the divine flame carp. Soon he felt the energy of the divine flame carp and joyfully realized that he had found it. Taking out his deadly arrows, the young man thanked the Dark Heaven faction, an organization under the Dark Sky faction that collected and recorded data on miraculous medicines and mythical creatures. The Illustrated Records Division. In times of battle, they used a huge number of mythical animals to increase their internal energy, or hire masters from outside the faction. There was a reason for their power. After the battle, the archives of the Illustrated Records Department were revealed. Only to a small number of people, mainly faction leaders. However, the records were not very useful because the Dark Sky faction had left behind no miraculous medicines or mythical animals. Out of boredom, he read these records without thinking they would be useful. Shusok's deadly arrows flew into the lake, but the carp dodged them. Drawing his sword, the guy jumped into the water, shouting, "Where are you going, carp?" He tried to catch the fish with swift blows of his sword, but he was unsuccessful. The carp of divine flame kept slipping away from him. At one point, the stunned Chu So-kun saw the carp jump out of the water and fly high into the air. Looking at the fish, he cursed furiously, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, the divine flame carp turned in the air and delivered a powerful blow. Unexpectedly, Chu So-chan was hit in the face and looked around in bewilderment. A moment later, the carp of divine flame dived back into the water, leaving only splashes behind. Enraged, Chu So-chan shouted that he would not leave alive after that. In any case, he was going to destroy it. The guy used the first form of the purple mist genesis technique. Releasing a powerful stream of crushing energy, he shouted, "Rain petals!" Powerful streams of purple mist energy rushed toward the divine flame carp. The carp widened its blue eyes and tried to dodge the deadly blow. Emerging from the water, the divine flame carp, blowing bubbles, looked at Chu Sokon. Clenching his fists fiercely, the guy swung his leg to deliver a powerful blow to the water. From the crushing blow, stones flew in all directions. A huge stream of water threw the fish into the air. Flying high into the air, the divine flame carp flipped over in midair. Swinging his arms, Chu Sokon shouted furiously that now he was definitely caught. A crushing stream of deadly energy flew toward the fish. From the powerful blow, the carp fell to the ground. Chu Sochong angrily asked how the divine flame carp could do such a thing. Even though the carp was a mythical creature, it was nothing in front of a human. He wondered what it would taste like, but decided that now was not the time. Holding the divine flame carp tightly, Chu Sochong stuck his hand into its mouth. A moment later, the young man carefully extracted a pearl from the divine flame carp. At that moment, the stunned Chu Sochong noticed that the carp was hanging limply from his hand and had turned black. Without the inner pearl, the divine flame carp turned into a black, inedible fish. Throwing it back into the water, he thought that the fish no longer looked so appetizing. The life of creatures always boils down to the survival of the fittest. The inability to take a life or gratitude for a sacrifice is meaningless in the face of this simple truth. He was not angry that the carp had hit him. Preparing himself, Chu Sochong swallowed the pearl from the divine flame carp. At the same time, the young man took out the frost poison that Tan He had given him. At that very moment, he felt as if he were standing on top of an icy mountain. Placing the vial of frost poison next to him, Chu Sochong began to meditate. A stream of frost poison enveloped his body, preventing the flame from the pearl from igniting. From the pearl he had swallowed, a divine flame flared up inside his body. He knew that the most important thing was to concentrate. The two elements fought each other. Fight fire with fire. Using the frost poison, he neutralized the fiery Kui, and the fiery Kui neutralized the frost poison. He had heard that the poison of the Tang clan was incredibly strong, but this exceeded all his expectations. The young man's entire body trembled with tension under the influence of the two devastating elements. Finally, Chu Sochong exhaled and felt that his Kui had increased by 5 years. It was a pity, but it was to be expected. Immunity to all types of poisons and resistance to heat and cold. With the help of his Kui, Chu Sochong protected his body. The Kui used in the process was not restored, so despite its ineffectiveness, he had only wasted it. He thought he wasn't entirely sure about his immunity to poisons, but his resistance to heat and cold had increased. Although Sochong does not use his Kui, heat does not affect his body. Immunity to poisons and resistance to heat and cold at the age of 18. Excellent. He decided that next, a 7-headed snake awaited him. He was already looking forward to it. Suddenly, people in black cloaks arrived at the lake where Chu Sochon had just been. Frowning, they looked at the lake from which steam was rising. They realized that someone had been there. The leader shouted for them to search the area quickly and find him. At that moment, one of the men in a cloak saw something strange and called the leader over. He showed him the blackened, lifeless body of a divine flame carp. Frowning, the leader looked at the destroyed fish, trying to understand what had happened. A subordinate shouted to him that he had found marks from a crushing sword. Enraged, the leader shouted furiously, demanding to know who had done this, who dared to steal it. The stunned subordinates looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The leader shouted furiously that whoever did this would die a slow and painful death. After some time, Chu Sochong arrived in Yunnan Kunming. He smiled, thinking that in Yunnan, he would finally be able to sleep in a bed. Looking at the signs, he read Milky Manor and Flying Tiger Security Service. He thought that starting in Yunnan, the Golden Merchant Organization would not be able to help him. He couldn't waste money. If he had time after getting the 7-headed snake's core, it would be worth visiting the Dion Kong faction. Entering the building, Chu Sochong sat down at a table and overheard a conversation. One of the men asked if he remembered the young man who had recently won the competition. Against the poisonous phoenix, the second replied, Chu Sochong from Hosang. He remembers. Why do you ask? The man said that before arriving in Sichuan, he had killed about 50 mountain bandits in Chongqing. Plus, he had rescued captured citizens. Moreover, he even shared the stolen money with them. The second said, what a noble warrior. Mount Ailau has a bad reputation as a mountain of death. One reason is the wild environment, but mainly it is because of the poisonous fauna that inhabits these mountains. The most dangerous area on the mountain is the poisonous Blood Valley. The passage into it is filled with various kinds of poisons. Inside, there are many toxins beyond imagination. Even a poison master from the Tan clan would not be able to return after stepping there. It is so dangerous that the state and the entire Murom Union have declared the poisonous Blood Valley a restricted area. A detachment of warriors was marching through this area. The leader said that he was approaching a place he had only heard about. If any of them wanted to turn back, it was not too late. He would not punish them. The warriors replied no. At the moment he accepted them, they swore allegiance to him. If it weren't for his help, they would not be here now. Looking at the warriors, he said, then let's go. They made their way through the thickets. It was very hot. The warrior walking in front warned his master that they would soon reach the poisonous insect zone. He warned his master that they would soon reach the area of poisonous insects. Stopping, the lord looked around carefully, listening to the sounds around him. Suddenly turning to the warriors, he shouted for them to prepare for battle. Drawing his sword, he looked around when one of the warriors screamed in terror. The frightened warrior screamed in terror that there was a poisonous insect there. A huge beetle was sitting on his leg. Running up to the warrior, the lord struck the poisonous insect with a precise blow of his sword. He shouted for them not to be careless in the hope of quick rescue. They will attack as soon as someone falls. They must not let themselves be bitten. The warriors must concentrate and be vigilant. At that moment, Chu Sokun entered the area of the poisonous insects. A huge beetle jumped onto his shoulder. Squashing him flat, the guy said irritably that they were getting on his nerves. Soon, he saw a huge number of glowing dots hidden among the leaves. Drawing his sword, Chu Sochong cursed furiously that these damn insects were everywhere. Furiously swinging his sword, he destroyed everyone who crossed his path, shouting for them to get lost. Finally, he thought he had gotten rid of the annoying insects. Let's see if he can find any more poisonous plants. At that moment, Chu Sochong heard screams of terror and cries for help in the distance. He was surprised that someone was screaming. Could there be people nearby? What were they doing here? Thinking about it, he guessed that they might be warriors from the Dark Sky faction. Deciding to investigate, he made his way through the bushes. Standing in front of the man was a huge mantis. The man was furiously swinging his sword to fend off the attacks of the huge insect. He shouted, "Where is that monster aiming?" At that moment, the mantis struck. The man jumped back to avoid the blow and cursed the insect furiously. At that moment, the huge praying mantis released a stream of poisonous saliva at him. Swinging with all his might, the gentleman delivered a crushing blow to the mantis. Smiling, he thought he had done it. At that moment, poison sprayed in his direction. The agitated warrior, fighting off the insects, shouted for the gentleman to be careful. Even after losing its head, the mantis did not stop attacking with its huge claws. The gentleman fought fiercely against the deadly attacks of the poisonous insect. He cursed furiously, not understanding how this was even possible. The headless monster did not stop. Suddenly, the huge mantis managed to reach the gentleman and wounded him in the shoulder. The enormous insect towered over the wounded warrior, ready to destroy him. Gripping his crushing sword tightly, the lord prepared to repel the monster's attack. At that moment, he screamed in terror, "Someone, please help me." Gripping his sword tightly, the lord had no intention of surrendering to the poisonous monster without a fight. The huge, terrifying mantis raised its claws to deliver a crushing blow. Realizing that he could not defeat the monster, he closed his eyes and shouted for them to leave him and run away. Suddenly, the shocked gentleman saw a young man who had destroyed the monster and said that it was the great mantis from the Illustrated Records department. The stunned gentleman asked him to repeat what he had said. He didn't understand what had happened. The young man smiled and said that when mantises mate, the female destroys the male. They always choose those whose heads are easier to tear off. He thought the mantis would die, but the sexual ritual drove it into a frenzy. Swinging his arm, Chu Sochong attacked the mantis. Moving swiftly, he easily deflected the attacks of the poisonous creature. The stunned gentleman watched the battle. He suddenly recognized the gate. Cho Seok-hoon said he had heard that there was a nerve in the mantis's head that suppressed unnecessary force so that it would not injure the body. If you cut off its head, the nerve is severed, unlocking all its strength and freedom of movement. Therefore, in the future, if the gentleman sees a mantis, he must destroy its body, not its head. With a fierce cry, Chu Sokan swung his arm and dealt a deadly blow to the poisonous insect. The crushed insect crashed to the ground with a loud thud, flooding everything around it with its poison. The shocked gentleman looked bewildered at the young man who had suddenly appeared. Cho Seok-hoon said that, to be honest, he had hoped that the woman was calling for help. He would have come to save her and become a hero. Gripping his sword tightly, he said that it was best to leave it alone. The area was swarming with these vicious poisonous insects. Furiously swinging his crushing sword, Chu Seok-hoon destroyed all the creatures that came his way. The poisonous insects were blown to pieces by his powerful blows. The stunned warriors watched in amazement as the young man skillfully destroyed the insects. At that moment, the master saw the ornament on Chu Sohon's clothes and realized that he was from Hoshan. Looking at the young man, he asked in surprise who he was and what he was doing there. Turning around, Chu Sochon smiled and replied that his name was Chu Sochon from Hoshan. Surprised, the gentleman said that he was Tan Haesun from the Deonkan faction. Surprised, Sochong asked if he was really the 7th master of the Deonkan faction. He wondered why someone like him was from the Deonkan faction. Sochong apologized aloud for his tactlessness. He didn't know that he was the 7th master and had behaved rudely. Tan replied that Chu was his savior. Therefore, there was no need to worry about it. He was ashamed to ask, but could he escort them to a safe place? Sochon replied that while wandering around, he had come across a suitable cave where they could rest. Hasten said that he owed his life to Master Chu. Chu smiled and replied that he had only done what he had to do. Hasten said that as a follower of the Light faction, he understood that helping others was the right thing to do. But putting these ideals into practice was not easy. This was the Valley of Poisoned Blood, where it was difficult even to take care of oneself. He expressed his deep gratitude to Chu. Looking at Tan Hasten, Chu Sochong thought that he looked like he had stepped out of a book. All the warriors bowed together with their lord and thanked Chu Sochong. Hasten said that Sochon seemed to be on his way to becoming a saint. He asked him why he had come all the way to the Valley of Poisoned Blood. The young man replied that he had come here to increase his strength and develop a defense against poisons. Thinking for a moment, Hasen said that if Master Chu was not going to leave the Valley of Poisoned Blood, he would like to ask him for a favor. They wanted him to help them catch a mythical creature called the Seven-Horned Snake. Sochong was stunned to hear about the Seven-Horned Snake. Hasten said that there were some complications. He would explain. First, how much did Master Chu know about the 7th Master? The young man thought about it. Hasten said that everything was fine. He was the youngest of the Masters of Diankong. It was not surprising that Chu knew nothing. He was the head of the faction and also the son of the owner of the Milky Manor. as he knows their faction is located in Yunnan, a disputed area near Tibet, Nanmanya, and Guangxi. Due to the factional battles, Dian Kong was experiencing financial difficulties that desperately needed to be resolved. The owner of the Milky Manor, his father, came to them and offered a deal. In exchange for solving their financial problems, his son would become a disciple of the faction leader. In other words, the Milky Manor wanted to gain martial arts skills and the protection of the Diankang faction, although the manor runs the Flying Tiger mercenary service. They have a monopoly in Yunnan, but they are still just merchants with no power to protect their wealth. The faction accepted the deal, but with 3 conditions. First, only one person could become the faction leader's disciple. Second, they were forbidden to teach martial arts to others. Third, he had to be as discreet as possible. He had to know the reasons. Sochong thought that they had received money and sold their excellent martial arts skills, and the other 6 masters of the faction knew it too. Compared to his brothers, he was just lucky to become an apprentice. That was all there was to it. But no matter what, he wanted his brothers to recognize him as a warrior of the Dian Kong faction. So he came to the poisonous Blood Valley to catch the snake. Sochong mentioned the 7-headed snake. Hasten interrupted, saying that he was absent-minded. He asked for help in catching the 7-headed snake, but forgot to mention something. In the past, before the poisonous Blood Valley became forbidden, warriors from his faction used to travel there. At that time, they said they had encountered a snake. It had 7 horns and was immune to all attacks. Sochong was surprised that the Diankan faction also knew about the 7-horned snake. Tan Hasten said that even though it was embarrassing, he was asking him for a favor. They would never forget his kindness, and he swore that one day he would repay him. After thinking about it, Sochong agreed to help him. Surprised, Hassan asked if it was true. The deeper they went, the harder it would be. It would be full of poisonous insects, and the 7-horned snake is an incredibly powerful mythical creature. Sochong said, "Didn't you tell me that the horns were the only part that could not be struck? Then everything would be fine." Besides, they had many people. After some time, Chu Sochon, along with the warriors of the Dianking faction, set off in search of the 7-horned snake. On the way, the guide chewed on some poisonous grass. Hassan asked if ascetics eat poisonous plants. Or are they not poisonous? Sochon replied that he should look at the spots. If it is not a poisonous plant, he would eat his hand. Not understanding, Hasten asked why Master Chu was chewing poisonous grass. He replied that it was said that poison masters poison themselves to increase their resistance to poison. That's why he does it. However, now is not the time for that. It's not safe here. Looking around, Hasten said with certainty that he couldn't see any of the countless poisonous beetles. Suddenly, they felt the ground beneath them shake. Debris rained down on them from above. A moment later, through the dusty veil, they saw a huge 7-headed snake in front of them. Looking at the 7-headed snake, Hasan frowned and said that it was quite large. Chu Sochong smiled and said that he would eat the snake right now. At that moment, the terrifying 7-headed snake hissed, opening its mouth with huge fangs. The warriors of the Dian King faction recoiled in horror from the terrifying monster. At that moment, Chu Sochong shouted for them to gather. They would proceed as planned. Suddenly, Tanhasen rushed toward the snake, drawing his sword. Sochong wondered if he was going to be the bait. Was he brave or just fearless? At that moment, Chu Sochong rushed forward, making his way into the cave where the snake was sitting. Swinging with all his might, he delivered a crushing blow and wounded the monster. Seeing this, Tanhasen shouted with joy, "Yes! That's it!" But Sochon decided that it was too superficial. The enraged 7-horned snake hissed furiously, clacking its huge teeth. Huge rocks fell from the cave ceiling as it moved. The 7-horned snake began to move, trying to crawl away. Chu Sochon shouted, "Where are you going?" Pushing off the cave wall with all his strength, he jumped onto the snake in several leaps. Once he was close to its head, Chu Sochon swung his sword to strike. In an instant, he brought the deadly sword down on the monster's head. Stabbing the sword into the monster, he shouted to Tanhasun to block it. The guy responded well. At that moment, Sochu noticed movement deep inside the cave. He wanted to see what was there, but now he didn't have time. The wounded 7-horned snake began to writhe more violently, crashing into the cave entrance. After a while, it was buried under rocks. Only its head was sticking out of the entrance. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Sokon rushed to cut off the 7-horned snake's horns. The monster's huge eyes flashed furiously when it saw the horn flying past it. The enraged monster began to release its inner energy to destroy the humans. It hissed furiously, baring its deadly fangs and sticking out its tongue. Swinging his sword, Tanhason shouted that he didn't think so, and delivered a powerful blow. He wounded the 7-headed snake in its long snake tongue and jumped back. At that moment, Sohan, sword in hand, was reflected in the monster's huge eyes. Jumping onto the 7-headed snake's head, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow. At that moment, liquid began to ooze from the wounded tongue. Sohan shouted cautiously, "It's poison!" Jumping aside to avoid the dripping poison, Tanhason cursed furiously. Suddenly, Chu Sochon jumped off the monster's head and leapt straight into its mouth. Once inside its mouth, he used the sword technique known as the 24 plum blossoms. Swinging his sword in all directions, he dealt a crushing blow to the 7-headed snake. In an instant, a powerful energy stream appeared on the monster's neck, and an explosion destroyed the snake. Soon, Chu Sochong and Tan Hasen severed the horns from the snake's head and tied them tightly. Sochong said that as one of the 7 masters of the Dianking faction, known for their generosity and gratitude, he would remain true to his word. He would not stab him in the back like the Dark faction. He would take the 6 horns as they had agreed. Hasten replied that he could not do that. He said he was very grateful. Thank you very much, Mr. Chu, for saving his life and helping him. He would never forget what he had done for him. Someday he would repay him. Sochon asked Hasten for a favor. He asked him to keep secret that he had helped him catch the seven-horned snake. He shouldn't worry about it. Besides, even if he says that someone from the Hosong faction helped him, even if he brings the horns, it won't count. So it was in his best interest. He replied that he understood and could not refuse the request of his savior. He thought that if it was about the snake's horns, the warriors would tear him to pieces to get them. That would definitely cause problems. Hasten said he swore on the life he had saved and on his honor that he would keep his promise. These guys would also take the secret with them to the grave. The warriors swore. Tan Hassen ordered them to return. At that moment, Chu So-chung noticed the glowing eyes of poisonous insects in the foliage. He put his belongings on the ground and asked again about the poisonous insects. Drawing his sword, he began to swing it in all directions, destroying the annoying insects. Tan Hassen also tried to fight off the insects. So-chan shouted for Mr. Tan to focus on defending himself. He asked Chu if everything would be all right. He replied yes. Tan must be tired from fighting the seven-headed snake, so he should not overexert himself and take care of his belongings. Looking at him, Tan Hasten thought that he could see once again how skilled he was in martial arts. After destroying all the insects in his path, Sochon said that there were slightly fewer of them now. Having finished with the poisonous insects, Chu Sochong filled his bag with poisonous plants. At that moment, the young man picked up his quiver with his bow and arrows. The surprised warrior asked if Master Chu was really going to use a bow. Sochon replied that it was his hobby. Frowning, Hasten said that although the number of insects had decreased, he didn't think they could entertain themselves like this now. He stopped short when he saw the deadly arrow fly toward the poisonous spider. Slicing through the air, it hit its target with precision, destroying the insect. With his eyes wide with surprise, Tan Hasan thought that Chu So-chung was extremely talented in martial arts. But to think that he could use a bow like that, he once again enjoyed watching how amazing he was in martial arts. The warriors bowed to each other in respect and thanked him for his help. Taking his belongings and throwing them over his shoulders, Chu So-chun decided it was time to return. He secretly removed the arrowhead so that he could go and check what he had seen there. And no matter how much he wanted to check it out, it would have aroused suspicion, so he went with them. Carefully moving the rocks aside, Chu So-chun began to clear a passage into the cave. When he saw the box, he shouted with joy, "I found it!" He had thought it would be broken due to the collapse, but fortunately it remained intact. Judging by how well it had been preserved, the quality was remarkable, and whatever was inside must be unusual. It was fortunate that it was found near the entrance, otherwise it would have taken him half a year to find it. When Chu So-chung opened the box, he was surprised to see that it was the lost martial art. The technique was called 10,000 Green-Eyed Martial Arts. 10,000 Green-Eyed Martial Arts was a famous poisonous art from the past. 150 years ago, after the public learned of its existence, martial arts masters were sent to search for it, but they could not find it and suffered deadly injuries in the process. Martial arts masters set out in search of it but were unable to find it, sustaining deadly injuries in the process. It seems it was hidden in the poisonous Blood Valley. The Dian Kang faction does not use arrows. Then who used them? Does that mean it wasn't the Dian Kang faction that defeated the snake? Who was it then? Soon he returned to Yunnan Dehong and began searching for a place to stay. He decided that the Golden Merchant Organization must be hiding and conducting business somewhere in this area. Choosing a suitable building, Chu So-chung entered and greeted the manager. Smiling, the manager welcomed the traveler. So-chun said he was from the Golden Merchant Organization. The manager said that they had been waiting for Mr. Chu. So-chun replied that he was grateful for their concern. Handing him a bundle, he said that he had hidden 5 more like it nearby. He asked him to find them tomorrow and send them to the chief merchant, along with this letter. He handed him the letter and a map showing where he had hidden them. He had also heard that the 10 whirlwinds of So-chun were waiting. He should show them only to them and let them transport these items. They were very valuable, so please be extremely careful. It was late and he hoped to meditate there. He replied that he would do everything. Alone, So-chun decided to start with 10,000 green-eyed poisonous arts. He managed to obtain the core of the 7-headed snake and ancient teachings. He was lucky. He needed to eat the core of the 7-headed snake. Thanks to the energy of the core, he would increase his mastery of 10,000 green-eyed martial arts from 10 to 20%. After mastering 20%, the number of poisons he was immune to increased from 100 to 1,000. The swallowed core of the 7-headed snake began to release its energy, increasing his strength. The guy focused on absorbing all the power being released from the core. He didn't know if it had a direct effect on his body, but he used most of the core's energy. As expected, the consumption was significant, but the core's QE energy still remained. And what should he do with it now? By increasing his Kui, he could reach an unlimited limit. On the other hand, he could go down the path of physical transformation. Cho Seok-hoon thought deeply about whether to choose the unlimited limit or physical transformation. In the end, So-chong decided to focus on reaching the limitless limit first. He knew about the existence of 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Therefore, after reaching the limitless limit, he would pursue physical transformation. Lying with his eyes closed, Chu So-hoon suddenly felt a familiar sensation. He saw himself in a dream walking toward a blossoming plum tree. He knew he had to follow the flow. Opening his eyes, the young man realized that he no longer felt the energy of the 7-headed snake. Could it really have taken only 2 minutes to increase his QE? But something had definitely changed. Using his sword, he checked his QE energy and realized he was ready. Unlimited potential. Interesting, blue instead of purple. He had reached the unlimited limit, but that didn't mean that the divine art of the purple mist or any other martial art had improved. When Chu So-chong came out of his room, he was greeted by an excited manager. Smiling, the guy asked how many days he had spent in his room. The manager replied, 3 days. He was going crazy. He thought something had happened to him. Apologizing for the inconvenience, So-chun asked about the horns. The manager replied that they had collected them by noon on the second day. Praising him for his good work, So-chun said he was going to Sitsun and would stop by again on his way back. The manager replied that he would let the other guests know. When he reached the snow-capped mountains, So-chun thought to himself, "This is what the grandeur of nature is called. Only at moments like this do you realize your insignificance." It was time to get going. They say that 1,000-year-old ginseng grows on the summit of the mountain, covered with the bodies of the dead. He had a long way to go. Soon the young man was walking through deep snowdrifts, climbing upward. As he climbed higher, So-chun constantly encountered the lifeless bodies of the dead. He thought that halfway to the summit, bodies began to appear one after another. Looking at the bodies of the dead, So-chun wondered why they had come here. Feeling a strange sensation in his body, he realized that someone else was there, climbing the great snow-covered mountain. And that's not very good news. When he saw the man, he thought he shouldn't do it, but he couldn't just walk by and leave a man to die in the deep snow. Cursing, he thought he knew he was in trouble just by looking at his clothes. Why did it have to be him? Who would have thought that it would be a llama from the Potala Palace? The smiling llama thanked his savior for saving the life of a foolish monk. The Potala Palace. A group of martial arts masters outside Zhongyuan practice unarmed combat. They live in a temple in the Sijin region. They were called llamas because they came from different factions of Zhongyuan and had different views. However, Lamaism has a very controversial moral code. Their goals are often based on bad intentions. This is especially true of the llamas from Potala. They are so aggressive that they try to attack Zhongyuan. These llamas continue to display their aggression in this way. Even the Shaolin monks are perplexed. So-chong said that everyone would go their own way. He was glad to meet them. The llama shouted, "Why is the savior in such a hurry? He saved his life. He cannot just let him go without repaying him." So-chon replied that there was no need to repay him, so he should let him go. The monk said that even touching someone's clothes is fate. It seems like he is climbing a great snow-covered mountain. Would he mind if they did it together? Angered, So-chon asked the monk if he was even listening to him. The monk asked if this was his first time climbing a mountain. If the savior took this sad and weak monk with him, he would show him the way. Looking at the monk, Cho Seo-kun wondered what to do. He was definitely weaker than him. The llama said his destination was not far from the summit. Surely he could accompany him. In the past, llamas from Potala had climbed the great mountain. He had memories and a map of the mountain stored in his mind. The savior should trust him. So-chon asked if he would accompany him. Where would the monk lead him? The monk replied that if he followed him to the summit, he should go slightly below that spot. So-chon agreed. At that moment, the leader of the dark faction shouted, asking why the warriors had come back empty-handed. The frightened warriors trembled with fear, not knowing what to say about the divine flame carp. Fiercely flashing his eyes, he asked where the 7-horned snake was. Its horns could be used to make 7 excellent swords, and with its venom he could lure the elders of the 9 great factions to his side. As his loyal follower, it was not fitting for him to tremble with fear. He was the head of the illustrated records and had been working under him for a long time. He was a vassal who had made an invaluable contribution to their cause. Falling to his knees, the vassal begged forgiveness from his lord. The lord said, "Enough." He had made an invaluable contribution to their cause. He was skilled and useful, but his people were not. Their lives are not worth the price of a larva. He was right. The vassal replied, "Yes." Flashing his eyes, the lord said that he very much hoped that he would not disappoint him. During the Yuan dynasty, Lamaism was the state religion. There is no need to describe the power and influence it wielded. The problem was that the Lamas sought even greater power and sowed destruction all around them. This led to their downfall. The Potala Palace was the most famous temple, but it earned itself a bad reputation. The monk said that the Lamas were still extremely arrogant and shunned darkness. So-chun replied that he could tell just by looking at him that he was an unusual person. The Lama replied that usually if someone makes a mistake, they should accept it and admit they were wrong. If they do not admit it, they will be bound by their own stupidity and unable to penetrate to the very essence of things. The young man thought that this old man must have had problems in the Potala Palace. He was sure that he had been persecuted there because of his strange character. He had arrived here unaccompanied, so he probably had a low position there. The guy asked why the monk had climbed the great snow-covered mountain. Smiling, the Lama replied that it was to watch people suffer from pain. So-chun was amazed by his answer. The Lama said that he might look foolish, but didn't he think it was unfair to answer questions alone? Cho replied that they had a long way to go and needed to hurry. The Lama asked the young man his name. So-chun replied that he didn't think they were close enough to share his name. To introduce themselves, he suggested pretending they were micropocodiles. The Lama said he was as cold as the north wind. So-chun replied that it had always been his dream to be cold-blooded. The monk said that he was as cold as the Lamas and offered to teach him warmth. The guy asked if the monk hadn't taken a vow of silence. If so, now was the time to put it into practice. By the way, why was he wearing warm clothes? Soon they reached the summit. The Lama thanked his savior for bringing him there. Looking around, Chu So-chung was stunned by what he saw before him. Everywhere there were lifeless bodies of frozen monks. The monk said that in Lamism there is a law of merciful meditation called Tun Jen, or an exchange of a few words. This is the complete opposite of Zhong Yuan's breathing technique. There he inhales positive energy and exhales negative energy. Tungzhen allows you to inhale pain, which is negative energy, and exhale happiness, which is positive energy. This allows other people to be healthy, and from healthy people, you yourself become healthier. I am you and you are me. Stunned, Sochong asked, "Really?" The Lama said that the great snow-capped mountain is also called the Mountain of Death. It is full of suffering, resentment, and regret. He came here to experience this. He believes that this will be the answer to his earlier question. He will wait for his savior here, so let him go and do what he came here to do. Pointing to the summit, the monk said that his destination was there. Leaving the monk near the summit, Chu Sochon headed toward his goal. At that moment, the Lama sensed that people were climbing the mountain. He was Tsongkhapa, a Tibetan religious leader, philosopher, and preacher. Sitting on the edge of the cliff, the monk asked without turning around if he was already there. Seeing him, the people shouted, "Tsongkhapa!" The monk said that it looked like guests from Gelug and Sakya had come to see him. Why were they looking for this old monk? Smiling, the man asked if he really didn't know why. He shouted, "Tsongkhapa!" The cold had frozen his brain. He had completely lost his mind, deciding to die after understanding the teachings of Buddha. The monk replied that it was not worth burying him before his time. He was still of sound mind. He may be old, but the fire still burns within him. The man shouted that no, this place would be his tomb. Why had he renounced the teachings? If he had repented when people began to look at him coldly, this would not have happened. The monk shouted that the Patala Palace and even Lamaism itself were wrong. Mired in the three poisons, Lamaism no longer distinguished between right and wrong, and that it was not. Darkness enveloped him. How could he follow such teachings? How can the fifth elder of the Sakya school not see that the decay began when Pakshi became the Karmapa of the Yuan dynasty? He overheard a conversation between two monks. One said that the doctrine states that as soon as he has a child, he must take celibacy. If he had no children, he was free to meet women. He invited him to come and have some fun. The Sakya school said that he must renounce worldly things and achieve enlightenment. Only then will the path to nirvana be opened. How foolish. The road to nirvana is only opened through hard training. This approach contradicts the Bhavacakra and defiles the path to enlightenment. The elder's path to enlightenment is wrong. How does he hope to achieve it? The monk asked about the 10 laws of Shaolin. Having inherited his position, he could have corrected the licentiousness and debauchery in the Sakya school. Instead of eradicating them, he allowed them to multiply and develop. This is wrong. The enraged elder shouted, "Didn't I tell Tsongkhapa to shut up?" The monks of Xinjiang, like the monks of Zhongyuan, had religious laws to observe and Buddhist scriptures to study. Releasing a powerful stream of crushing energy, the elder rushed towards Tsongkhapa. The monk shouted that someday a harsh political line would have to be taken. Otherwise, Lamism would always have a bad reputation. Releasing a deadly stream of crushing energy, the elder shouted for Tsongkhapa to go to the other world. The monk stood with his eyes closed, ready to receive the deadly blow from the elder. Suddenly, the stunned elder heard someone shout, "Why don't you calm down? You're not the boss here." Seeing the flash of a sword, the fifth elder jumped aside and shouted, "Who are you?" Frowning, Chu Sochong shouted that he was a wandering ascetic, a stupid monk. At that moment, Chu Sochong delivered a powerful blow and the fifth elder fell to the snow. With his eyes wide with surprise, Tsongkhapa asked if the savior hadn't said he had business to attend to. Besides, he is an ascetic. It is not surprising that he reacted so coldly to what he said. Although asceticism and Buddhist teachings differ, they can coexist. Therefore, they should try to understand each other and get along. Cho-chan replied that he understood a little about the Lama he had just struck. He had never wanted to hit a monk so hard in his life. The monks shouted, "Is he a martial arts master from Zhongyuan?" The monks shouted furiously that Tsongkhapa had renounced the teachings of Lamazim and brought someone from Zhongyuan. Traitor. Frowning, Sokon said that his eardrums were about to burst. They were going to destroy them by causing an avalanche. Judging by the strange character of that monk, he had expected something like this, but he couldn't believe that he would destroy the other monks. Glancing at Tsongkhapa, he asked him for help. Laughing, the monk asked if they were just passing crocodiles. Turning around, Chu Sochong asked the monk again if he wanted him to help him or not. Frowning sadly, Tsongkhapa told the young man to please help him. Chu Sochong replied, "All right," drew his sword and rushed toward the monks. The enraged monk shouted, "How dare you!" and swung his sword to strike. The monk's hand was rapidly approaching Sokun, but Sokun's deadly sword flew toward him. With a fierce swing, he dealt a crushing blow to the attacking monk. The shocked monks stared in disbelief at the swordsman defending Tsongkhapa. They shouted furiously, asking how this bastard dared to destroy a monk. Releasing a crushing energy, they shouted for him to go to hell and rushed into the attack. Wielding his crushing sword, Chu Sochong shouted that they were just a bunch of stupid monks. A fierce battle began. The monk was struck by the strength of this guy. At that moment, the second monk missed and struck his comrade with a powerful blow. Suddenly jumping high into the air, Chu Sochong flipped in midair. In an instant, the young man found himself behind the crowd of attacking monks. Using a devastating technique, he unleashed a stream of deadly energy, destroying the monks. The monks standing aside watched the deadly battle in shock. Looking at the boy in amazement, a monk asked who this master was. He had certainly heard that Zhongyuan's martial arts were beyond the ordinary. But they had reached the highest level. How could he surpass them so greatly? It was nonsense. How could he be so strong at such a young age? Smiling, Chu So-chong asked them if they were interested in who he was. His name was Chu So-chong from Hoshan. The monks asked about Hosan, one of the 9 great factions. Why was a warrior from Hosan interfering in the affairs of Sejong? Swearing fiercely, So-chun shouted, "You evil heretics!" Just think about it. With a cunning word, he revealed the secret he had hidden for so long. You bastards. The monks told the great young man to calm down. They needed to talk. It was just a small misunderstanding. Why couldn't he just put down his sword? He replied that they had learned what they should not have. To protect their secret, they would all go to the next world. An enraged monk shouted that they must destroy this bastard at all costs. Swinging their swords furiously, the monks rushed to attack Chu So-chong. Drawing his sword, Chu So-chong swung it in a circle, destroying his attackers. As he rapidly approached the young man, the monk shouted that he should go to hell. Seeing the monk's outstretched palms, Chu So-chong raised his sword and said that it was a double attack. The monk thought, what a stupid bastard. It was a double attack. He put all his strength into it, risking internal injuries. Blocking him with a sword was useless. Just think, he was holding his sword horizontally without using any chi. In an instant, blood spurted from the monk's hands from the injury. He was shocked and thought, a sword without chi? How is that even possible? It was simply unbelievable. Could this guy really be deflecting attacks with chi? How can he be a master swordsman at such a young age? It's impossible. In an instant, the defeated monks fell to their knees one after another. Trembling with fear, the monk looked up at Chu So-chong and said, Buddha. With a swing of his devastating sword, Chu So-chong replied to Yuan Shi Taizun. Soon, the snow was stained red with the blood of the destroyed monks. Watching the battle, Tsongkhapa coughed. Chu So-chong said that he did not do it out of kindness. They behaved as if they wanted to talk, but they were looking for a suitable opportunity to destroy him. He had to get ahead of them. He had learned this from his past life. If you intend to act with contempt, mercy, and kindness, then take a closer look at your opponent. Otherwise, he will take advantage of your naivety and you will perish. Nyingma consists of priests and wealthy people, which is why crime has increased. Probably its structure included a limited circle of people. Therefore, Nyingma became isolated and was unable to develop into an influential organization. Unlike Gelug or Sakya, they did not try to increase their political and educational power, so now they are not so strong. So-chong replied that in Zhongyuan, he was interested in Buddhist teachings, and listening to this in Sichuan was simply something else. The monk said that perhaps they persecuted him because they underestimated him. Isn't that too harsh? So-chong asked the monk if he had even listened to him, as it didn't seem interesting. Sighing, the monk promised that he would stop fooling around and start behaving more seriously. He asked his savior who he really was. All the lamas he had fought 2 hours ago from the Patala Palace. There were many of them. He had never heard of such powerful martial artists, especially in their 20s. Even if he was greedy for power and associated with demons, such skill was impossible. It was only a guess, but was it possible that he was a rejuvenated master? Chu So-chong laughed and replied that if the monk said something like that again, people would think he had completely lost his mind. He said that in Zhongyuan and Xinjiang, there was an emphasis on doing favors, holding grudges and seeking revenge. He had saved his life and wanted what had happened today to remain a secret. The monk replied that this was quite easy to do, but he was troubled by the fact that he could do nothing more. He wanted to repay the man who had saved his life twice. So-chong replied that this would repay him for the first time. He would save the second for something else. In the future, he would help Zhongyuan or him if danger arose. The monk asked if he was speaking for everyone. People are greedy by nature, but he spoke without hesitation about preserving peace in Zhongyuan. He was so impressed that he couldn't breathe. So-chong thought he might ask him to teach him Mahamudra. He was sure that he did not have a miracle cure either. Peace in Zhongyuan. He did not expect much from him, but it was worth a try. The monk promised that if Zhongyuan was in danger, even without the consent of the Patala Palace, he would swear in the name of the Lama that he would help without hesitation. After some time, So-chong and Tsongkhapa descended from the mountain. Night had already fallen. So-chong told the monk that this was the end. Now each would go his own way. Smiling, he wished Tsongkhapa a safe journey and told him to take care of himself. Watching him leave, So-chong thought about Tsongkhapa. On his way down, he tried to remember that name. It sounded familiar. Apart from Zhongyuan and the other 3, he didn't know much about the powerful factions. He hoped that saving this monk would not radically change the future. He would hope for that. This time, Chu So-chong decided to settle in a cave to meditate. Looking at the ginseng root, he thought that he had to use so many miraculous remedies. Soon he would be able to call himself the king of miracle medicine. Deciding to use the ginseng root, he thought it was very cool to know the future. Soon, So-kun felt his internal ki flowing through his body and realized that it was beginning. He thought he shouldn't rush. It was dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause his qui to become disrupted. Now he was ready to begin his physical transformation. Chu So-chong concentrated on his internal sensations. He sat at the bottom of the cave trying to concentrate. Suddenly, So-chong felt pain. All the bones in his body were breaking into tiny pieces, causing unbearable pain. He thought that if he lost his concentration, everything could end badly. He would curl up into a ball and die in a nameless cave. Who would have thought that changing his body would be so exhausting and painful? The second stage began, the union of mind and soul. No matter how much he restrained his mind and spirit, this world was not nirvana, so evil would appear. The energy of 1,000-year-old ginseng will cause the toxins accumulated between his mind and spirit to disappear. Soon, Chu Sokon felt the toxins leaving his body. Dark drops dripped from his body. In the third stage, complete regeneration occurs. This is the final stage of physical transformation. Instant healing from any illness or injury. Chusok's body was completely renewed. Finally, the complete transformation of the body was complete, and Sochong broke the stones blocking the entrance to the cave. Stepping out into the sunlight, the boy examined his renewed body. Taking his sword, he looked at his reflection. The guy realized that the physical transformation did not make him more handsome or anything else. Probably special magic was needed for that. What a cruel reality. Well, we'll just have to be content with what we have. He had expected this, but his qui had increased significantly. It was time to return to Zhongyuan. There are 6 martial arts that must never be learned. They are called the 6 Great Demonic Arts or the 6 Forbidden Arts. All of them are so powerful and terrible that it is difficult to decide which one is the worst. However, if we look at those that have become known only recently, the greatest forbidden book of martial arts is the manuscript of the cursed demon Lao Yanche's skills. At this time, in Chincha, in the Kunlun Mountains. The head of the Kunlun faction, Sang Yong, asked if they were talking about the tomb of the cursed demon. That ominous name again. If the cursed martial art is revived, it's terrifying to even imagine what will happen. They must prevent this at all costs. Frowning, Sang Yong repeated that they must not allow this to happen at any cost. The Kunlun faction set out to find out if the rumors about the tomb of the cursed demon were true. When the faction of the beggars and the 9 great factions began their investigation, the rumors spread even faster. The cursed demon was Murim's enemy and fought against the greatest masters of the time. He not only managed to escape alive, but also to win. He didn't care that the whole world considered him an enemy. The main thing was that it meant he was the strongest. The demon temple also heard about the tomb of the cursed demon. He did not know about the 6 forbidden arts. But when the demon was alive, he collected manuscripts on demonic martial arts. It is unknown whether the tomb is real, but it is definitely worth investigating. Rumors also reached the River of Evil. Not much time had passed since the discovery of the treasure trove of the 3-eyed ghost thief, and now the tomb of the cursed demon had been found. The leader asked if it was true. Then they had no choice but to go and see for themselves. They couldn't just send the Kunlun faction. Besides the River of Evil and the Demon Temple, more factions were involved this time than when the ghost thief's treasure trove was discovered. The Kunlun faction alone could not resolve the situation. They could not act rashly. If it's a trap, it would be a bad idea to gather the strongest factions in one place. The events could unfold elsewhere. In the end, we must carefully consider who will remain in place and who will go to the tomb of the cursed demon. Head Sanyong said they would go. The warrior objected, saying that the Beggars faction and the 9 great factions had not obtained untold riches from the treasure trove of the 3-eyed phantom thief. If they show up again, they'll get all the treasure for themselves. The 5 Blades of Evil faction will take care of that. He was told that the Beggars faction, the 9 great factions, and the 5 Blades of Evil were already there. He asked the 5 great noble families if they should join as well. They replied that they would. The faction of the 9 great factions and the Kunlun faction, the 5 Blades of Evil, the Sunsan faction, and the Hansan faction, the noble Namkun family of the 5 family. The 2 demonic forces, the Demon Temple and the River of Evil, are also heading there. The conditions leading to the Battle of the 7 Swords have been set, but the future will not repeat itself. Sochong wanted to stop the battle before it began. Now he is forced to fight. He does not know who the spy of the Dark Heaven faction might be. First, he decided to destroy the tomb of the cursed demon and try to minimize the damage caused by the battle. Destroying the minions of the Lord of the Dark Skies would be just a bonus. The masked warrior asked how long they would have to stay there. The second replied that they would have to wait until the Light faction, 2 demonic forces, and another faction arrived. Let him focus on his mission. The warrior said he understood. He understood the importance of their mission. They had been here for 4 days already. Let him not pay attention to that. Had he forgotten the situation the head of the Illustrated Records was in? At that moment, an arrow flashed. The warrior asked if he meant the 7-star squad. The stunned warrior noticed movement. Suddenly, a deadly arrow pierced the air and destroyed the standing warrior. The second warrior, his eyes wide with horror, looked in shock at his fallen comrade. He cried out in fear that they were being attacked. At that moment, Chu Sochong delivered a crushing blow. He thought that he didn't know they had such keen senses that others wouldn't notice. Well, they were all from the Dark Heaven faction. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Chu Sochong swiftly approached the warriors guarding the tomb. Without giving them time to react, he approached a Dark Heaven warrior and delivered a powerful blow. At that moment, the warriors of the Dark faction surrounded the young man and asked who he was. Smiling, Sokun said that it was just a coincidence, but their name suited them perfectly. The 7-star squad. Frowning, the warrior ordered his men to take him alive. They could cut off his hands. They could leave him without legs, but they had to capture him alive. The warriors shouted in agreement. He promised Sochon that if he surrendered alive and told them everything he knew, they would destroy him painlessly. The guy asked who he was to make such a decision. 7 fools like Chan Chu or Chan's son were standing over him. If he decided for himself, they would punish him. The enraged warrior asked how he knew those names. Who was this bastard? Bearing his sword, Chu Sochong replied that he was just a wandering warrior. He rushed into the attack and the enraged warrior shouted, "How dare you!" To repel the attack, the warrior of the Dark Heavens held his sword in front of him. Suddenly, the shocked warrior saw cracks appear on his sword and it split in 2. At that moment, Chu Sochong's devastating sword dealt him a fatal blow. Suddenly, he saw that the warrior had grabbed his sword with both hands. He thought that people were always so stubborn. At that moment, he let go of the sword's hilt. Taking advantage of this, the warrior swung his sword with all his might to strike. At the same moment, Chu Sochon delivered a crushing blow with his hand, preventing him from attacking. Losing his balance, the warrior thought that this attack was unusual. At that moment, a guess flashed across his eyes. He shouted to the survivors that it was a poisonous hand. They should be careful. Frowning, Chu Sochon delivered a powerful blow, knocking the sword out of the warrior's hands and taking it for himself. Gripping the sword hilt, he thought that this was the triple fury of 10,000 green-eyed poisonous arts. Very useful. Looking at the frowning warriors of the dark skies, he said that their appearance brought back memories. He remembered how he had faced them in his past life. Cries for help rang out everywhere. Gritting their teeth in rage, the armed warriors stood waiting for the enemy's attack. These were soldiers from the 7-star division of the Dark Sky faction. The Dark Skies faction had many divisions, in addition to the Illustrated Records division. The 7-star division had the most people. They specialized in everything. When it came to martial arts, each of them was a first-class warrior. They were like the military division of the 6 noble divisions. Only the best were accepted into the 7-star division. At that time, he was not equal to the other masters of the Hoshin faction. Not to mention the 7-star division. Looking back, this situation is unimaginable. Looking at the warriors, Chu Sochon said that they were his past, present, and future. He clenched his deadly sword, preparing for battle and releasing his inner energy. The surviving warriors of the Dark faction looked at Chu Sochon in horror. In an instant, the young man delivered a crushing blow, destroying everyone who remained. Standing amid the crushed bodies, Chu Sochon looked around and decided it was time to return. To leave no trace behind, he gathered the crushed bodies and threw them into a deep pit. He thought that because of the fame of the art of wielding a sword with 24 plum petals, there would be problems if he left any traces behind. Suddenly, he almost fell into a trap and was surprised that such a trap was right at the entrance. He was going to destroy the traps anyway, but perhaps he should have taken Singe with him. He would have to check them blindly. Noticing another trap, Chu Sochon ran faster to jump over it. After jumping over it, Sochun felt the boards crack under his feet, exposing the trap's mechanism. He managed to jump aside just as huge deadly swords came crashing down behind him. With his next jump, the guy activated the deadly trap again. A huge slab rapidly approached Cho Sokon, threatening to crush him. He accelerated and rushed forward to avoid the deadly trap. As he moved forward, Chu Sokon collided with huge balls. He had to dodge to avoid the collision. Breaking the huge balls, he rushed forward looking around. At that moment in Tianjin, the warriors sat at a table and discussed their further plans. The leader asked the warriors if there were any problems. They looked at each other and reported. The 7-star division was not responding. Even taking into account the delay, it was too long. Flashing his eyes, a warrior said that they were undoubtedly destroyed. Alcade stood up and asked if that was really the case. If so, he would go there to check. Continuing through the tomb, Chu Sochung reached a huge staircase. Noticing water slowly dripping down the walls, he thought he had forgotten that the Yangtze River flowed here. Smiling, he decided that under certain circumstances, this would be very useful. For now, he decided to go to the lowest floor. At that moment, devastating arrows flew at him. On his way, he encountered many more deadly traps threatening to send the young man to the other world. Dodging the deadly weapons, the guy moved forward, thinking that he was much stronger than he had thought. He kept wondering why the tomb of the cursed demon had such poor protection, but it turned out that he was just too strong. Not everyone was as skilled with a sword as he was. In any case, it seemed he had arrived at his destination. Before Chu Sokon opened up a large hall filled with various weapons and gold. Approaching closer, he decided to check the weapon deposits in search of something valuable. Raking through a pile of various weapons, Sochong found what he was looking for. It was the deadly sword of Guzhang Taiye, one of the 3 swords forged by Wu Yeji at the behest of the great general and Wang Guzhang of Yue. Although Yahan's sword was amazing, it was no match for Taiye's divine sword. Now all that remained was to explore the tomb of the cursed demon itself. Approaching closer, Chu Sochong saw a manuscript. It was the 9 Fierce Martial Arts. Lifting the cover, he wondered whether he should study this martial art. With the unity of 10,000 martial arts, don't forget that. The 9 Fierce Martial Arts are also known as the 9 Fierce Essence. They are as old as the 6 Great Martial Arts. It was a forbidden book whose purpose was unknown even to its author. It was created in Zhongyuan during the Xia dynasty. It is a collection of spells. Later, when the dynasty began to decline, the manuscript was lost. Many years later, a wise man discovered a copy. He partially translated it and gained some of its power. It was a technique that drew its power from the underworld. When used, it increased a person's physical abilities. They gained the immense strength and regenerative abilities of the greatest demon of the underworld. However, the effect is only temporary. In less than a month, the body of the user is completely transformed. More precisely, the very nature of the person changes. The person is given power but begins to resemble a demon. In the final stage, the person is completely transformed into a demon. Humanity gradually disappears. It's like using dark martial arts. The practitioner ceases to be human. Humanity is proof of that. The Lord of the Dark Heavens did not use the 9-layered martial art. He used it as bait when recruiting. The unity of 10,000 arts will not help to deal with this. He must simply forget about it and take only what is most important. Chu Sochong assumed that the water channels intersect here. Bearing his crushing sword, Sochong decided to use the divine art of the purple mist. The first technique was a descending lunge. Releasing a stream of energy, he delivered a crushing blow. From the powerful blow to the wall, cracks spread in all directions. After a while, the wall cracked, showering everything with debris, and a stream of water gushed out. A deafening roar rang out. The walls of the tomb began to collapse, leaving ruins in their wake. After climbing to the surface, Chu Sochong watched as the tomb of the cursed demon collapsed. Soon, only small pieces of stone remained on the surface of the earth. When he reached the tomb in the morning, the shocked master craftsman, Hansna Yohwasu, asked what had happened. Looking at the pile of stone debris, he asked if this was definitely the right place. The warrior replied that he was sure. Why would he lie to him? He himself was amazed by what he saw. When they arrived from Hassan, the tomb was already in this condition. First-class master Thesanason Soksun said that even a child would understand what had happened. The Supreme Master said that if he did not explain everything in detail, he would not spare him. Frowning, Sa Dokchong asked if they really needed to tell him. Another warrior stopped him, saying it wasn't worth it. The first-class master asked what Ma Do thought about all this. He said that he was not there to answer his questions. He should only speak if there was something to discuss. Otherwise, he would cut out his tongue. The angry and dissatisfied warriors gritted their teeth and glared at each other fiercely. At that moment, Yoquan arrived at the site of the destroyed tomb. His eyes flashing with rage, he wondered what the hell was going on. At that moment, a subordinate arrived at the chief's side and fell to his knees, banging his head on the floor. Standing at the top of the stairs, the leader said calmly, "Let him report on the situation." The warrior reported that they had stationed several soldiers from the 7-star division at the tomb. 2 days before the researcher arrived, they had lost contact with them. He had sent Yoquan to investigate the situation, but by the time he arrived, the tomb had already been destroyed, and the 7-star unit could not be found anywhere. The master said that the plan they had worked so hard on had failed, and they didn't know why. Laughing maliciously, he shouted that they had a bunch of options, but nothing worked. This was the first time. Never before had he been so humiliated. There was no madman among his men who would dare to betray him. Someone else had destroyed the tomb. He ordered a warrior to go to Tianjin. He must find out what happened there. If he fails, he will destroy him. After destroying the tomb, Chu Sochong set off for Hubei to meet with Sing. Having just woken up, Sing stretched, covered in a mountain of papers. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in and informed him that he had a visitor. Let the master at least wash his head before the meeting. He seems to be an important figure. Surprised, Singi smoothed his hair and asked who the visitor was. The soldier replied that it was an ascetic from their Hosanna. At that time, Chu Sochong was sitting in the room drinking tea, waiting for Sing to come out. At that moment, he heard his older brother shout and said that he and Sing hadn't seen each other in a long time. Throwing open his arms, the joyful Singe rushed towards Chu So-hoon. Looking at the young man in surprise, Chu So-chong asked who he was. Singe laughed and said that it was not a funny joke. He was Cheonggal Singae, the only genius little brother of his older brother. So-chol said that most people think that brothers don't change, but he had grown up. With a face like that, he hadn't gotten married or made any friends yet. That meant he was still the same weirdo. Sing was talented and good-looking, but without social skills, he'll have problems. Sung-jae shouted that he has friends. So-chol said that judging by his reaction, he was lonely as always. He should name 5. Family didn't count. Sighing, So-hon said, "Has it really been 5 years?" Shingi replied that the last time he saw his older brother was 5 years ago. Frowning, So-kun asked why he was suddenly being so informal. Sing replied that he was an adult now. Sa-kun asked how Sung-gae was doing. The boy replied that everything was the same. He was just studying in his room. He asked how his older brother was doing. He had heard a little, but wanted to hear it directly from him. So-chun asked if he had heard from the merchant. He said he would tell him later. Looking at Sing, So-chun asked him if he was already 16. He replied that he would be 17 in 6 months. He asked if Sung-ho had freedom of movement. Sung-ho replied that he wanted to help with the tomb of the cursed demon, but it collapsed. Sadness. He knows he is a genius, but he has few opportunities to show his talent. He is forced to just study. It must be because late fruits ripen well. Yes, surely. But what is he worth without any knowledge of martial arts? Shinge sighed, and So-chun thought that he was still the same. Patting Singe on the shoulder, So-kun said that he had grown up like that. But if he just sat in his room, he would wither away. Maybe he could socialize a little more, that's what he thinks. The boy asked if his older brother had come to take care of him. So-chun replied that he had. He needed his strength. Besides Chagall, there was no one else who could help him. Singe was stunned. Suddenly, So-kun heard someone say that they hadn't seen each other in 6 years. Turning around in shock, So-kun saw Chegal Surak. He said that it was Mrs. Chegal. It had been 6 years, hadn't it? He thought that she must have heard all kinds of compliments about her beauty, so it would be better not to mention it. Sighing, she replied that yes, it had been 6 years. So-chun asked if the heir was with her. He would like to greet him too. She replied that her older brother was temporarily absent. He was in the Murim Alliance in Anhu. He only returned to his father's house once a year. He said he had heard that the heir had already been recommended for the role of strategist for the Murim Alliance. He is amazing. Surak said that it was no wonder he was called the Wise Dragon. The girl said she had come here after hearing that Sungae was leaving his family and going to Ganho. Frowning, she looked at the dejected Sing and asked who had persuaded him to do this. It was Mr. Chu who told him to do so. The boy lowered his head even further and remained silent. Suddenly clenching his fists, Sing raised his head high and looked at his sister. She seemed enormous, towering over him. Her eyes looked straight into his soul. Gathering his strength, Sing told his sister that this was his will. Smiling, Surak said that their father had considered his request. He believed it would be a good opportunity to establish relations with a large faction. So he shouldn't worry. He was just thinking about what kind of guards to assign to him. He would know his decision soon. Well, she hoped that Mr. Chu had enjoyed his stay at their house. Glancing at Sohyeon, Singa said that he didn't think what he had said would turn out to be true. How did he know? Smiling, Sohyeon replied that even if his family didn't love him very much, blood was thicker than water. They had to worry about him and come to see him. He thought he didn't know why, but he was sure it would be either Chegul-san or Chegul-Surak. None of them recognized the boy's genius, but at least they tried to protect him. He said that now that everything had been decided, it was time for them to get ready to leave. When they were ready, they were escorted out. The girl said she never would have thought that the young gentleman would decide to go to Ganho. She thought he would live his whole life as a recluse. He couldn't even imagine how surprised she was when she heard the news. She was worried about many things. Singh said that if she was so worried, she should go with him. The girl refused, saying that he should know that her family lived nearby, and she didn't like blood and swords. The guy replied, okay. It was clear that he was very worried and afraid of changing his lifestyle. His sister also came out to see Songye off. He thanked her for believing in him. He really hoped they would see each other again in Ganho. She handed him a book and told him not to hesitate to ask her family for help. If anything happened on the way, he should send a letter to Murim. His older brother would respond immediately. She wrote down everything he should be wary of in Gangho. He should read it when he had time. Chagall-Surak said she was leaving her brother in Mr. Chu's care. Smiling, he replied, of course, let him leave it to him and not worry. He said that formation occurs through early placement, either natural or man-made structures into a specific model. That's right. In the case of battle, there are a huge number of variables, so formation can be disrupted before it is put into practice. And if that happens, the enemy may not have a chance to influence the formation. Wouldn't formation be more convenient if she abandoned the enemy and activate it to deal with the variables around her? Smiling, Sochon left, leaving her to ponder his words. On the way, Sung Ho asked where they were going. Sochong replied that they were going to Shandong. The guy asked them if they had any business there with the Huangfu clan or the Taishan faction. He replied that they were going there to meet an old friend. He should remember him. It was the merchant Li Yijie. The young man said that he had heard a lot about his company and the clan. He was so proud that some of the money invested was his. Perhaps Li Yijie's personality was suspicious, but his talent was beyond question. Chu Sochong laughed and replied that from now on, Shandong would be his second home. The warrior walking behind him frowned and thought that he might be lazy, but of all the people who could guard Chagall Sung, he was the one chosen. The clan leader was too cruel. Just think, he gave him such an annoying task. Turning around, Sochun said that Mr. Yang didn't look very well. The warrior replied that he shouldn't worry. Everything was fine. Smiling, Sokhon said that Yang might regret it now, but not to worry. He would thank him many times in the future. The warrior thought he was a liar. If he had known what punishment awaited him, he would have worked harder. Sochon thought that now everything was really beginning. He would gather his forces in Jihan Shandong and march against the Dark Sky faction. It was a good place from a strategic point of view. It was within the territory of the Light faction and close to Beijing. And public safety was excellent there. Security there is simply amazing. There are many untouched resources, mines, arable land, and seafood, and the port makes it suitable for merchants. Land and taxes are not cheap, but that won't be a problem for the Golden Merchant Organization. He needs to think about possible future scenarios and make the first move. Soon they reached Jihan. The merchant said that instead of using money for self-gratification, but people don't know this simple truth. Suddenly the merchant heard someone say that his laugh was the same as always. Suddenly the merchant heard someone say that his laugh was the same as ever. The merchant was stunned and, recognizing the voice, shouted, "Kind sir!" and rushed towards Sokon. They watched in amazement as the obese figure rapidly approached. Surprised, Chu Sokon thought, could it be that even the king of merchants has changed so much? Had it really been that long? The king of merchants bowed in respect. Sochun told the merchant to raise his head. They wouldn't be able to talk if he kept staring at the floor. The merchant replied that he was just trying to show his respect. Over the years, Mr. Chu hadn't changed a bit. They had both grown into wonderful people. He was speechless when he first saw them. Sinj said it was amazing that he hadn't changed a bit. Sochon said they should get back to the main topic. They would soon need weapons. The merchant asked what he meant by weapons. Chu said he didn't know exactly when, but a battle was coming in the near future. He thought that their path to the tomb of the cursed demon was sealed, but that wasn't all. Thinking about the battle, the merchant said he could smell money. They would also need medicine. He asked Mr. Chu if there was anything else he needed. He wanted more details. Sinj asked the merchant if he was going to believe him so easily. The merchant replied that he could smell money. His nose had never failed him. Besides, his master was never wrong. Getting the money, weapons, and medicine was a piece of cake. But gathering people was another story. Sochon said that they would mainly need people skilled in martial arts. Even mercenaries would do. Let him gather everyone he could trust, and those who can obey orders. The merchant said he would take charge of that. They say even ghosts can be controlled with money. At that time, a meeting of warriors was taking place in the Dark Sky faction. One of the warriors suggested introducing a new technique to replace the old one, the Bloody Monk's technique. The warriors began to murmur, asking if he was serious. Isn't that too different from the original plan? The Shaolin Monastery won't just sit idly by. The Bloody Monk was a warrior monk from the Shaolin Monastery. He was a genius who absorbed all the knowledge he received, and the Shaolin Monastery granted him permission to use the temple library. His desire to master new martial arts was strong. He laid his hands on a forbidden book. He managed to combine demonic techniques and a guide to changing muscles, turning them into a new technique, classic bloody tendons. This technique was created by a monk who was excommunicated from the monastery. If they start spreading it, the 108th Arhats will surely stir. But the chances of something going wrong are high, so it's best to be careful. Besides, this technique is forbidden. Flashing his eyes, the warrior said that whoever thwarted their plans would die a painful death. After some time under the command of Chu So-chong, there were about 100 warriors skilled in martial arts. Mercenaries from other factions had also gathered. A motley crew had gathered. They divided them into 3 regiments for easier management. The 3rd regiment consisted mainly of newly hired soldiers. The 2nd regiment was made up of martial artists from different parts of the faction. They either had a better past or were stronger than those in the 3rd regiment. The 1st regiment is the elite. The 10 strongest warriors give orders to the teams and are under the direct command of Sokon. Although the 1st regiment is not as strong as the 2nd, they can be trusted. They use their weaknesses to earn loyalty without coercion. Cho Seok-kun said that from now on he would command the 2nd regiment. The merchant replied that he understood. He announced to the soldiers of the 2nd regiment that this was their new regiment commander. His name is Mr. Chu So-hon. The soldiers exchanged dissatisfied glances. They asked if this was too much. They knew how famous the Hosang faction was, but he was too young. What could an inexperienced youngster teach them? Frowning, the merchant shouted for everyone to shut up. This guy could turn out to be a martial arts god. Interrupting him, Sochun said that he'd better find something to do. He could take care of himself. When Li Ioj left, Sochun said that he would demonstrate instead. Smiling, Sochan suggested that they all attack him at once. Frowning, the warriors asked what he was talking about. Flashing his sword, he frowned and said that the first strike would be his. The stunned warriors clenched their fists and looked at the young man with anger. Soon after several attacks, the warriors lay helplessly on the ground, complaining of their injuries. Smiling, Sokon said that this was how they would train from now on. The organization would heal their wounds and supply them with weapons. They would fight with whatever they wanted. One of the warriors cursed furiously and lunged at the young man. He tried to attack, but Sokon easily dodged and delivered a powerful kick to the warrior. The warrior flew to the side with a crash, collapsing to the ground. Sokon said, "That's right. That's how they will train." The surprised warriors stared at Cho Seok-kun in disbelief. They did not expect such strength from a young man. Smiling, Sokon said that he wasn't going to teach them martial arts just because he was the boss. Looking at them, he could tell that their base was in a terrible state. He would fix it up nicely. The stunned merchant watched in amazement as the warriors attacked Mr. Chu, who dodged them with ease. Cho Seok-hun demonstrated martial arts techniques, and the warriors practiced on each other. Impressed, the chief merchant said it was incredible. He was delighted. The guy told EJ to find people in the 3rd rank who could be transferred to the 1st or 2nd rank. The merchant replied that he understood the task and asked what they would do with those who were not suitable. After thinking about it, Sochan replied that they should just send them away with a few coins in their pockets. He knew better. He should also bring him about 200 people. He should find children who meet his requirements and bring them to him. They should be between 9 and 10 years old, and they should have no physical defect. Secondly, they should be children who would not cause any problems. Orphans would be best. The merchant guessed that Shu wanted to form his own army. The merchant said that with such a number, it would be better to form a faction to govern them. A new task was assigned to build a place for duels and practice, as well as other infrastructure to raise them. What does Sochong think? He replied that it was a good idea. Let him do what he thinks is best. He should leave the position of leader untouched for now. He would find a suitable person in the future. The merchant asked about the name. The guy replied that if he was forming a faction under his leadership, then it was his. Let him name it whatever he wanted. The merchant said he would think about it. Sokon said he knew perfectly well what the merchant would call it. It was not the first time that a faction had been formed under the leadership of an organization. It would happen again in the future. He had simply accelerated the process. The merchant decided that it would be the Sword faction. As the Merchant King often said, money is power. He hired those who were skilled in martial arts and also bought various techniques. A faction created by money for money, the Golden Sword faction. After thinking for a moment, Scoopet said that the Golden Sword faction was a wonderful name. Smiling, Selshan said that there was a saying, "Defeat your enemy by pulling out his fangs." But the merchant smiled and replied that it would be better to start by cutting off his right hand. Cho So-chong thought that in his past life, there was a man on the enemy's side who was known for his techniques, the Sword Demon. He must take him from the leader of the Dark Sky faction. Sometime later, Chu So-chong set off for Sichuan to join the Tang clan. Tang, who was surprised to see Chu So-chong, he said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He looked suspiciously at the strange drink standing on the table in front of him. Pointing to the mug, Chu So-chong asked what it was. Tan, he replied that it was poisoned tea. He would experience unimaginable pain in his stomach as soon as he took a sip. Let him try it. Smiling, So-chol thanked her for the warm welcome. This was revenge for last time. Oa replied that it was just a customary greeting and asked why he had come all the way from Shandong. It wasn't that she had been following him for the past 6 months, but she knew the general outline. He had taken that weirdo from the Chagall clan with him and gone to the Golden Merchant organization in Shandong. He didn't think she was following him because she was interested in him. If that was the case, he should just give up right now. He told her not to look at him like that. He had come here to give her a chance to redeem herself. Frowning, Tanny said she didn't know who was giving whom a chance to redeem themselves. Chu Sochong laughed and said she was right, then suggested they make another bet. She looked at him, deciding whether she should agree to a rematch with him. He laid out his sword in front of him and said that it was the same sword as last time, and 1,000 gold coins. The girl was very surprised by such a bet and asked what he wanted. The guy replied that he wanted a poisonous phoenix and immediately received a powerful blow. He dodged, saying, "Poison." The girl asked if he really wanted the recipe. Sochong replied that he had the antidote. Tan? He said that he had come to the right place. He said that Tan he should choose what to bet herself. She replied that he was mistaken if he thought she would fall for his smirks. She believed she was not so foolish as to think she would refuse. At that moment, the chief elder of the Tan clan, Tan Luchi, said that it was a bit noisy in the morning. He was informed that Chu Sochong had come to see them. The elder replied that he had expected as much. The warrior said he could kick him out if necessary. Tan Lucy replied that there was no need. He was just traveling, so let him enjoy himself while he could. The warrior said there was something else. The young lady asked to open the pub for her. The elder asked if Chu Sokun had made a bet. The warrior confirmed it. Frowning, the head of the Tang clan asked if she had decided to create more lifeless bodies. Soon a girl arrived and said she was there to greet the gentleman. Her name was Ching Ching, and she would be his assistant during his stay. She would accompany the gentleman to the family pub. Chu Sochong asked if it was the Tang clan's pub. The warrior told him that he would find out soon, so he should just follow her. Frowning, he thought that he didn't know how he had beaten the lady last time, but she wouldn't be able to pull that trick twice. Sochun said he didn't think he looked very hostile, so that's what it means to look at someone like an enemy. He told Ching Ching that they'd better get out of there. He was afraid of getting a poisoned needle if he stayed with him any longer. The enraged warrior shouted that the bastard couldn't treat the Tang clan with such disrespect. The girl turned around in fear and trembled as she looked at the warrior. At that moment, Chu Sochong touched her shoulder to calm her down a little. The girl looked at Chu Sochong in surprise as she was supposed to accompany him. He told her to calm down. If they were late, her mistress would be angry and poison their food. The angry warrior of the Tang clan shouted furiously, asking how long he intended to insult the young lady. "Stop!" The warrior rushed after Chu Sahun, who was leaving but was stopped by the clan elder. He said he understood his anger, but the chief elder was waiting. The agitated warrior apologized to the elder. He frowned and looked in the direction of Chochon. He thought that this warrior had not only smoothly parried the destructive aura, but had even protected the servant. That's difficult to do, I see. So he defeated the lady not by pure luck. The elder said he would go ahead, so Ching Ching had to accompany him. On the way, Chu Sochon asked the Tang clan's pub what he was all about. The girl said that if he wanted, she could explain. He replied that he would find out soon, but it wouldn't hurt to know in advance. Let her tell him. Ching Ching explained that it was a pub in the clan's building. It was usually closed. There are only 2 reasons why it is open. The first is when they welcome a guest. Opening the door, Ching Ching said that the second reason was when they were taking revenge on someone. When the door swung open, a stunned Chu Sochong asked what was going on. There were many warriors around with bottles in their hands making a loud noise. She said, "Drink the destructive drink and die, or drink the drink of life and live." Chu Sochong sat at a long table opposite Tan He. He thought about the Tan clan's pub. Now he remembered. If the target of the Tan clan's revenge was fleeing, he must pursue him to the end. The enemy of the Tan clan must not exist in this world. He must be destroyed. Holding out the cup, Tan. He said that the game was simple. Drink and die, or drink and live. Smiling, the girl looked at Chu Sochong and handed him the drink. The noisy crowd shouted, "Drink the poisoned alcohol! Drink, 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 Tan." He told him to drink. Taking the paper from the table, Sochon said that it meant the drink was poisoned. She replied that he was correct. However, he would not die because he was not an enemy of the Tan clan. The game would end the moment something went wrong. The chief elder would immediately provide the antidote. Everything was written in the contract. However, he should not relax. If he does not try to expel the poison, he will die immediately. After reading the contract to the end, Chu Sochong replied, "All right, let's shake on it." The elder said, "You idiot. You took the young lady's poison too lightly. He doesn't value his life at all. He's either brave or stupid." It was the elder of the Tang Tang Lian clan. The clan leader said that it seemed like the guy would collapse after the first sip. He really needed to be there. Tan Lian replied that there was always a chance that something would go wrong. It didn't seem like it would be for long. Let him just watch. The head said that if he said so. Standing up, he announced that from that moment on, any movement without permission was forbidden. In this dispute, Hosanna's disciple must drink 5 shots of poisoned alcohol, Tan He. After each one, the guy had to clearly say a word. If his face changed color for a few minutes, or he won't be able to speak and they'll understand that he can't withstand the poison and count him defeated. Both sides must agree to this contest with 5 rounds. The guy thought that this old man was none other than Tan Lucy, the king of poisons himself. His eldest son is not yet 30. The head announced that the contract with the terms of the contest would be signed in the presence of witnesses. It would also be received by both sides to avoid any unwanted alterations. Now, Tan He, pour it. Smiling, the girl asked Chu Sochong if he liked to drink and opened the bottle. Smiling, Sochihun asked if she was seriously asking an ascetic if he liked to drink. She replied that she hoped so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure everything. Pouring the drink into a glass, Tan. He said that he would have few chances in life. He should be grateful to taste a 15-year-old liquor. However, the drink was closely intertwined with the poison of a golden snake thread, so the alcohol might be stronger than what he was used to. The warrior shouted in admiration, "Snake's golden thread!" Just as expected from the poisonous phoenix. She can easily withstand such poison. As expected of a member of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, the poison of the young lady is comparable only to that of the air, and this rumor is not a lie. And she doesn't stand on ceremony with him, that's for sure. 5 stacks. He'll be down after the first one. The girl said there was no time limit, but the poison would not weaken over time. He replied that she was giving him something valuable and not trying to get out of it, as he had thought. Taking the first cup of the drink, Chu So-chung drank its contents in one gulp. Turning the cup upside down, the guy showed that it was completely empty. Chu So-hoon's face flushed. Grimacing, he said it was spicy. Shocked, Tan-hee looked at the guy in disbelief, not expecting such a reaction. The elders of the Tan clan who were watching were also amazed. Smiling, Chu So-chung asked about the second cup. Angered, the girl squeezed the jug so hard that cracks appeared on it. She shouted his name angrily. At that moment, the vessel burst and splashed everywhere. She screamed again in rage. But how? She thought that this time she would be able to take her revenge. She shouted at her subordinate, Jian Nanshun, to bring more. The guy went to the shelf with various vessels to choose the right one. Choosing a red bottle, he handed it to Mrs. Tang sitting at the table. Chu So-chung said that only he was given the joy and pride of all Sichuan or Daibai. As she uncorked the bottle, Tang-hee said that they would see how long the smile would remain on his face. He would regret it very much after tasting the poison of the flaming lotus. Tan. He was angry. Elder Tang was stunned that he had used the poison of the flaming lotus. Frowning, the clan chief asked if she was going too far. The flame lotus poison was an artificial poison created by the powerful Yang Qi. There wasn't much of it in the Tan clan. It is capable of striking even the strongest masters. It is impressive that it can withstand the poison of the golden thread snake. The boy's enormous supply of Qi was able to neutralize it, but Qi alone is not enough to neutralize the poison of the flaming lotus. They will have to try hard to remove the poison from his body. The head told Tang Lanyu to prepare to come to the young man's aid. The shocked clan leader Tan was stunned when he saw that the boy had drunk the poison. Tilting the cup of poison, Chu So-chung drank the contents in one gulp. Shouting that the boy was crazy, the elder rushed toward him. With her mouth open in surprise, Tan, he looked at him in amazement. Could Chu So-chung really want to die? Does he even understand what he's drinking? He's just crazy, he's done for. But Chu So-chung sat calmly in his seat. Stunned, Tan-hee shouted, "What is this?" The guy said it was a little something. A stunning sensation for his tongue. They were shocked, not expecting this. The elder thought that no matter how much Qi he had, he was still inexperienced. He couldn't have removed the poison from his body so quickly and easily. If he didn't have perfect control over his QE, he didn't take the antidote beforehand. It was too fast. Elder Tan asked Ms. if she minded if he checked the contents of the bottle. Sniffing the vessel, he realized that there was definitely poison in the bottle. He could smell it. Dipping his finger into the bottle, the elder carefully tasted the contents. The clan chief shouted to Elder Lian to ask how it really was. The stunned elder replied that it was definitely fiery lotus poison. This young man, Chu So-chung, has not yet reached the stage of harmony. Then, his complexion hasn't changed, his breathing is steady, and his eyes aren't trembling. He's definitely not poisoned. If he didn't even try to remove the poison, then it could be immunity. The elder shouted that this guy had immunity to 1,000 poisons. At that moment, Chu So-chung said, "Let's go." They still have a long way to go, 5 more rounds. The poisonous phoenix had lost again. She had lost in the Tang clan's tavern. That meant the guy's victory wasn't just luck. The poison of death from 7 steps also didn't work. They say Chu So-chung simply cannot absorb poison. He has that famous immunity to 10,000 poisons. The clan chief said that if it weren't for his age, he would have accepted Chu So-chung as his son-in-law. The elder said it's not too late. If he's immune to thousands of poisons, he can go through many poisonous valleys and collect a bunch of poisonous plants. Mr. Chu has not yet taken on any important tasks in his faction, so they can still lure him to their side. He told He that he had heard that the stakes were that she would cure someone. It was true. She replied yes. The chief elder said that it was time for her to go to Ganho. Let her go with him and he would assign a couple of guards to her. If they ended up falling in love, he would bring him into their family. When she returned, she was to visit her brother and help him with his work. Tan He's journey to Ganho was carved in stone, and the title of Chu So-chan was finally decided. He said that Feng Chu with the young phoenix sounded stupid. When Nak So-wol heard about the young phoenix, she frowned and asked what her older brother was doing in Ganho. The mentor asked why the girl was pouting. She replied that it was because of her older brother. Sighing, Sim OK Ryan asked Chu So-chung again. She replied that while someone was training tirelessly, he was walking around Ganhwa and flirting with a girl. Her older brother was not good at communicating with people, so he was probably eating alone since she was not there. She would continue training to follow in his footsteps. In the past, the sword demon was a special figure, but he had one weakness. His precious daughter was afflicted with an incurable disease. At that time, the sword demon visited many healers, but could not even learn the name of the disease. Finally, he visited the Hospital of the Light faction, where the god of medicine himself lived. But at the hospital, they only laughed at the sword demon, who was not famous at the time, and sent him away. And then he had no hope left. The Dark Heaven faction came to him. This incident turned out to be the worst disaster in the entire history of the Marima world. But in reality, the Sword Demon's daughter was not sick. She had been poisoned. By healing the Sword Demon's daughter, the leader of the Dark Heavens earned his loyalty. Now he will do the same. But he cannot do it alone, as he does not even have basic knowledge of poisons. He was counting on the poisonous phoenix for help. He silently asked the Sword Demon to just wait for him. When she reached Chu So-chung, Tan-hee told him about her immunity to thousands of poisons. She couldn't understand how an ascetic could be so deceitful. The surprised guy asked what she meant. She replied that he was immune to thousands of poisons, and he still had the nerve to lie. Spreading his arms, Chu So-chung asked her why she was being so petty. The girl shouted, "Have you already forgotten that you begged me for help?" So-chul said that only a poisonous phoenix would break its promise. No, that's impossible. She couldn't be the last worthless person lying left and right. The girl replied that when they were done, she would not let him get away with it. He replied that she could do whatever she wanted. After some time, Chu So-chung and Tan-hee arrived in Nanchang, Jiangxi. The enraged warrior shouted, "Why did this bastard bring the lady to Jiangxi? To the north of Jiangxi are Hebei and Anhui. To the east are Zhejiang and Fujian. To the west is Hainan, and to the south is Guangdong. This place is completely under the control of the River of Evil." The guy replied that just because this place belongs to the River of Evil doesn't mean that there are lifeless bodies everywhere in a sea of blood. Let him grow up. The enraged warrior shouted that he was rude. What had happened to his manners? The guy shouted back, "What about you? You should call him by his name." At that moment, to stop the scandal, Tan-hee shouted to stop. They both grew up in the same place. They want her to burn with shame. She almost felt like drowning herself in a bowl of water. Taking 20 guards with her was like saying, "Look at me." They would only take 3. The rest would gather information. The soldiers replied, "Yes, ma'am." She said it was time for them to go. After a while, Chu So-chung and Tan-hee reached the gate. Looking at the house they had come to, the girl said it was small. So-chun replied that he didn't care what she thought of the man they were about to meet, but she should be on her guard. Opening the door, they asked if anyone was there. He thought about who they might be. A warrior peeked out from the half-open door and asked who they were and what they were doing there. The guy replied that they had come to meet a ghost swordsman obsessed with money. Frowning, the warrior said that if they had come here with evil intentions, they shouldn't even think about it. They should leave unharmed. Not many people knew about him. Grabbing their weapons, the soldiers demanded that they identify themselves. The grim warriors looked at them suspiciously, ready to attack at any moment. At that moment, someone shouted from the road and the warriors immediately stepped aside. Looking at the man walking toward them, Chu So-chung thought that he had finally found him. It was the sword demon Yu Tsui himself. He frowned and looked at them. Looking at Wu Cho, Chu So-chung was stunned to realize that he could not see the limits of his power. So this was the sword demon monster of the Dark Heaven faction. At that moment, as he looked at the young man, the sword demon noticed a blooming plum blossom on his clothes. He asked the Master of Harmony if he was right. Hassan had created a monster. There were a couple more masters in the group. If they planned to take her hostage, he was finished. He wouldn't be able to fight properly while protecting her. What did these people want from him? Frowning, Wu Cho thought that he didn't know there was such a powerful master in Hoshin. Raising his hands, So-chung replied that they had not come to fight. The ghostly swordsman had nothing to worry about. He would get straight to the point. His daughter was inside bedridden, wasn't she? They were the ones who would heal his child. Enraged, Wu Cho clenched his teeth in fury. He shouted that he didn't know what the guy was up to, but if he tried anything, he wouldn't leave here alive. At that moment, Chu So-chung asked Tan-hee to remove her veil. When the girl removed her veil, all the warriors exclaimed in shock that she was a phoenix. The surprised ghostly swordsman said that it was Tan-hee, the poisonous phoenix of the Tan clan. The girl said it was nice to meet him. As she could see, they weren't just a bunch of idiots. She thought the ghostly swordsman was obsessed with money. How was it possible that she had never heard of him? Chu So-chung promised that they would surrender their weapons if he wished. Yu Chui must listen to them. The ghostly swordsman asked who he was. So-chun replied that he was a 4th-generation disciple of the Hosang faction. The people of Ganho called him the Young Phoenix. The warriors realized that this was the one who had defeated the poisonous phoenix in her own game. The swordsman said that none of the doctors had an answer. Even the most renowned doctors shook their heads as they examined her. So why was this martial arts master so confident that he could cure his daughter? The guy replied that it wasn't him who would treat her but her, and pointed to Tan-hee. Doubtful, Yu Tsui said that he was an expert in treating poisonous diseases. He had never heard of such a thing. The young man replied that there was a saying that all medicine is poison. Any medicine can turn into poison. Any medicine can turn into poison. And any poison can become a medicine. The warrior told the gentleman that he should try to believe her. Thinking it over, Yu Kuai said that there was definitely some logic in the guy's words. The ghost swordsman's daughter lay in bed, moaning softly in pain. At that moment, Tan-hee entered her room and looked at the sick girl. Frowning, Wu Chiu promised to cut off her wrist if she tried to harm herself. She replied that if he didn't stop looking at her like that, she wouldn't be able to understand what was wrong with his daughter. He couldn't even feel her pulse. Tan. He took the sick girl's hand. The girl held the ghost swordsman's daughter, trying to understand what was wrong with her. The father watched tensely. Frowning, he looked at Tan-hee, ready to jump up at any moment to protect his daughter. Standing nearby, Chu So-chung watched the girl's actions closely. The ghost swordsman's daughter lay with her eyes closed, moaning softly. Tan-hee sat with her eyes closed, trying hard to determine the cause of the illness. Turning around, she asked Wucho what had happened to her mother while she was pregnant. Lowering his head, the ghost swordsman said that she had been attacked by a centipede, but the doctor had taken care of her immediately. The girl clarified that she was already close to her due date. The swordsman confirmed her guess. She said that poisoning during pregnancy was much more dangerous than he thought. The doctor had overlooked some details and decided that the mother was safe. She thought that could have been a problem. The swordsman shouted that Tan, he knew what the illness was. Looking at him closely, he asked if he had ever heard of fetal poisoning. The ghostly swordsman looked at her questioningly. He said that the name suggests that it is a terrible technique. It is designed to create resistance to poisons while the child is still in the womb. A child born this way is theoretically immune to hundreds of poisons and can learn various poison techniques. Sometimes this was practiced by the demon temple, but she had heard that even they had stopped using this technique. Apparently, the chances of both mother and child surviving are too low. They either poisoned the mother with an animal or directed poisonous energy at her, and they treated them accordingly. He asked in shock if that could be possible. He confirmed that it seemed the centipede's poison had been passed on to her in her mother's womb. It was a miracle she was still alive. Stunned, the ghostly swordsman grabbed his head and said he thought she was weak because she looked like her mother. The girl asked how old his daughter was. Ku replied that she was 14. He said that she only had a small dose of poison that had spread throughout her body. Only a master of poisons or a god of medicine could have noticed this. Obviously, an ordinary healer would not have been able to detect it. The stunned, ghostly swordsman with burning eyes jumped up from his seat. A moment later, he collapsed with a crash to his knees before the poisonous phoenix. Banging his head on the floor, he screamed that he would do anything. Just please save his daughter. Crossing his arms over his chest, Chu So-chung looked at Tan He and asked what she thought. The girl replied that her title of poisonous phoenix was not for show, but... Stunned, Chu So-chung asked what was stopping her from helping the girls. She replied that she would need the help of an artifact. So-chun asked what kind. Looking at him intently, Tan He replied that it was a mind and ki separator. As the name suggests, the mind and ki separator is a ring that allows ki and mind to be split into tiny pieces. To explain this using martial arts as an example, let's take a person trying to use fist techniques and sword techniques at the same time. The difference is not only in the weapons used in the techniques, but also in the positions that must be taken. It is also in how exactly to direct the QE in the body. But with a mind and ki separator, one person can use both techniques simultaneously, ignoring the limitations described above. Because when you can separate your mind and QE, it's like two people fighting in one body. It's an artifact that transcends logic. The guy thought he heard that he was lost in the battle between the light faction and the evil faction, so he had been with the dark sky faction all this time. It was him that the leader of the dark heavens used to heal the swordmaster's daughter. Sighing, Chu So-chung said that the artifact was with the evil faction. Hearing this, Tan He was stunned. Clutching his head, the swordmaster sighed heavily and said he couldn't go there. The poisonous phoenix asked if he hadn't just said he would do anything for his daughter. Cho Seok-hoon said that was why he couldn't go. He had heard that he had been in many battles to earn money. The ghostly swordsman confirmed that this was true. Because of this, he had made a couple of enemies. The guy asked if they knew where he lived. Achu replied that they didn't know his exact location, but they knew he was in the city, and that was a problem. If they found him, they would soon find this place too. Tan He agreed. So-chung said that he had spent a lot of money to find him, so it would be difficult for the others to find him so soon. He shouldn't worry. He would try to get the artifact himself. Tan, he said she didn't know how the artifact had ended up in the hands of the 8 evil factions. But he shouldn't take them so lightly. Chu So-chon replied that he knew. The girl said she wouldn't help him. She needed to prepare for her treatment. Unlike the light faction, which values pride and reputation above all else, the evil faction does not hide what they are doing. Because of this, battles constantly break out between them for practically no reason. The explosive blade faction practices the martial art of blades. The warrior shouted that only idiots and weaklings like the hypocrites of the light faction use swords. The warrior of the sword faction, Miao, shouted that any idiot knows that the sword is the weapon of the king of weapons. That the sword is the king of weapons. Haven't they heard that a spear lasts 100 days, a blade 1,000, and a sword 10,000? The reason was simple. From a simple argument to a brawl, soon the battle escalated into a civil war between 2 former allies. After one side lost a fighter, soon Chu So-chung went to the sword faction of Miao in Fujian. He was met by a warrior of the faction. He asked his name and faction. The guy replied that his name was Chu So-chung from the Hosang faction. Frowning, the warrior asked the Hosang disciple who had decided to participate in the civil war between the 2 evil factions because he was tired of living. Funny. If he survives until the truce, he will receive 2 silver coins. If he dies, the money will go to his family. If he brings the head of the commander of the explosive sword faction, he will receive a bonus. Let him remember that. But he doesn't think he'll live long. So-chun asked for 2 silver coins for his life. They are thieves. The warrior said he could go to hell. They've already gone broke sending money to the families of all the soldiers who died. The chief ordered that the names of all those who would surely die quickly be crossed off the list. He thinks he will be among the first to die. Chu So-kwon was stunned by what he saw. He said so many tea leaves. The battlefield was littered with a huge number of fallen soldiers. He was well aware that the evil faction was weaker and not particularly secretive, but just think about it. Fighting to the end to prove whose weapon is better. The leader of the evil faction must be upset. But that wasn't his problem. He had come here solely for the artifact. The warrior reported that if he went about 5 more, he would find the second base of the explosive blade faction. They will capture it and move on to the next one. For now, let them disperse and form groups of 10. A young man approached the warriors and said he was pleased to meet them. His name was Cholsam. He seemed to be the strongest of them. Therefore, he would be the captain of the squad, and they would follow him. If they obey him, they will survive. They should just trust him. The warriors looked at him suspiciously. At that moment, Sohon said he was glad to meet them. His name was Chu Sohon. The warriors looked at him with dissatisfaction. The one who claimed to be the commander frowned the most. Furrowing his brow and clenching his teeth, he growled at the young man to show him respect. Drawing his sword, he shouted furiously at Sochon that he was an arrogant bastard. Throwing himself at him, he promised that he would teach him a lesson himself. In an instant, Cho Seok-hoon easily parried the attack and delivered a powerful blow to the young man. From the crushing blow, Cholsam flew to the side and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. The stunned warriors looked at Seok-hoon in surprise, not expecting such strength from him. Smiling, he said that he was now the strongest here, so they should follow him. If they obeyed, they would survive. They should trust him. Frowning, the warriors asked what would happen if they refused. Chu Sochon smiled and promised that they would be slapped in the face. Bowing, the warriors told their boss to take care of them. They would follow him. Soon, the explosive blade faction's troops were formed and ready for battle. Looking over his troops, Chu Sochong sighed heavily, realizing that he had weak fighters. One warrior was 2nd class, the rest were only 3rd class. Cholsam said that the boss looked worried. He promised that if they followed him, they would survive. That was true. He replied that he didn't know if that was possible with their small force. He told them not to worry about it. Sochon thought it would be better to be alone than to protect people he didn't even know, but it seemed like he couldn't do it alone. If they found out he was from the light faction, they would kick him out in a heartbeat. So he needed people who would follow him. If he was going to do this, he had to win the trust of these people. And even if he infiltrated the explosive blade faction, he would need time to find the artifact. Besides, he won't be able to do it alone if he ends up having to fight the Master of Harmony. He's tired of being alone. Pulling back his bowstring, Chu So-chung said he would cover them, let them attack and not look back. Shocked, Chalsam asked if the boss was really serious about using a bow. He replied that they should keep moving forward if they didn't want to get slapped again. The warriors were terrified and decided that they were doomed. Later, he would probably just get rid of them. They had to get out of there, shouting, "Attack!" They rushed into battle against their enemies. Armed warriors rushed toward them, ready to destroy them. The enraged warriors furiously swung their various weapons, trying to destroy each other. Suddenly, Chalsam was stunned to see his enemies falling, struck down by arrows. Struck down by deadly arrows, the enemies fell at the feet of the stunned warrior. The defeated warriors could not believe that arrows could be so fast. At that moment, the deadly arrows cut through the air and rapidly approached. The frightened warriors looked in horror at the rapidly approaching arrows. The flying arrows destroyed their enemies one by one, leaving them no chance of escape. The stunned warriors watched in shock as their enemies, struck by arrows, fell to the ground. Cholsam, stunned, said admiringly that it was simply amazing. While he was helping them like this, he shouted furiously for the bastards to come closer. Behind him stood the god of archery himself. At that moment, the commander of the enemy army ordered his men to find the archer immediately. One of the soldiers spotted Chu So-chon shooting his bow and pointed him out to the commander. Not far behind the enemy army stood an archer swiftly destroying their army. Pulling out deadly arrows one after another, Chu So-chon destroyed the enemy. Soon, dawn gave way to dusk. The last rays of the sun illuminated the battlefield. The commander shouted, "Halt!" to the army. The battle was over for the day. Hearing the commander's order, the soldiers lowered their deadly weapons. The survivors from both armies stood facing each other. Lifeless bodies lay scattered around them. The soldiers from Chusok's unit approached him and bowed in respect, calling him Hyungnim. They promised to follow him to the end and asked him to take them in. He replied that they could, but first they needed to get their pay. The men went with Cho Seok-hoon to get paid and were met by a warrior from the Miao faction. Smiling, he said it was nice to meet them. His name was Miao Jinbai. Looking at him, Chu So-chon said, "You wield a left-handed sword in the Miao style." He replied, "That's correct." So-chon asked what he meant. Miao replied that he had seen him. He was good with a bow, and he would make a good commander. Would he like to command 100 men starting tomorrow? A raise would be included. So-chon agreed. Miao said that it was nice to see that his character was as quick as his martial arts, a bow that destroys noise. The guy asked again about the noise-destroying bow. Miao asked if he hadn't heard. It was a nickname the warriors had given him in battle. A bow that destroys as soon as the string is heard. Chu Cho-chung replied that he was a swordsman. Laughing, Miao Jinbai said it was funny. He liked him even more. The warrior accompanying Miao asked who he was. Miao replied, "The noise-destroying bow. His name is Chu Kaktam. He will die tomorrow anyway, so he should not bother. They will put him forward as a shield. His opponents will destroy him. He is just a stupid archer." The warrior said admiringly that it was Miao's left sword style. Frowning, So-chong said he knew it. Cholsam, delighted, shouted that it was simply amazing. He had never had brothers like this before. At that moment, he received a slap on the back of the head. Sochon said that starting tomorrow he would lead a squad of 100 men. Therefore, tomorrow they would most likely all be under his command. Assessing the squad he was about to command, he saw 2 first-class soldiers. Among them were 8 second-class soldiers and 90 third-class soldiers. Pointing to the first-class soldiers, he said that from now on, their names would be Chol 1 and Chol 2. They replied that it was ridiculous. They wanted to remain silent, as the horses would soon be moving anyway. But now there was no need. He thinks he's become a big shot now that he's got a title. He thought they were completely brainless for obeying the orders of an archer. Sochon replied that he was a swordsman from the Hosong faction. They said they knew he had lied about his past to hide the fact that he was actually an archer. That sword was probably just for show. The guy replied that he was a real archer. The warrior rushed into the attack shouting, "Liar," and promised to teach him a lesson. Merchants who sell weapons or food on the battlefield are called military merchants. They are currently the largest trading organization. It is an organization called the Golden Merchant Guild. Some people think badly of them because they sell weapons to both the light faction and the dark faction. This is because the Golden Merchant Guild appears with the most necessary items at critical moments. Sometimes, however, military merchants sell third-rate goods. Cho So-chung said that this is why if they want to buy something, they should buy it from the Golden Merchant Organization. Everyone else is a swindler. The battered warriors replied, "Yes, Captain." Sachun said that they should spend all their earnings on women and alcohol. They were living for the moment. They should spend their money on good weapons and medicine first. A surprised warrior asked if they didn't say that masters didn't need to take care of their weapons. Chu So-chon smiled and asked if he was a craftsman. The sad warrior replied no. Another warrior said that he had bought this sword before coming here. So-chon asked him from whom and where. The warrior said that there was a good blacksmith in Bayan. So-chong asked who had said that. The warrior replied that it was a warrior from the Miao sword style faction. Chu said that they were probably in cahoots with the blacksmith, therefore he should go get a new one. Another said that he picked it up in a previous battle. So-chon asked if he picked it up from a defeated enemy. The warrior replied yes. The guy replied that he must have lost because of his poor weapon, but the Golden Merchant Organization definitely had the best weapons. After a while, Chu So-chon said that everyone should rest until tomorrow's battle. Everyone should sleep. The next day, the warriors went back out to the battlefield to keep fighting. The commander shouted fiercely to his warriors to charge the enemy. They were ordered to destroy the noise-making bows first. Cho Seok-hoon's warriors shouted, "Protect the boss!" Pulling back his bowstring, Chu So-chon stood once more with his bow, firing deadly arrows. Suddenly, Cho Seok-hoon was stunned to see a deadly arrow being deflected by a warrior. The enraged first-class warrior destroyed the devastating arrow in the blink of an eye. He shouted that they were afraid of a simple arrow, weaklings, and they call themselves men. The shocked warriors turned in horror toward the powerful warrior who was shouting. They cried out in fear that it was the 4 explosive blades. Looking at the arrow, the warrior thought that the power of this arrow was no joke. It was the fastest thing he had ever seen. Could this archer really be using just a bow? He shouted furiously at the idiots for standing there. The warriors shouted for Hyun Nim to be careful. He replied that if they closed the distance, the archers would be useless. Sighing, Chu So-chung said that, as he had expected, his arrows were useless against a first-class archer. Frowning, the enraged warrior shouted, "Go to hell!" and rushed at Chu So-chung. The frightened warriors screamed in terror, fearing for their boss. Throwing his bow aside, Chu So-chung shouted that he would send him to the next world right there. Gritting his teeth in rage, the warrior tried to strike, but at that moment, So-chon drew his sword. The stunned warrior did not even have time to understand what had happened before he was struck by a powerful blow. In the blink of an eye, Chu So-chon's deadly blow destroyed the first-class warrior. The warriors stared at So-chon in bewilderment, not expecting to see a sword in his hands. As he attacked, So-chon shouted that he had warned them that he was much better with a sword. Frowning, the enraged warrior gripped his sword tightly and charged forward with fury. But in the next instant, Chu So-chon easily parried his attack and delivered a crushing blow. Having destroyed the warrior, Chu So-chon looked around carefully, waiting for a new attack. At that moment, another warrior rushed at the young man with a fierce cry, hoping to destroy him. The warrior shouted furiously, swinging his sword in all directions. So-chun thought that an unexpected burst of power had erupted in his body. So this was the martial art of the explosive sword faction. Frowning, he parried his opponent's attacks. The warriors watching the battle shouted, "Wow, that's a noise like a bow being destroyed. He's fighting with a sword." One warrior said that it looked like he was being cornered. The second said they were idiots. You can't block that. The enemy would wear himself out so quickly that he would win just by dodging. The enraged warrior furiously delivered crushing blows, trying to destroy So-chon. The young man dodged the attacks, deflecting the crushing blows with his sword. At that moment, another warrior shouted furiously at his younger brother not to lose to him. He also rushed to attack Chu So-hyun from the other side to help defeat him. At that moment, Chu So-chon frowned and said, "So this is their strength." Swinging his sword, he delivered a powerful crushing blow to the first opponent. Moving swiftly, he spun his sword around himself, not letting his enemies get close. Soon, the second attacker also received a crushing blow and screamed furiously. The stunned warrior wondered in amazement how he had managed to push him away. He asked what the hell was wrong with his kui. Smiling, So-chon replied that he had much more than he needed. A moment later, the guy swung his sword and delivered a powerful, crushing blow. The shocked warrior barely managed to parry the deadly blow of the sword. Cursing furiously, the second warrior tried to attack So-chon at that moment, but the guy dodged. Releasing a powerful stream of energy, he attacked the two stunned warriors at once. They struggled to withstand Chosok's swift attack. The shocked warrior spoke quickly. Could he really be? Smiling, Chusokhan said that he was very perceptive and swung his sword. A moment later, Sochun used his devastating technique, the blooming plum petals. A devastating stream of energy crashed down on the heads of the stunned warriors. They screamed in terror as their weapons flew apart. Sochong's stunned warriors shouted joyfully that the explosive blade dogs had fallen. Follow the boss. With them, the noise-destroying bow. The warriors were inspired. Seeing the destroyed warrior, Meow laughed and said that it was very good, just as he had planned. His subordinate told his master that something was strange. Meow asked what was strange. The warrior hesitated and said that his master did not think it was too easy. Laughing, Meow replied that it was paranoia. His strategy was simply excellent. There was no need to worry. At that moment, he stopped short when he saw the warrior coming out. It was a huge warrior, and Meow shouted that it was the giant blade himself. Smiling, the giant said that it had indeed been a long time since he had seen Meow's left sword style. Frowning, Meow fiercely asked why the giant sword had come here alone. Smiling, the giant blade asked if he was still asking, "You idiot." At that moment, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a huge number of armed warriors appeared behind him. A frightened subordinate screamed in horror that it was actually a trap. Meow's army was surrounded on all sides by a huge number of armed men. Enraged, Lord Meow shouted furiously that he had fallen into a trap. Laughing, the giant with the sword asked if he really thought he wouldn't find out about his plan. Meow replied that it seemed he had brought all his warriors. He would quickly defeat his main army. The only idiot here was him. The giant replied that that was why he had sent away his elite troops. Had he heard of the explosive blade masters? He asked if he was talking about the dogs. That was his mistake. He didn't have them with him now. Hearing these words, the giant laughed loudly at Mr. Meow. Bearing his sword, Meow shouted that once they defeated him, everything would be over. The giant asked if the left sword of the Meow style seriously thought he was his equal. He was the leader of the explosive blade faction and one of the 3 strongest masters in the world. Gong Jun in the flesh. The sword master replied that he could gloat about his skill as much as he wanted. It didn't matter to him. Suddenly, he stopped in horror, staring at the huge blade glowing with energy. He shouted furiously that this simply couldn't be. The giant grinned. At that moment, a young subordinate rushed to his master, shouting loudly. Falling to his knees before his master, the warrior reported that he had urgent news. Frowning, the master shouted, "What is it? Tell me quickly!" The subordinate reported that the deputy leader had been destroyed. The leader clenched his teeth fiercely. The guy said they heard it from those who barely survived the disaster. The enraged leader shouted furiously at Guzhong and promised to destroy him with his own hands. The warriors tried to calm the leader down. He shouted that they were telling him to calm down when his own brother had been killed. The generals told him to calm down and forget about revenge. If he thought about it, he would lose his life. Sighing heavily, the chief asked something else. The agitated warrior hesitated and replied that they say Guzhong has strengthened his Qi. The stunned chief asked if he had strengthened his Kai. Could Guzhong have used dense Qi? The subordinate confirmed it. The head cried out in horror, "My God!" and grabbed his head. The agitated subordinates looked anxiously at the distraught chief. The subordinate turned to the chief, but he cut him off, shouting that he knew. He must immediately order his army to retreat. The agitated subordinates frowned and watched the departing head. When they opened the flaps of the tent, they were shocked by what they saw and gasped. The warriors fought fiercely, chanting loudly, their bows making a deafening noise. At that moment, Chu Sochong was carrying one warrior on his shoulder and dragging another by the collar. At that moment, the leader of the exploding blades was informed that they were surrounded. He was shocked. He asked who the hell this noise-destroying bow was and why the hell his children were taking so long to get there. At that moment, he heard someone ask, "Are you talking about his children? They are destroyed." At that moment, a powerful crushing explosion rocked the area, destroying everything around them. Through the haze of smoke, the leader saw the silhouette of a man with a sword on his shoulder. Clenching his fists, the chief shouted, "Who are you?" and rushed forward. As he approached, he saw the destroyed warriors on his shoulder and at his feet. Sochon said, "Nice to meet you. I am Chaka Sochon from the Hosang faction." Enraged, the leader shouted furiously. His eyes flashed with a fierce flame. A non-human scream erupted from the leader's throat. The warriors covered their ears in fear. The young man told the leader not to think too badly of him. It was only self-defense. His son had tried to destroy him, and he had destroyed him in return. The leader clenched his fists in helpless rage. At that moment, Chu Sochon saw a ring glint on the faction leader's hand. Seeing it, Chu Sochong realized what he had found. It was definitely the mind and key separator. Lowering the bodies of the faction leader's sons, he thought that things would be easier now. But there was one problem. He now had a rather problematic enemy. He had destroyed the faction leader's family, and there was no point in running and hiding. He would pursue and find him, and his anger could spread to his allies. He had to destroy Guzhong right here and now. At that moment, the head's eyes filled with blood. Releasing deadly energy that destroyed everything around him, Guzhong shouted furiously that he didn't know who he was, but now there was no chance of a peaceful death for him. He would destroy him right now. Looking at the huge stream of crushing energy, Chu Sochong shouted no. At that moment, a powerful crushing explosion rang out, destroying everything around them. Guzhong's huge crushing blade crashed to the ground, leaving cracks behind. Frowning, Chu Sochong asked with a smirk, "Is that really a blade technique?" At that moment, the warriors shouted to attack. Their leader was the king of blades. The warriors were surprised to see the QE solidify. Had he really reached the stage of harmony? At that moment, Chu Sochong shouted furiously, releasing powerful streams of energy. He told his warriors that he would take on the giant Blade Master. Right now, his Qui was deviating, and he couldn't use his power properly. He asked his warriors who they thought he was. The warriors replied that he was the bow that destroys noise. Cho Xiaokun shouted, "That's right, that's who he is. Victory is right in front of us. Let's fight." The warriors, inspired, raised their weapons and shouted fiercely. In an instant, the warriors of the two factions clashed in a devastating confrontation. At that moment, the enraged faction leader wielding a huge sword rushed at the young man. The faction leader and Chu Sokon crossed blades, fighting fiercely against each other. In the battle, two deadly energies clashed against each other. Debris flew in all directions. Frowning, Chu Sochong thought that this was to be expected from a master of harmony. His strength was simply incredible, and he was very fast. Fighting him was not easy. So this is what a devastating battle using dense Qui looks like. Smiling, Chu Sochong watched the swordmaster Guzhong closely. He thought, there he is. This is one of the 100 strongest masters. This is the stage of harmony. The faction leader attempted a crushing blow. Chu Sochong had to exert considerable effort to repel his attacks. At that moment, the leader of the Miao faction rushed onto the battlefield. Making his way through the dense crowd of warriors, he shouted, "What's going on there?" At that moment, he saw the fighting opponents flying out, destroying the surrounding wall. Seeing the leader of the Exploding Blades faction, he asked in surprise, "Is that really Guzhong?" The enraged faction leader shouted furiously, his voice drowning out the noise. Stunned, Miao asked what the hell was going on. "A bow that destroys swords." He thought he was dead. The excited warrior replied that he was not dead. This guy had destroyed 4 explosive blade dogs, so Guozhong wanted to destroy him. The stunned leader asked again if it was true. He didn't expect the guy to be capable of such a thing. At that moment, releasing powerful streams of energy, Chu Sochong fought his opponent. He tried to deliver a crushing blow to the enraged leader, but he parried the attack with a huge sword. The opponents clashed in a devastating confrontation, neither giving an inch. Suddenly, the young man noticed that Guzhou's blade had caught his clothing. Swinging his deadly blade high, the faction leader attempted another strike. Looking in horror at Guozhou rapidly approaching, Sochong realized that he would not be able to dodge. Deciding that there was no other option, the young man released a poisonous energy. Swinging his blade, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow to the faction leader. The poison quickly spread through the faction leader's body. His eyes turned black and he began to cough. Frowning, Chu Sochun looked at Guzhou and decided that he was ready. The faction leader's eyes burned with fierce fire. Black saliva flowed from his mouth. Swinging his crushing sword, Chu Sochong shouted, piercing the air with a shower of flowers. A powerful stream of deadly energy flew toward Guzhou, who was standing there. The guy felt that he had expended a lot of energy but was unable to reach his target. He realized that the Swordmaster's shield was made of dense Qi, several times denser than usual. The guy realized that it was impossible to break it. He needed to increase the power of his strike many times over. Holding his sword in front of him, Chu Sochong used the divine art of the purple mist. Technique number 3. In an instant, the sword glowed with a bright stream of crushing energy. Chu Sok's eyes flashed with a bright, blinding light of inner energy. He shouted, "Crimson sunset, hidden plum blossoms," and released a powerful stream of energy. A huge stream of crushing energy crashed into Guozhou's protective shield. The incredible force of the crushing blow caused cracks to appear in the head's defense. The warriors covered their heads with their hands as shards flew in all directions. 2 crushing energies collided in a confrontation, destroying everything around them. Gritting their teeth in rage, the opponents tried to crush each other. After a while, the dense Qi shield couldn't hold out and split apart. Stunned, Guzhou asked who the hell he really was. Chu Sochong smiled and looked at the faction leader, saying that he was a swordsman from Hoshan. The leader said that he had made a fool of himself, blinded by anger. It was a pity that he had not been able to prove himself in battle against him. Chu Sochong replied in kind. Closing his eyes, the faction leader said, "Monster from Hoshan, the river of evil has done its work." Seeing the approaching sword, he promised that he would curse him from the underworld with his sons. The stunned warriors watched in amazement, their mouths agape. After delivering the fatal blow, Chu Sochun looked back at the warriors standing behind him. At that moment, they shouted that the leader of the Explosive Blade faction had been destroyed by Chu Sochong. They shouted for the warriors of the faction to surrender if they wanted to live. The stunned warriors of the Exploding Blade faction threw their weapons to the ground. The young man looked at his palm. In his hand lay the Mind and Qi divider. Soon, the Explosive Blade faction in Pinshin learned of the death of their leader. They were shocked, unable to believe that such a thing was possible. In the River of Evil faction in Guangdong, the leader shouted furiously that they were all idiots. Allies are cutting each other's throats while he's here worrying about a tomb. This is the end for the Explosive Blade faction. If you don't have the strength, you'll just be swallowed up. The Explosive Blade faction will lose its territories one by one. To begin with, it was extremely foolish to start a battle over such trivial matters. In the end, the winner isn't the strongest, but the one who manages to stay alive. He asked those who destroyed Guzhong if they were masters of the unlimited limit. The warrior replied that it was a man nicknamed the Phantom Bow Swordsman. He would not be exaggerating if he said so. That the Explosive Blade faction lost because of him. Initially, he was just a mercenary for the Miao-style sword faction, and what was even stranger was that he used a bow in battle. This news was discussed in Anhui in the Murim alliance of Hefei. The head of the alliance was amazed to hear about the bow. The 10th ranked holy sword Namgung Wemu confirmed that this was true. The head asked if he was able to destroy Gujong with arrows. The strategist Wise Dragon Chigal-san replied that this was not the case. He explained. He finished his story by saying that in the end, Gujong was destroyed by this man's sword. Now he is not called the bow that destroys noise, but the phantom bow swordsman. The strategist said that judging by his appearance, he looked quite weak. The leader was amazed and asked how weak. He replied that according to what he knew, the leader of the explosive blade faction was a master of unlimited potential. Since the phantom bow swordsman had defeated him, he had most likely also reached this stage. Perhaps on his way to unlimited potential, he had become younger. The leader laughed and said he himself had defeated him, so he had probably also reached that stage. Perhaps on his way to unlimited potential, he had become younger. The leader laughed and said that was to be expected from the successor recommended by the head strategist. He was not called the Wise Dragon for nothing. San thanked him for the high praise. The head said that even though he was getting younger as he became a master of the unlimited limit, it was still amazing considering that he had also started out as a youngster. Despite the fact that the River of Evil had lost the explosive blade faction, they had gained a new talent. Was there any other information about him? He replied that there was no other information except that his sword technique was swift and colorful. His name is Chu So-chong. Chigal-sang said that there is a Chu So-chong in the Hosang faction. At the age of 18, he went to Ganho. There are rumors about a phantom bow swordsman. He calls himself Chu So-chong from Hosang. If this is not a false rumor, then perhaps he did it on purpose to cover his tracks. The head thought that the Hosang faction was known as a faction of swordsmen. They would not have taught their apprentice archery, and certainly not to such a high level. At his age, it's simply impossible. He's pretending to be someone else to hide his identity. He'll think about it when he has more information. After obtaining the artifact, So-chong thought that the poisonous phoenix and the sword demon must be waiting for him. It would be good to get to them early. After some time, he managed to reach Jianxi and Nanchang. He gave the mind divider and Qi to Tang Hui so that she could heal the sword demon's daughter. Using the artifact, the girl with her eyes closed released energy and split into pieces. At that moment, her hands absorbed the poisonous energy spreading throughout the sick girl's body. The sword demon watched Han He's actions with fear and excitement. Chu So-chong was also worried whether the girl would be able to extract all the poison from Wu Qiu's daughter. At that moment, the poisonous phoenix was straining to extract all the poison. Poisonous drops were dripping down her face. After a while, he turned off the lights in the room and went out to the guys waiting for her. The sword demon asked how his daughter was doing. The girl replied that everything had gone well. He asked excitedly if it was true. She replied that she had removed all the poison from her body. At that moment, Chu So-chong asked Tan He herself if she was okay. Smiling, she replied that perhaps he had forgotten who she was. Let him patch up the hole in his memory. For her, poison was strength and energy. She told Wu Ju that even though she had gotten rid of the poison, her body was still weak. It would be better to keep a close eye on her for a while. It would also be a good idea to give her some medicine. But since she's not good at that, let her father take her to the nearest healer. Let them take a look at her there. At that moment, the girl opened her eyes and called out to her father in a weak voice. The demon of the sword rushed to his precious daughter, filled with emotion. The girl sat up in bed. He warned that she could be hugged, but only gently. The demon of the sword embraced Sanhwa, and tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. At first, the girl was nervous, but then she smiled and tried to calm her father down. At that moment, So-kon, walking with Tanha, said that everything was fine. She could keep it. The girl asked what she could keep. He replied that he wanted to share his mind and ki. Frowning, she asked what he was thinking. Frowning, Chu So-chong looked at the ring on the girl's finger and said that he was going to Gangho. The guy told Tan He that he still needed her strength. When he was in the clan, it seemed to him that the Poison King was not against traveling to Ganho. He wasn't asking her to be on his side, he just wanted her to help him when he needed it. What did she think about it? The girl asked him to give her a day to think about it. Cho Seok-hoon sat at the table waiting for the demon's sword to be released. After a while, a frowning Wu Cho came out and headed for the table. Chu So-chong smiled and asked how his daughter was feeling. Lowering his head, Wu Cho replied that everything was fine. She was resting now. The young man replied that he was glad to hear that everything had been done for a reason. Sitting down next to Chu So-chong, the demon of the sword remained silent, staring intently at the young man. Finally, he spoke and said that when So-chong went after the mind and sea separator, he decided to look for information to understand who he was. He was a fourth-generation disciple of Chu So-chong. He was a disciple of the Smiling Sword, Zhong Mok. On his way to Gangho, he was attacked by pirates and disappeared. He then returned alive and unharmed. Recently, he went back to Ganho where he won 2 disputes with the Poisonous Phoenix. From what he heard, he knew nothing about him. Therefore, the deal was made for the sake of healing his daughter. After looking closely at the demon's sword, Chu So-chong replied that he needed a man. Looking intently at the young man, Wu Chiu asked why he was looking for someone. With a broad smile, Chu So-chong spread his arms and replied that it was simple: to save the world. The demon's sword asked why it had to be him. So-chong replied that he needed him. At that moment, Wu Chiu stood up from his seat, drew his sword, and knelt before Chu So-chong. He said he didn't know how he had found him, but that didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that he needed him and that he was the savior of his daughter. Closing his eyes, Wu Chiu remembered the first time he saw his tiny newborn daughter. Soon after, his wife died of illness, leaving their little daughter with him. Tears streamed down Wu Chiu's cheeks, but now his whole reason for living was in that little bundle. But soon a terrible thing happened. His beloved and only daughter was sick. Now he wept bitterly over his daughter's bed who could not get up. He was willing to do anything to save her and heal her. Frowning, the sword demon said that he was Mugok and swore by his name. If Chu Sochong wished to rule the world, he would help him. If he wished to end this world, he would destroy everyone in it. If Chu Sochong wished to save the world, he would save it. If he told him to go to the underworld, he would gladly step into the abyss with a smile on his lips. If he asked for his soul, he would give it to him with great pleasure. Even if he dies and Chu still needs him, he will stab the lord of the underworld in the neck with his sword and return to him. Falling to his knees, Mugok said that he was immensely grateful to Chu Sokhon for saving his daughter Sanhwa. At that time, excavations were continuing at the tomb of the cursed demon. One of the warriors clearing away the rubble discovered something interesting. Among the broken stones lay a manuscript, which the man pulled out into the light. Trying not to let anyone see, he carefully hid it in his bosom. Suddenly, he felt a sword pressed against his throat, and the guard shouted, "Give it up!" With a menacing glare, he warned that if he didn't hand it over, he would die right there. At that moment, the master of the River of Evil, Hand of Scattering Flowers, arrived and said that if he didn't want to die, he'd better put the sword away. The enraged warrior shouted that the bastard must not know who he was. The master replied that it was the bald head and the burnt mark, most likely the deadly flaming demon. He had heard that he was famous for torturing people with fire until they died. The warrior replied that he reminded him of a guy who had said the same thing. Hearing his screams after that was hilarious. At that moment, there was a scream, followed by silence. Sanma Youngjin ordered both of them to calm down. The flaming demon told the old man not to point at him. The second warrior asked who this freak was. He didn't expect respect just because he had gray hair. Enraged, Sanma Youngjin shouted, "That was enough." Everyone was on edge because of the prolonged search. There was no need to fight. Even if only temporarily, they were allies fighting off Murim's attacks. Until the battle is over, no quarrels. Didn't the heads of the Demon Temple and the River of Evil say so? He turned to the warrior and asked if he would mind showing him his find. He would forgive him for trying to hide it. He shouldn't worry. The warrior handed over the manuscript. Everyone stared at the find with interest to find out what it was. The manuscript turned out to be a valuable artifact, a sacred writing in blood. Suddenly, the flaming demon delivered a deadly blow to the warrior holding the manuscript. Enraged, Sanma Youngjin shouted furiously for him to be stopped immediately. The flaming demon took the manuscript and shouted furiously that the end of the world had come. Sanma Youngjin, clenching his teeth in rage, shouted why this had to be. The palm of the scattering flowers shouted furiously that the sacred writing of blood was the most precious book of the bloody monk. At that moment, Tanhi told Chu Sochun that time was up. She had no intention of becoming a man's ornament. She asked if she could ask him something. The guy replied, "Of course." Looking him in the eyes, the girl asked what he was going to do next. Smiling, Chu Sokon replied that he would save himself first, and then all of Murim. At that moment, in the Temple of Demons, he said that he would take the sacred blood scripture. The Shaolin Monastery would pursue them endlessly, but there was nothing to worry about. Clenching his fists, the warrior shouted nonsense. The sacred blood scriptures were a demonic art. Even if they studied it, they would never understand it. They could benefit from this by making a deal with the Shaolin Monastery, which considered the book a disgrace. Namgung Wemu said, considering the circumstances, that there would be a battle. But since battle was undesirable, he would send a letter requesting arbitration. In Murim, Chegel Sana was asked what he thought should be done with the sacred blood scriptures. He replied that they definitely couldn't just leave it like that. How about a small battle to hide their interest in it? In Shangxi, people from the River of Evil, the Demon Temple, and the Murim Alliance are now gathering around the tomb of the cursed demon. All the people sent from each group were carefully selected. Therefore, there will be no discontent if they start fighting as representatives. The leader asked if he was suggesting cutting off all possible support from all sides. He replied that the number of casualties would increase and the scale of the battle would grow. If they are dissatisfied with something, it will be easier to restrain them, even if it is not entirely well thought out. But it is better than a large-scale battle. They were confident that they could hide their interest and prevent a battle. The Shaolin Monastery said that judging would not be such a difficult task. However, they also wanted to take part in the battle. The head frowned and said that he would not allow it. In return, if the Murim Alliance won, the sacred blood scripture would be given to the Shaolin Monastery. The warrior read the letter, which said to depart immediately and stop all disputes taking place in the tomb of the cursed demon. Before the messenger from the Shaolin Monastery arrived, the sacred blood scripture had to be placed in a visible place, guarded by the Murim Alliance, the River of Evil, and the Temple of Demons. 15 days after the judgment, the battle for the sacred scripture begins. Chu Sochang promised the Demon of the Sword that in a couple of days, the Golden Merchant Organization would send several people. He has a good doctor, servants, and guards skilled in martial arts, so she will be safe and comfortable. He thanked him for his concern. As soon as he makes sure his daughter is safe, he will immediately go to Mr. Chu. The Demon of the Sword asked Soihun where he was going now. He replied that they were planning to go to Shaanxi. At that moment, they saw Songhua coming out to see Chu Sochong off. The young man asked her excitedly why she had come out. She should take care of her health. She replied that everything was fine. How could she stay inside when her savior was leaving? The girl said that she had always been worried about her father. She had seen him suffer and cry incessantly at her bedside. That's why she wanted to thank him once more for freeing her father from his suffering. Chu Sochong smiled and replied that it was difficult to refuse when she said that. Bowing, he thanked Songhua for coming out and seeing him off, even though it was cold outside. They would see each other again at their next meeting. The poisonous phoenix said that he should talk to her as kindly as he had spoken to her. He replied that there was a saying that if you wanted to be treated well, you had to show it first. The warrior shouted furiously, asking how he dared to speak to the lady that way. Tan. He said he didn't have to tell him, but what was his relationship with the demon of the sword? Because of what he even took out the mind and qui separator. There is a reason for everything. It is natural that those involved in something become curious. She thinks she has the right to know. He replied that the circumstances surrounding Mugok were not that important. He had already mentioned that he was connected to the Golden Merchant Organization. She replied, yes, they have an amazing ability to find and gather resources. By borrowing this insight, he was able to defend Mugok. That's all. Tani asked about the mind and ki separator. She looked closely at the guy, waiting for an answer. He replied that there were too many prying eyes and that they would talk about it another time, then left. Sighing, she asked where they were going. Chu Sochong replied that they were going to Shangxi, to the tomb of the cursed demon. The girl asked him if he was interested in the sacred blood scriptures. He replied that he was. Frowning, Chu Sochong wondered if it was really the sacred blood scriptures. If so, what would happen to the two demonic forces? He had predicted a battle of 7 swords, but the divider of mind and qi had been used by the Dark Heaven faction in the past to unleash the battle between the temples of demons and blood. The Shaolin Monastery was also involved, but due to political affairs, they were unable to send many people to the main battle. 10 years later, the protracted battles ended, but Murim's influence had noticeably weakened. This led to many eyes being cast on the leadership. Since this is the Dark Heaven faction, they will definitely bring something else besides the sacred blood scriptures next time. Battle is inevitable. Cho So-chong decided that it was still not enough. He would stop him at any cost. When the leader heard Cho So-chong, he said he had never heard that name before. At that time, in the Dark Heaven faction, Heavenly Jade still had no information on Chu So-chong. She replied that he thought there was only one Chu So-chong in Murim. He instantly disappeared as soon as the battle ended. Random guys pretending to be someone else are a real headache. He replied that it wasn't worth focusing so much on his name. It could be a nickname. Let him remember that while searching for him. He is definitely not the young Phoenix Hosanna, so he can cross him off the list. Besides, he used his immunity. 1,000 poisons to lure a poisonous phoenix. Besides having slightly more internal energy than he should, he's nothing special. Heavenly Jade asked if he had any idea how long it would take. It's true that there aren't that many masters of unlimited power. But is it worth worrying about masters of his level? He replied that it was just a guess, but he could be the one who found the tomb of the cursed demon. She asked if he was sure. He replied that he wasn't entirely sure, but it wasn't impossible. Based on the information he had, he used the famous Blade of Taiye. And the fact that he hides his identity really bothers him. Even she finds it difficult to find out anything about him. This master has a lot of skeletons in his closet. Even if it turns out that they are 2 different people, it is still worth finding out more about him. He will definitely continue to hide and will not reveal himself easily. At that time, the poisonous phoenix asked Chu So-chong if he was the phantom bow swordsman. The guy confirmed it. She asked in surprise and he didn't hide it. He replied that there were too many holes in the story. Sighing, Tani said that his honesty was somehow boring. He replied that he had confessed to her sincerely. Could she keep it a secret? Tan-he said she understood. If she revealed his identity, she would have to worry about warriors from powerful families. She asked if anyone else knew about it. He replied that only she did. Well, there was also the Golden Merchant Organization, Chegal Singh and Mugok. Thinking deeply, he said that it was becoming more and more curious. Even though he was an apprentice of a famous faction, it was strange. Such an ascetic, yet he was close to a merchant organization. And the fact that he knew the location of the mind divider and the chi, which even Murimu didn't know. Even more mysterious. And the fact that he went against the head of the explosive blade faction and defeated him was completely insane. He replied that until now he had been hiding his martial arts skills. She said she wished he wouldn't interrupt her with his nonsense. Perhaps he used some clever trick when he defeated her. Or maybe he used the people around him, or perhaps he hurt the giant's inflated ego. Isn't that right? At that time, Shanxi continued to argue at the tomb of the cursed demon. A representative of the Shaolin Monastery, Heifa, was studying the found manuscript. Watching him, Shan asked what it was. The flaming demon warned that if he said it was a fake, he wouldn't believe him. The monk replied that it was not. It was indeed the original. Without a doubt, it was a sacred writing of blood. They asked why he had closed it as soon as he started reading. He replied that when a monk reads sacred writings written in blood, they suck him in, cutting off the circulation of ki. The warriors realized that it must be genuine if the monk had felt it. At that moment, a carrier pigeon arrived with an important message tied to its leg. This meant that a battle was imminent. The fighting would be confined to the territory of Shangxi. The borders would run along the western side of the tomb of the cursed demon. The message stated that each army should not exceed 1,000 men. The remaining troops, in addition to the main forces, would also be allowed to join. However, their number cannot exceed 10. The sacred blood scripture will be stopped at the summit. Representatives will be able to see it. If one of the rules is broken, penalties will follow immediately. One of the warriors said, "Do they really think that the dark factions in the Temple of Demons will not break the rules?" The second turned around and asked if he was unaware. The first asked what he meant. Neither the Murim Alliance, the River of Evil, nor the Demon Temple are likely to follow the rules in the letter. He then asked why they wrote them. The warrior replied that it was better than nothing. After all, it was a kind of restriction. If there were no limits on the number of people, the troops could number between 5 and 10,000. Then the troops could number from 5 to 10,000. If the scale became huge, it would be impossible to keep the battle under control. If there were no restrictions on the number of troops, then what I said earlier would happen. It would be a headache for both sides. And everyone will be able to keep an eye on the sacred blood script, so no one will dare to steal it. Before the battle begins, the script will be closely guarded. We will have to thwart attempts to deceive us more than once. However, there is a problem with the day before the battle. After destroying their comrades guarding the sacred writings, they may rush to their own side. To ensure that this does not happen, the writings will be moved to the most visible place before the battle begins. The fourth rule is that if someone breaks the rules, the others can unite and punish the offender. Sometime later in the southern part of Shanxi, at the base of the Murim Alliance, the surprised master heard that the poisonous phoenix, daughter of the king of poisons, had arrived. He replied to Namgung Ji-yun that he had heard nothing about the Tang clan from Sichuan taking part in the battle. Namgung Ji-yun replied that as far as he understood, that was not the case. The elder asked what he meant, and the warrior explained that he was basing his information on the report he had just heard. The poisonous phoenix said that she had not come as a representative of the Sichuan Tang clan. In fact, she was accompanied by only a couple of warriors from the Tang clan. She was also accompanied by a novice from the Hosang faction and a warrior from the Golden Merchant organization. Cho So-chong thought that in order to obtain the sacred blood scripture, he would first have to take part in the Battle of the Seven Swords. Although he could pass himself off as the young Phoenix Hoshin, they could easily kick him out, saying he was not part of the main army. With the reputation of a poisonous phoenix, it became much easier. First, the sacred blood scripture. Then, according to plan, he would become a spy for the Dark Sky faction. The Battle of the Seven Swords was not a maze. It's like the tomb of a cursed demon, so it won't take more than a year. The Dark Sky faction and its spy are trying to delicately take advantage of the situation by setting a trap. When countless people die, they will form relationships based on debts and grudges. If that happens, there will most likely be a great battle. The era of battles will begin. He must stop this at any cost. While Chu So-chong and Tan He were waiting to be received by the head, the guy called out to them. A girl shouted that she was glad to see Commander Chu. Chu So-chong smiled. It was Cho Ryong. Smiling broadly, she said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Looking at the girl approaching Chu So-chun, Tan He said, "A burst of power." Looking at the poisonous phoenix under the veil, Cho Ryong asked who she was. The poisonous phoenix lifted her veil, and the warriors standing nearby exclaimed in admiration. Smiling shyly, Cho Ryun said that it was her first time seeing Lady Phoenix, and she was indeed devilishly beautiful. The poisonous phoenix laughed and said that the girl was flattering her. She herself was quite charming. Even more embarrassed, Cho Ryong sighed and asked what was beautiful about a muscular woman. Watching them, Chu Sokno smiled and coughed to get their attention. He said that perhaps she already understood why she had come here. But he called them to take part in the Battle of Seven Swords. If they wanted to leave, they had the right to do so. He swore that there would be no punishment. Choi Ryong replied that the leader knew what he would say, so he had asked them 1,000 times before. There was no need to worry. Chu So-chong smiled and said he understood everything. Then they would begin with the instructions. Here they had the poisonous phoenix from the Sichuan Tang clan and her warriors. And here is Cheon Ryong from the Squall Force and the warriors of the Golden Merchant organization. The girl bowed and said she was pleased to meet them. But wasn't this now the Golden Sword faction? Cho So-chong announced that the reason for their gathering was that the sacred blood scriptures must not fall into the hands of the River of Evil or the Temple of Demons. The girls looked at him questioningly. He said that although he had considered participating in the Battle of the Seven Swords to support peace in Murim, he had decided against it, but alone it was impossible, Tan. He said she didn't know what he was up to, but he should tell the truth. Frowning, Cho Ryong asked Captain Chu to stop joking and tell the truth. Isn't it because he wants to get something for himself? Stunned, So-chun tried to say that wasn't true, but the soldiers laughed loudly. They shouted, "What a joke Commander Chu is! Why did he blurt out about peace? It's obvious that it will expose him." They asked him if he wanted to become famous. So-chun replied that he was telling the truth. After thinking about it, Cho Ryong asked if it was some kind of secret mission. He replied that it wasn't. Tanny said she wanted to twist his lips into a tube, but there was a reason behind it, so she held back. She would tell him another time. At that moment, the head reported that they had received a reply from the King of Poisons. He asked what the king had said. The warrior replied that the Poison King said the clan was not involved, and that the poisonous phoenix was on its own. He had no plans to send reinforcements. He didn't care if they asked for help in battle, so they could make whatever decision they wanted. The chief said he had heard about it, that the Poison King had no sympathy for his children. Tan. He said there was a saying that a lion throws its cubs off a cliff. Looking at the girl suspiciously, he asked if everything was really all right. She replied that it was. Moreover, she was not alone. Disciple Chu from the Ursan faction and warriors from the Golden Merchant organization were also there. Looking at the old man, Sokon thought of the swordsman of the Great Void. He had taken many lives of the warriors of the Demon Temple. Just the mention of his name made them grind their teeth furiously. At his age, he could have easily retired. A hero who fought against the Dark Sky faction until the very end. The swordsman asked him something. The young man apologized, saying he was lost in thought upon meeting the world-renowned head of the Kunlun clan. He apologized for his boldness. Looking at Chu So-chong, the leader fell into thought. He had heard that the poisonous phoenix had lost twice to Hosanna's apprentice. Could this be the same boy? The master said he still had his doubts in whether he was doing the right thing. However, he had no reason to stop them. If they want to fight on the side of the Muram Alliance, then let them. Looking at the poisonous phoenix, the warriors whispered that she was incredibly beautiful. Then that guy must be the young phoenix, Hosanna's young phoenix. A young phoenix? How enviable. He asked what a young phoenix was. They were about to leave when someone called out loudly behind them. They turned around and Tani heard the warrior say, "Hello, poisonous phoenix." The warrior said it was an honor to meet the poisonous phoenix of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. His name was Go Changjong. Smiling, she said that he must be from the small faction of Taesan. Nice to meet you. Frowning, Chusochong wondered who else it could be. He asked what he wanted. Smiling, He asked why he had come. She said that if it was nothing important, she would poison him. The guy said that before explaining, he would like to introduce his companions. This guy is from the Lonely Sword group of the Sunsan faction. The warrior said it was nice to meet him. His name is Kwok Che. She is very beautiful. And this girl is from the Flower Sword group of the Hansen faction. She said her name was An Ion. Surprised, Chu Sochong thought to himself, could she really be a disciple of the Hansen faction? Of the 5 factions of evil that use the way of the sword, the Hansen faction is on very bad terms with the Hoshan faction. This is all because of the style of 24. The divided plum blossoms were founded by an excommunicated novice of the Hosang faction. Since then, the Hansang faction has harbored painful feelings toward them to this day. He thought that no matter how much they hated them, they were essentially the same. They had gone too far by selling information about them to the Dark Sky faction. Frowning, Poisonous Phoenix asked what was next. Go Changjun replied, nothing. Prominent figures from each faction had gathered. Since they still had 6 days left, he was curious what she thought about strengthening the bonds of friendship between them. After all, it wasn't something that happened every day. That was true. And the guy laughed. Looking at Go Changjong with a smile, Chu So-chong thought to himself, what a slowpoke. Frowning, Go asked what was so funny. Sa-chun replied that for the remaining 6 days, he had decided not to pay attention to his people, but to make friends. Funny. Laughing, Wu and Yan said that's why there's nothing you can do with this shit. If a person is strict or nervous, his soldiers will make mistakes. That's enough to lower morale. For a novice of the Hosang faction, not even knowing that, it seems that Hosang has sunk to the bottom. The warriors laughed and said she was right. Chu So-chong asked what was going on. There's not just 1, but 3 arrogant people here. Mirror images of each other. Angered, Go Changjun shouted what he had said. Arrogant. The young phoenix should shut his beak. How dare he open his mouth when he used her? A dirty trick against Tan He. He even uses some weakness of hers to make her follow him everywhere. So-chong shouted for him to shut up. Seeing the poisonous phoenix, he completely lost his mind and was no longer aware of the situation. And yet he still wanted to make peace. How dare he spew his filth from the hole he calls his mouth? All he needs is a finger against a guy screaming, "You bastard," while he's coming at him with a sword. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, the enraged Go Changjong shouted furiously at So-chong that he was a bastard. The guys were already ready to fight when they heard that making complete fools of themselves was so much fun. Stunned, they turned to Tan He, who told them to stop this unnecessary commotion and get to work. In the heat of battle, it doesn't matter who. He'll decide to show off and end up using his subordinates as shields because he can't demonstrate his martial arts skills. She asks them to forgive her. In case they misunderstood her, she recommends that they sharpen their blades and think about it again. She hopes they will focus on the battle and not on trying to get close to her. She is not ready to have anything to do with those who are willing to bury Muram's future. Cho So-chong thought that he too should quickly finish what he came here to do, so that they could each go their separate ways. Cho Ryong approached Commander Chu and said she wanted to show him something. Seeing a large box, he asked her what it was. The girl said she had brought it. When she heard that he would be participating in the Battle of the 7 Swords. Intrigued, Chu So-chong looked at her in surprise and said that it was very interesting. Sitting nearby, the poisonous phoenix heard his words and became curious as well. The girl said she was curious about what they were talking about with Cho Ryong. Closing the box, Chu So-chong told her not to worry. It wasn't something she could use. She would find out in 6 days anyway. He asked Cho Ryong how the training was going. She asked if there was anything else they needed to know. The boy had instructed them thoroughly. There was nothing to worry about. He said, okay. Then let them be ready to surprise Muram. They would be at the forefront and make their names famous. Smiling, the girl replied that she could already see the envy in her comrade's eyes. Cho Ryong asked what they were going to do. She had heard that he had already caused quite a scene. The warrior said that he had heard the poisonous phoenix scolding the guys from Tisa. He was nearby and heard her tell the 3 to wake up so they wouldn't wet their pants. No wonder she was called the poisonous phoenix. Her tongue was poisonous too. The second warrior asked if she wasn't famous for her sharp remarks, although it wasn't surprising that she didn't hide her character. Let her be right. Hadn't she gone too far? No matter how wrong they were, she shouldn't have been so rude. What did she have that they didn't? One of them exclaimed, God, what else could you expect from those who use poison? The second hissed at him to be careful. Had he forgotten what happens to those who incur the wrath of the Sichuan Tang clan? Frowning, Chu So-chong said that everything was fine with him. They hadn't even mentioned him. The poisonous phoenix was standing in the street admiring the stars when she noticed Chu So-chong approaching her. She asked what was going on. Hesitating, the guy replied that it was just gossip. Without turning her head, the girl said that if he was worried that she would back down when the battle began, he was mistaken. He was wrong. She had long since gotten used to it. Turning around, she looked intently at Chu So-chong. Without waiting for an answer, the girl left. Chu So-chong watched her thoughtfully. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, Chu So-chong decided that his first task was to find the spies and get rid of them. Each of the 7 factions gathered here has its own secret spies, and in 5 days they would begin to prolong the battle by any means necessary. He never in his life would have thought he would be doing such a thing. When Chu So-chong went out into the street, he saw masked warriors looking at each other, not understanding what was happening. They were discussing that they were supposed to meet 2 days later. Who had gathered them? At that moment, Chu So-chong came out wearing a mask and told them it was him. The stunned soldiers frowned and looked at the guy and asked who he was.